Big shout out to the VIP guys. It's London. We are going to live stream again. It's Saturday night / Sunday morning. We are the top trade group. I'm going to go ahead and say that. You guys, introductions. My name is London. You see on the bottom left Crypto Kingdom and Bitcoin Spike. Why are we called Bitcoin Spike? Because we caught the spike right here at 29,750. Bam. Okay, so we have also called the top of Bitcoin. Okay, and around this previous section. Very difficult call to make. Shout out to Kent. Appreciate having you in the community now. Nice to have you back. Definitely called the top there. We also reference, guys, technical analysis from New York Institute of Finance. That's what we want to follow. They are the guys on the street that teach Wall Street. So let's go through that real quickly. Their new deal is, look at this, guys. New York, where Wall Street goes to school, we're not going to school, all right? If anything, we're trying to school the market. We want people who are going to beat the market. That is the only qualification for being in our group, whether or not you're blue collar, white collar, etc. That is the qualification. And I am a former financial professional, not financial advice. Go get that from JP Morgan if you want their financial advice. We like our finances, our finance kind of team. I don't know, the group. We had a lot of financial professionals from prior JP Morgan, prior BlackRock, etc. But none of it's formalized. We like crypto because it's non-securitized. And in terms of the introductions, let's go around and cruise to the bottom right. We have Josh, our $1 Million champ for 2021. Carryover. He's got the trophy next to him. Put him up to the challenge. He did that. Now, a guy who's done that multiple times, back to back, daily, probably out when he's out to lunch, having having just a good time. Angel on the top right, our top benefactor, and 54,000 in terms of overall contributions. Angel, it is a pleasure always to have you in the audience. You are numero uno around here, and we had some interesting discussions today. Maybe we'll talk about some of those. I don't know, to some extent. Brought up some good points, point and figure charts. I thought that was really nice to hear that. Angel brought that up to me through a third-party source, and I think we identified a little bit of an issue with some of those outside technicals. We like to rely on our own technicals, as you guys know that, in terms of the group, etc. We just like to refer to our own work. That's one qualification in terms of being a member of the community here. Freddie is number one. Does not go. I'm going to say that he is shouting out in the community tab. In the you guys go ahead and shout out with Freddie. I would like that very much. And as we get into the technicals, we have some good news. First of all, good news is that this specific price target that we had, this 34,570, it has picked up, okay? And I mean picked up in that it was hit and that you are currently in the money if you did pick that up. Now, you know, Bitcoin is a slow moving creature many times, guys. So the fact that that has hit, I just want to congratulate anyone who was at that specific price target, okay? That was the 50% retracement. And I'll say this, the notion that it would definitely pick up or not, I will bring up everyone and say, well, of course it's the 50% retracement. It's going to pick up. What's the big deal, London? Well, I'll tell you this, okay? In the preceding zone, in this preceding area, I'll talk about in 2021, let's remember something, okay? In terms of that pickup at the 50%, what happened? Yeah, you pushed on into the 55, you pushed all through that area. So it's nice, it's very nice for our community that that we were able to pick that up. So shout out to anybody who's been watching, or to everyone who's been watching and has been laying the foundation for some nice price action, some nice trades. You're literally in a position now, if you wanted to, depending upon leverage, etc., guys, this could be a big trade. Incoming, I'll say that, or thus far, it is reacting with the market. So let's go over the price currently at 35,415, and that's just nice to see. Congratulations on the VIP. That's nice. You're up about a point on the day. Not a big day for Bitcoin, but let's see what the rest of the market is doing. Sheeb is up. Way to go. Luna is up. Luna and Dot both making you work to get those pickups. They required you to be aggressive. I'll just tell you that. I looked at the charts on Luna and Dot, maybe because there's a little bit more demand for those, okay, right now, particularly Luna. So as you look at the charts on Luna and Dot, etc., I'll just tell you, it seemed like they were very competitive to get in on the drop. It did not go down to the full. We just understand that what's the old maxim I use? Well, VIP will come to me and someone will say, well, London, I didn't get in. It didn't pick up my order. What's the solution? Well, it's not a complaint. Why? Because if you didn't get in, it didn't pick up your order. The solution is someone who tells me, and guess what? I got in anyway. Hey, there you go. That's real easy, right? Well, the market maker didn't pick me up. Well, guess what the solution is? Hey, London, I got in anyway. Hey, good. You figured out the solution, right? Sometimes the market, the exchanges are not going to play. They're not going to play nice with you. You expect a nice, cup of tea with your trade. That's not going to happen, guys. You know that, and absolutely, Freddie knows that. Very exciting to see Freddie. I want to say shout out to Freddie. He is the January champ. What's up? What's up, Freddie in the house? Top trader in January 2022. Look at that nice trophy. I will never forget exactly where you earned that one because I'll tell you, it was not an easy line, and Freddie went ahead and just charged in, and it was just really nice. So, Freddie, I told whoever did it, I didn't tell Freddie, I said, okay, look, whoever charges through this line of resistance, I'm going to give you a trophy. So, yes, the line of resistance was broken. That was nice. It wasn't like a guaranteed deal, but I did say that on the stream. So shout out to Freddie. He's the one with the courage, all right? He's the one with the, the wherewithal to go ahead and just charge into it. It was very nice. Up in this area, it was just a nice break on BTC. He charged into the general market on some different coins. We've enjoyed looking through recently DOT. We've enjoyed looking through Luna. We've enjoyed looking at Phantom. We've enjoyed looking at, haven't spent enough time with Sheeb. I have to comment on Sheeb. That was our first 2X. You guys hear that all the time from me. But it just was, right? It was our first 2X as a community when nobody really knew about Sheeb. Yeah, we were trading it. So, and I kept it up. It was interesting on our Twitter board, just so you guys know. On this, I had kept that up for a long time here. Dogecoin, Matic, Sheeb, Bitcoin, and everyone's like, oh, he's got Sheeb in there. I'm like, yeah, I have Sheeb in there, right? Since May 9th, 2021. We streamed a lot, live stream, and it was just nice, okay? So I've been a Sheeb fan. I like the way their community is developing. You'll see probably Angel after a while chime in and say 1 trillion Sheeb, right? He's got some big plans for Sheeb. I like those big plans for Sheeb. I think that they may work out extremely well for those who are extremely interested in Sheeb. That is my personal opinion, okay? So take that opinion or take your opinion to the bank, and we will deal with all of our own opinions. But I just like the way that coin is developing. It's just got a huge community. The community is hard to argue with. Absolutely, just it just is what it is. So it's a phenomenon. I would see like church-going women. Literally, they were just kind of hanging out at the church on Sunday. One of them told me, or on the weekend, it was actually a weekday at a church, and I was up there using a facility to work out, train, and do whatnot. And one of the girls walked by, and she saw me with crypto, and she says, it was a funny story about Sheep. And I was, maybe I was having a discussion with someone else about crypto, and then she walks by, and she says, are you in crypto? And this lady at the church, I'm like, yes, ma'am, I am. And she says, oh, well, I'm watching Sheep. And I'm like, you're watching Sheeb? I was like, that's the most exciting thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm at a church, and it's on a weekday at the church, and she's up there and formal and everything else. Maybe she had been working out or whatnot. And so, I got some confirmation from a church-going woman that she's watching Sheeb. I'm like, hey, that's what I'm talking about. It's that community aspect. You can't beat that demand function once it gets going. It is widespread. It's pervasive. That's when I saw that, I'm like, man, Sheba's going to do something great. I have to tell you because it was just really cool. So shout out to all you guys in terms of Luke. What's up, Luke? I want to shout out to Daniel. I want to shout out to Richard. I want to shout out to Freddie. We got Kuda. We got AJ. We got Ambrosio. Who else we got? We got all kinds of great VIP in the back, but each one of them is just kind of awesome in their own regard. Vlad, big shout out, big time hands looking at those. I want to shout out to Kenny Crypto. I'm going to bring these up because they need to be brought up. Everyone pay attention. Real quickly, pay attention, okay? I want to shout out to Kenny because Kenny is a former alpha trader, okay, that I trained, okay? I trained Kenny, and I just want to shout out, okay, in terms of 716% on a trade, boom. Okay, I want to shout out 575% on a trade, boom. Okay, 380% on a trade, boom. All right, 463% on a trade, boom. Okay, so he's dealing with futures. Okay, they could be a bit risky, difficult to handle, etc. But I just want to shout out to Kenny. That's the type of alpha blood that you see, and I'm just excited to have played a big part in training alpha into you. Way to go! Looking for these returns, 716% on a short, bam. On a short, bam. That's actually on a long, the 575. Then on another short, bam. So you're looking at 716%, 575, 380, 463. Now, in terms of getting into those types of trades, I'm just going to say that they can be risky. You guys know that, extremely risky. So we can kind of go over tonight in terms of, because I'll say this about Freddie. Well, we look at like Freddie, and Angel's been around. He's been around Bitcoin. He's probably the best person to ask about this because he's been around Bitcoin since $7.79. So when you look at the best ways to trade, like what's making money, what are the types of trades that really that he would connect with, that the market would connect with, I would say he's a real good gauge of what works well. I've also been around a lot of like quality A+ rated traders, like A1A, like just the top shelf that you can have. And so he's a good person to bounce some of this stuff off. I also can provide some input on that just from what I know about trading. And you're not going to find that information. It's not like, well, there's a Schwab handout or there's a Robinhood video. No, you're not going to find the real stuff, the meat and bones that you need to get in terms of like, well, what's the real story on overall how do these trades really work out in the long run. So we can discuss more of that, but I just wanted to shout out to Kenny. What's up? What's up? What's up? Nice figures. Like to see that. And, but I was going back to Freddie. Freddie doubled his account, tripled his account within, double or tripled, within the first several days in VIP. He just hit the sweet spot in terms of being involved, bam, just during some really exciting times. We're waiting for those to kind of turn, come around the mountain here. And the key that I have focused on, as Freddie has been like, well, is it time for bull? Everyone's asking me, is it bull? Is it time for bull? And I'll bring that up in context. It's like the bull builds, okay? The bull builds, and it takes a little bit of time. We may have flash sequences of severe drawdowns in terms of the price. Like last night, we had some good recoveries by some altcoins. But in terms of like real bull run patterning, etc., where the entire market, the difference is this: where the entire market is going to be involved and say, you know what, on Bitcoin it looks like we kind of have a bull flag, that recognition that is pervasive throughout the market. Okay, and you may find an off-kilter opinion about, well, this is a quasi-clandestine reversal on a bear trap 4th degree black belt point figure 5 chart. Okay. It's a black belt reversal bear trap point and black figure chart. Okay, but you may find that from someone who knows what he sounds like really knows what the heck he's talking about. Guess what? No one else cares. I'm just going to tell you, no one else cares. Why? Because we like bull flags, right? The whole overall, and I just laugh because there's some people in the audience that are like, well, I guess if you think of it that way, it's not the projected price that something's getting to. It's not the 4th degree black belt you need in quasi, point figuring, chart mechanic physics to get through a Homuchi cloud and do a backflip gainer into your red puddle RSI. Whatever they're talking about, okay, fine. Go with it. But guess what? The overall recognition in the market, right? And to get serious, the overall recognition in the market, picking up buyers, serious buyers on a bull flag. Yeah, it starts becoming a little bit of a joke when you get out there a little bit. Just recognize what are the key essentials, the framework of like a bull run, a bull flag. Boom. That's what we need. That's what we want. We want bull flags. We want popularly recognized, and friends tell friends good things when friends need to hear them. Boom. Absolutely. Because we want patterns that are recognized by the entirety of the market. We want patterns that drive mass amounts of influx of capital, not only from retail, also from the street, okay, also from institutions, okay. So when you're looking for that quasi next aspect that'll fly around, now sometimes in trading that may help. Okay, sometimes in trading you may find, well, it's a support level, right? Well, it's a resistance level. It's got a level of resistance on this time frame. Maybe not the others, but on this time frame. Yeah, okay, maybe that makes sense. Maybe that's the way to go, right? You may find a buy-sell indicator that's going to work 1 out of 5 times. You may, all right? And I'm not going to compare those two. If you can find one that works 3 out of 4 times, that's great. Or even half of the time, it's really great. Just guard your exposure and understand, as the more sophisticated that you get, I'm going to say this, the more sophisticated that you get, realize that you need to fit it within the common framework of the market, right? What is popularly accepted? What are the traders looking for? I don't want you to be a lone sheep out there with a bunch of wolves, okay? Yeah, I just don't. I don't. In terms of the extent to which any of your technicals are going to become too technical, or you're going to be on the fringe of something that's barely understood, potentially by you. This is the other deal. If you don't understand something technically, don't mess with it. If you couldn't write a book on it, don't mess with it. Okay? If you couldn't tell the guy who's telling you something else, or at least giving you a resource book, like I got my book right here, giving you a resource book to find the answers, then don't mess with it. Don't mess with him. Don't mess with the whole routine. If they're selling smoke or doing something else to get you into a price potential, to get you, and this happens a lot of times, we will go and we will try and find, I'm going to pour some coffee here. We will go, and you didn't tell me if you guys like coffee, okay? Because I want to send you some coffee. This is great coffee. You will understand. And what's up? Like the bull flags, you got the bull flags are in the house, right? That's what we look for. But as you look at, let's just talk about your level of sophistication in the market, like who we spend our time with, how we verify our own TA. We verify our own TA because each one of you can do it. Absolutely, you got a guide, a 600-page book, and it's not that complicated, guys. And it's not like this is the only book, this is the only one. But why do we use it? It's real simple, right? It's real simple. Why do we use it? Where Wall Street goes to school. Okay, so I want their reference manual. I want to know where all the big institutional cash, okay, what they're looking at, right? Not the, in a fourth degree black belt. I make a joke about some other, technical analyst who can run through an object tree or throw lights and flashing signals onto their trading view. I don't care. I don't want that fringe. I don't want I don't want someone who can't deal with retracements and can't deal with extensions. I just don't want it, right? I don't want someone who can't deal with the retracements and can't deal with the extensions, okay, who can't walk me up and down the price chart, who can't talk about buying and selling, the need to get in and the need to get out, right? You can talk all day long about it was a great time to pick up low. Sure, buy low. Easy. What about selling high? Beautiful, right? You got to have both parts of the puzzle. If you don't have both parts of the puzzle, guys, you're just going to be you're going to be at a deficit, and I don't want that for any of you. So I'll shout it to Angel. He brought me a good opinion earlier on from somebody else. I'm like, this is good. This is really good. Like, we need a black belt in Houchi Cloud point and reversal figure, chart, whatever it was. I'm like, it's just, does the guy understand what he's saying? He's like, he's going to claim a return to top. Is that in line with just throw a bear trap and a whipsaw, and we've got ourselves a front runner, huh? We got ourselves another genius in the market. And I know it's just funny for Andrew because I know he's seen them, all of them, throughout the entirety of the time since Bitcoin is $7.79, right? He's seen plenty of those. So don't want to, it just is what it is. So as we would talk about wave function, it was talk about buying low, selling high, talk about repeat wave, wave potential here. Do you want to, like on Bitcoin, do you want to subdivide things? Maybe. Right, and it looks a little messy right here, but do you want to subdivide things? Do you want an upper and lower shelf, right? Maybe right now we want an upper and a lower shelf. Something along those lines. Is that like exotically out there and something we can't understand? No, but I've gone through some different dynamics recently in terms of the overall, kind of the cyclical price action here. Something that we can verify that Wall Street is using, right? And believe it or not, the thing that Wall Street is using in their materials, things like sunspots. Are you kidding me? Right? Just the general principle of what is going on around us at all times and how it applies to the market. Common sense framework. Really, really common sense framework. So some of these exotic indicators and everything else, just be careful of them, okay, or with them, etc. So I just tell you guys that. But I know you guys are doing well in the market, and it's nice to see. Never try and find an opinion. I'm going to say this, or develop an opinion that just accommodates what you're trying to accomplish in the market. Okay, what you want to do in the market, what you want to profit in the market. Well, never go shop. I'm going to tell you guys, never go shop for an opinion. Okay, just follow me here. Never try and shop for an opinion that this is kind of like TA debriefing. Okay, TA debriefing 101. Never shop for an opinion that just accommodates what you're looking for right now in the market. All right. Because it's easy to do, isn't it? Yeah. If you can't formulate one, you guys are good enough. If you can't formulate an opinion by your own sweat into the pages of something, a real knowledge, I'd say a real knowledge block that we have in terms of TA. If you can't do it, I do not want to hear. Literally, guys, I don't want to hear somebody else trying to do it. Right, that you would say, well, here, we're going to do it this way. No, guys, you got enough sweat, grit, and determination to get it done. If it's technical, you're going to be able to do it. I'm going to tell you, we've spent enough time in and around TA, etc. I just know that for a fact. Okay, so what would we say? Just heed some caution to that. I would say that. So in terms of like the overall nature of the price action now, I want to just I just think that's crucial. It's like I don't want to find a friend that's just going to tell me everything I want to hear necessarily, right? Definitely agreeable, definitely get along, etc. But that's not why I'm friends with somebody. That's not why I'm going to respect somebody, TA in the market, etc. You're going to respect your, it's like, would you respect your broker? If you had a broker, would you respect your broker just because he was real nice, but he keeps losing your money? No, he's not going to just, in the midst, he's just going to be nice to you and tell you what you want to hear. That ain't the story. That ain't the name of the game. And most of you guys are going to outperform your broker. I think you have, or else you would probably be investing with the broker. So that's a nice component of what we bring to the map, right? So I just want to encourage you guys, and that comes in the form of just kind of an encouragement, right? Just absolutely, because there's a lot of different, hype and opinions, everything else. You guys, you know the difference, right? You know where the rubber meets the road. Absolutely. So that's that's a good shout out, and I appreciate Angel, you bring that up to me earlier on. Just like a good reminder and a good lesson, right? So we can all measure up and say, we're geared for, and it's no clickbait, no nothing. We're geared for a rebound of 114%. All right, well, put that into context. That would be Bitcoin returning up to about 69,000. That's great. If these, we can make that assessment as we look at the specific kind of the bifurcated chart that we have here. In terms of the expectation, or let's say the upside return to function, all-time high, 69,000. That would be about from the 50% up to that high. That would be the indicated, potential that we would have there. And assuming, guys, it's not a far assumption. Like, well, we're looking for a higher price. Okay. Well, we're looking also at a line of resistance. So incorporated into a lot of what we say here is going to be the technicals behind the scene, even if I don't necessarily just right off the bat say it, and I may not always dig into it, but you guys are familiar enough with the price action too. So, maybe we would be up into about this level. That would be nice. I bring up the cycle, the cyclical wave pattern, because we do have that here. Okay, we do have that here. One second, let me have a little bit of coffee. All right. So I like this because I'm always saying that I like trades, I like price patterns that conform to this type of a cyclical formation. We just have that so beautifully right now on Bitcoin. We get to talk about it. I mean, that's a nice like repeat function in process. Ideally, like absolutely ideally, and I'm going to discuss something very important. I want you guys to pay attention to this, okay? Please pay attention to what I'm discussing right now, okay? If you can, please. Okay, I'm discussing the potential here for cyclical price action in terms of a range, maintaining the range and maintaining the top formulation here, or the top, the expression of the top line. We would essentially call it a range or a channel along the top. Now, what did Bitcoin do previously? And I just really think this is crucial. I think this is crucial. Maybe the most important thing I'll say tonight, aside from everything else. That's just kind of dicta, okay? That would be dicta. Just extraneous commentary, etc. Just something to have some fun on Saturday night. What's up? So let's see what we have. Anything else in the comments? No. So as we would look at this specific expression in here, I want to bring to your attention the fact that once we got up and out, what did we get up and out of? Okay, what did we get up and out of? We got up and out of the absolute lowest push, lower push, lowest. And as you look at this formation, range into lower, into attempt to recoup 70 days, right? Okay, 60 to 70 days, into slowly grinding lower. I mean, remember this, guys, slowly grinding lower. The absolute low that we could get on the daily, the most uncomfortable spot on the map for anyone to pick up, or be in a back room for us to be like, well, what are we doing? What do we got? What's the next move? What's Bitcoin doing? Possible ascending triangle, bam, on the micro. Okay, so this is how a market can wear somebody down. And I just want to bring this up into the context because the low, and now on the candle wicks, we had been there for flash brief moments of existence, right? This was the slow shred into, the slow carve into on the candle wick, spending more time here, long, drawn out process, more time, focus, right? Consistency, discipline, right? That's what we need here. So as we would look at the current pricing, a rebound on the 50% would be just beautiful. It would be great to see. And you say, well, can we count on it? With what measurable degree of probability can we count on it? It is the 50% retracement. Okay, we saw interaction here previously. If we look at the previous price action to gauge the probability or the current behavior, TA requires us to look at the previous behavior, okay, pricing behavior, and to apply it to the instant. Okay, to the instant, I say the instant interval to predict the future outcome. We're coming out of, so that includes patterns, that includes the actual pricing dynamics previously, etc. This was a falling wedge. This is a much larger falling wedge. This is a much different pattern than this turned into, this slow grind. The fact that we were at the low here and really diving into the low, I just want that to really resound with you all as you look at your psychological kind of the psychology of the market. You know how much this pushed people. Yeah, this pushed beyond. You guys are tough, absolutely tough. I know that you guys were into it then. You're into it now. You're unbreakable. Literally, one of my buddies on a deal, and I used it. I shot it over to Angel because I liked it. And I think I copied the VIP in the back as well. Battle tested. And he said that about his new startup that just got chosen by Google. And he says, this year we're battle tested. Or last year was a part of battle testing. I thought that was really cool. So I used that in terms of something I wrote to Angel earlier on. But yeah, this is part of our battle testing 2021. Getting down to this low, and it just in the carving nature of it. So as we're looking at, where are we? How are we weathering in kind of this fight right now? If we were just to call it, call a spade almost, right? It's that same, and maybe it's not really a fight because we've been through this. Well, a lot of you have been through, periods of time in the market like this. You've been through periods of time in the market like this, 2018, 19, 20. You've been through that, so you're battle tested. You are. And a shout out to Big Bobby, my buddy. He's doing, just so you guys know, a voice activated real estate search engine. Google has decided, Google chooses very few startup companies, and it's been cool because I've been sitting down with Bobby doing some cool stuff over the past 6 months, just as infrequently as it may occur, but he's just a good guy, sitting in on some meetings and capital discussions, etc. Cool dude. And to have Google pop up and say that they're going to choose him as an incubated investment startup is pretty cool to watch that occur. Kind of behind the scenes approach and nothing more. So as we would discuss this, kind of the framework that we're in now, we kind of have a similar feel here to being in this. It's just that we're really rebuttressed by a really strong, direct hit on a technical, and the technicals can do that for us. They can give us a point of familiarity, and not like any kind of a lost hope or anything else like that. That's not the It's not like, well, let's shift into our comfort zone. Let's find a technical that makes us feel comfortable. That's not it. All right, what would make us feel comfortable is something that's reliable. Something that has a high probability of success in the market. Absolutely, that's where we would find any kind of there's just consistency, right? And really the comfort in the market. I mean, that's kind of a different discussion, but that's not what we're after. We're after profits. We're after a good group dynamic. So there within we find that 50% retracement, in line with the discussion as to how this has been handling the market. A lot of people, I looked at some social media and I don't dig through it a lot. We use Twitter because they have enterprise security, etc. And as I look through some of the other things that are pushed towards me, they're pushed, I guess, to me. I look at some of the things that people are discussing and how they're discussing it in the crypto market. I'm like, man, that must not be fun for them. It must not be entertaining to be talked to like that, to have things presented like that. If you're a new investor in crypto, and if you are new, or even if you're seasoned or new, I want to say welcome and congratulations. We hope you're doing well in the market. If we can help facilitate you doing better, that's our aim. But we do want real investors. Okay, we're not just we're not the small fries. That's not what we're going after here. But it's not all about capital position either. It is a dedication to getting to know and really mastering the fundamentals of technical analysis, mastering your ability to operate in the market. And that's something that some men work on their whole lives. Some women work on their whole lives, and they don't achieve that. So that's a big. It's not just like, well, we don't take that lightly. We don't take that lightly here in terms of the challenge that the market has presented to people. And this is a market. This is as sophisticated as a market. While I was flipping through the Wall Street Journal today, I was like, well, this is not a cryptocurrency page. At least not in the weekend edition, right? There's not a cryptocurrency page. Yeah, so as sophisticated as it can be, though, with international trading platforms, a very, very aggressive exchange environment. I would just say an aggressive exchange environment in terms of the possibilities for you to trade in different environments, on different exchanges that may have issues, each and every one of them. Right, so in terms of the dynamics, the geopolitical, the just down to everyday life, the need for I'd say extraneous kind of socialized factors that get involved with crypto, the push to get the new like you would have typically like IPOs. We have like new ICOs. Like it's a sophisticated market. It's developing. There's a lot being thrown at the market right now. Also, we talk about like the challenge that we currently have in this market. That at least the value of it being threatened by the Fed right now. I'm just going to say that. Like the Federal Reserve, right? They manage the money supply. That's what they do, is they manage the money supply, okay, and all the banking systems, transactions, everything else, all the monetary transactions and banking system, our money supply. That's what they do. So the fact that Bitcoin and the fact that cryptocurrency has landed on their desk and they've written a formalized white paper this last week, that's a little bit, that is their job. That's what they're doing right now. So. If anyone's involved in government, shout out. Hope you guys are doing well. And hopefully we're nothing but help here. We want to be positive to every framework. We don't want to hate on anybody, as I guess the phraseology would go. We have a lot of guys who've worked with everything from DOD to U.S. We're not one of those AMC ape club guys that's just going to show up and say we are the problem. Like, no, man, you got to get out of VIP, man. It's like we're not. It's like I don't want you to walk around and say you are the problem. Like that's not a good way to wake up in the morning, man. It's just not. The same guys. A big reason why the same guys who are like that, as we watch Bitcoin trying to pick up on the 50% retracement at that really the overall level 34,452, currently at about 35,613. Really happy that this picked up at the 50%. That was one of our price targets, and it was nice just to see it just hammer in and is held. So that's a nice get go in the money if you have hit that, and it's working. It's old blue working, as Angel would call Bitcoin, old blue. So. We can look at the pattern formations, lower time frames. I wasn't surprised at all to look in the back and see Freddie just sitting there saying, he was watching the Bitcoin on the 1 minute chart. I was like, that's Freddie. All right, he's the champ, for January. He's watching Bitcoin. Yeah, what's he doing in the back at VIP? I'm just watching Bitcoin on the 1 minute. Very cool, huh? He just loves trading. And what were we talking about? Little bit of just the kind of our overall dynamic, what we present individually. If you're a new investor or anything like that, who are we? We're just the guys that want to beat the market. A lot of people here have over the years. Absolutely, like beautiful, not like a resume, but just like a lot of credibility in this group. Looking at a bit of an ascending triangle attempt here. We like the flat top here. A little bit differentiated, small. Difference here. We would go to the candles. We always want to see on the candles. Got a little bit of an issue in terms of the candles, but the 1 minute, if Freddie, you were watching that 1 minute just to zone in on what you were probably watching, and we got a nice little flag formation there in as well. The 1 minute, though, was probably showing you a little bit of a development of the ascending triangle. Had one play out the other night. We cut to get to the line of resistance. You guys know that. So you guys had woken up that next morning. You were right in the line of resistance that we said, that's it. Let's cut this. You guys get into your line of resistance. And so, we try and facilitate a lot of not just like learning, but powering through this market, because it's not easy. It's open 24/7, 365. That's one complication in this market, that you don't have in equities per se. And so the guys who may make it in the stock market, they may not be prepared. You guys need to realize this. Just VIP, we realize this. Guys on the street, etc. Like I'll take a cat nap. I say I'll just take a power nap, cat nap. Just grab a few hours of sleep here and there before the stream, just to kind of kick in high gear, make sure I'm plenty well rested. Never want to just show up like rag tired and have to perform on a stream, etc. I got to think, right? I can't just listen. I got to think. I got to generate the content. So I'll do that. But a lot of guys in on the street, as we're looking at this ascending triangle on Bitcoin with a nice flat top resistance, just real close. Close enough, I'd say, on that minute, and we'll differentiate it with the 5-minute chart here in just a second. As we would look at the demands of this market, and I think an issue that a lot of people would look at as they would start to frame the crypto market, and the people who've been around crypto for a while, I think, understand what I just said. Right, there are some groups potentially that would look at like the overall value or coordination that we would have in the crypto space, and it's just it's part of that element is, well, there's a lot of guys who don't get a lot of sleep, but I say there are a lot of guys who get a lot of sleep too. Those are the guys who probably lose. Probably the guys who aren't keeping tabs on what's going on in Asia right now, what's going on with the market when the market is closed off in the you guys would laugh right now. This is just funny. But what's happening while the market's open in the rest of the world, we want to be attuned to it. And you guys know this last week we pushed through the early mornings. A lot of people will watch the stream the next day. People will show up like, where is everybody? Well, a lot of people will watch it the next day. They'll chime in and watch the next day. So we generate some content just to go over some issues, to spend time with each other. And this is the group that really beats the market. I mean, this is the group that's plugged into like value zones, to deep core acquisitions, and it's just you're not going to find other groups like this. Not even on. I just say not even when I compare or I discuss with, and not to really compare with, but with Wall Street, et cetera, as I talk about New York Institute of Finance, like maybe they have a night crew that comes in specific for that. They have overseas offices, things like that. Maybe that's the best thing we could say is I guess we get to stay up to compete. Don't they love us? Huh? Can you imagine with I don't know, BlackRock to J.P. Morgan or Credit Suisse? It's like, oh, this group is up there. They're up to compete with us. That's nice, because I know some of those groups are required to look into. Some of those institutions are required to look into, like, well, what's going on in the social medias? What's going on? I guess we qualify as that, but not necessarily. But it just must be funny for them, like, well, this group just won't quit, huh? And I say it all the time because I do want them to know we are competing with you, and we are going to beat you. That is our goal. That is what we attempt to do. I believe we did it. Angel, shout out. I think we definitely did that on the Luna trade. They didn't do it. I talked with quite a few people in and out of different places that worked, at places like that, and no. They didn't. None of them got that trade. So we got that trade. That's exciting. So that's how we beat them. We focus on the market. We really dig into, and they may say, "Well, now we've really got it. Huh? Now we've really got now we've got the angle. Now we have the deal." It's just the market will will cause some frustration, some difficulty as we watch this. It's not intuitive. It'll change up its script all the time as much as we try and apply the past to the current to predict the future, like to lay the foundation for the future. It's very good at making that task difficult. It just is, like on dot pickup, on Luna pickup, like you had to be aggressive. Right, we all were sitting at it, looking at it. Like, what was the solution? Really, as we would look back at it, maybe for a next time planning, Bitcoin was stuck on its 50%, and you would have had to say, okay, everything's going to be 100% correlated with Bitcoin. That's a pretty big assumption, because if you'll recall, within the preceding 24 hours there before, Bitcoin was a bit of a heavy mover. I mean, heavily moving down, irrespective, it had lost a little bit of its dominance. So as you look at some of those issues, it's like, well, and then you're supposed to flip over the next day and say, well, now Bitcoin's at its 50%. And you guys, check this in terms of mentality. Just focus on this. I think you get this. Bitcoin had moved, okay, more than, Bitcoin dominance went down. So it had moved more respective to the entire market down. Then we were supposed to flip the script. If we had flipped the script, this would have been the approach that would have worked. This is what the market is famous for, doing things like this. Okay? If then we would have had to flip the script yesterday, and on Luna, we would have had to catch Luna off fib, or you would have had to play aggressive, whatever it would have been. You could have set it, 3% higher. Set your order 3% higher. Yeah, that's kind of the easy fix, right? 2 to 3% higher than where it's at. Okay, that would be kind of the fix. But really, if you wanted to absolutely target strike it, it would have been when Bitcoin was on its 50% retracement. We're going to hammer into Luna, hammer it in, and use that as the guide right after it had plunged further. And in terms of correlation, it had moved more than the other coins. So it's that was a difficult pickup on DOT and Luna. Just noted for the record, both. It could be a sign of those being competitive pickups to some extent, or just as you would have the market present itself to you, just one of the challenges. I mean, that is what it is. So you understand the difficulty there. Floki up 14%, Sheeb up 13%, Bantam up, what is that, 11.67%. And we will go through the details here in terms of rows. The top movers, still kind of the top movers, huh? If you guys focus on these, Luna 9%, Atom 9%, LRC Loopring, it's back in the mix a little bit at 8%, Dusk 7%, Gala 6%, Soul 7%, okay, AVAX 6%, and then we got your good old-fashioned Doge, right? May turn into a stable coin. I don't know. If it will just maintain its range sideways, it may just turn into a stable coin. We want it to hold a floor. I kind of say that as a joke. I want to see it establish some sort of a support, okay? But it's down there. It's just hanging. It's hanging down there amidst the good news, etc. It got picked up by Tesla. We want to see Sheeb get picked up by Amazon. Yeah, what's up? I want to see that happen here. And it's kind of refreshing that Tesla can pick Doge. That's nice. Shout out to Elon and crew. What's going on? Texas, what's up? And we'd like to see Sheeb picked up by Amazon. I think that's a real possibility after reviewing some information. It looks like that could be in the works. It was some information that Amazon had come out with, had published. It looks like that's scripted in somehow, like an image. We deal with imagery a lot. I'll send pictures to people and this and that. But they got a picture of like almost like an outline of Sheeb on something. Amazon does. I was like, okay, that's interesting. That's something. It's kind of from an intelligence standpoint, that's kind of interesting. So let's dig in to this a little bit and see what's going on in the framework of the 1 minute with this line of resistance. It looks like that's definitely being respected. This lateral cross line of resistance here shot up, out, and over, and we're trying to formulate some sort of a pattern right now that can be respected to the upside. We don't want to push on this necessarily. It's not going to be the death knell of this level whatsoever, and it's just old blue, as we call Bitcoin. It's just going to take some time. And Angel, I hope you don't mind that I borrow that. I got that from you, old blue. I like that because I guess that whatever that book is. Good dog, whatever it is, but yeah, whatever. It's just he's slow. Old blue is slow, huh? Bitcoin is slow. And until it gets going, and then it's that's where the good stuff happens. So the entirety of the market is pushed in the right direction. We have the let's see, 35,600. We'll just talk about that, up 1.5%. So that is that's a decent small move for Bitcoin. If you have picked up on our level, our pricing target here, that's a nice pickup thus far. Not a big trade by any means, but it's being recognized. That's what I like in terms of having covered this specific level of 34,570. We just that's in play. That's it's marching to that tune. That's nice to see. So I'm sure that Freddie has picked up several coins in the mix here. I'm sure that Angel has picked up several coins, and you other traders, VIP, etc. I'm sure that you have done your. I know that some of you want lower prices. I know that some of you do. You're looking for those. We've run the specs on it, and the lower prices just it prints cash. It really does. That's the way that. Really, we come to having a really great year and a really great trade. A lot of times it happens from the lower prices. Sometimes from the higher prices, but most of the time it's from those lower prices that nobody else really wants. And we step into it, and it's like an empty room or empty stream of me and Angel going over, deep core acquisition on Luna. Nobody else wants it, and nobody else thinks it's anything. And he and I are doing that, and then it's. How random that it kind of seems random, but yet it still seems fitting that he and I would be be able to talk about a Luna pickup. My target was $4.06. $4.06 was available in the market, and somebody hit that. So somebody else was listening then, and that's just interesting to me. That somebody else out there was listening to that $4.06 and hit it. So congrats to that individual. We are hunting you down. Just kidding, but we want to know who you are. No, it's just it's a celebratory thing, huh? When somebody just slams into something like that, and hopefully they held it on through a good portion of the price action. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a failure sequence at that level. Would have been nice to hold that, setting a candle on the 5-minute underneath that expressed line of resistance. We will see how this plays out a little bit, but up 1.37%. Not a bad move thus far for the morning hours here. We'll see where we at. So Floke, so low. I was just saying, so low. You guys know that we got to look at Floki. Just unbelievably low. Yeah, because I have to look at it because it is so low. It is so low. When you see something that starts to look like that, that just reminds me of Sheeb after Sheeb's first market debut, and then boom. It just wanted to go down. It had to go down. It wanted to find its runway function before it really got ballistic again, before it really wanted to pick up and really cycle through its kind of primary cycle in the market. So Floki is a different coin. It's kind of a social play. It's a metaverse. It's a gameplay. It's that play to earn, I think, metaverse that they're going to come up with. It's an excitingly structured coin, and I think they're working on their image, etc. It's a newer coin. So that in line with whatever else it means out there, Floki. We were looking forward to good things. We traded you on the way up, so that's exciting to see Floki do well. And I'm talking about this kind of pour down, this main pour down function. It's interesting because it's correlated to an extent like with a Sheeb right now. We'll just look at Sheeb. It's kind of correlated with the overall, current trajectory of Sheeb. But what's interesting is this function here, right? This original function of Sheeb, where it really had to find its structuring at the lower levels. I mean, because it's been a long time at that lower trajectory after the $1.5 billion was sent from Bilatik to India for the COVID. So yeah, it's got that on its rap sheet. Sheeb does, and I just love that aspect. 132 days sideways, right? 135 days, right? That's quite a while. Yet it's not that long. It's just not in the big context. It's just not that long of a time period. It's just not. So as we would look at the pickup from ground zero, it just almost squarely just shot into the 786. Okay, that 786 was a key feature in terms of acquisition on Sheeb. So very nice to see that. Since the 786, just to really squarely focus it there, you got 23%, 22%. That's a nice pickup. I'd like to know who hit that. I know Angel has acquired some at lower levels, and I did tell him. I think yesterday I mentioned that. From lower levels. I want to see you acquire from lower levels. That's just I get excited about that. Not that I want to see you do. No, it's just like I really like 2022. I want to see that. Like that's exciting for me. I just want to see that. So I don't mean it like I want to see this. I want to see it. No, I just like man. I want to see you like get into it at the lower levels. I want you to slam into it. You want a trillion Sheeb. I want you to get it, man. I want you to get it here. I want to see that. Right? Yes, that's what I want to see. Right? That's just excitement as I see you guys trade, and I know the profits that can be had when you acquire at lower levels. That's just what I want to see for all of you guys. So yeah, that's just me getting excited about profit. It's like that's what I want to see. Nothing wrong with that. So as we would look at Sheeb, is Sheeb going to recover a little bit of this primary channel work here? It would be nice if it can regain the structuring here. Still part of a downtrend, and there's a bit of a cross channel to the upside here that we can get into with this larger pour down. Kind of a function in here would be nice to see it. There are some other coins that are right now working on recovering up and above, and it's kind of pushing this level as we look at incorporate that December 3rd pour down and kind of lift this level of prior support. We want these coins, and it's not the only one right now that's trying to get back up into an overall I'd say a quasi wedge on some of them, descending triangle on the other coins. Okay, so it's just the flatter you become on the line of support, the more it's going to be viewed as a descending triangle. So we have an idealized framework and angle that we want a falling wedge to fall into. Okay, and the more flat that we get into that expression of the support, the more consistently it's going to be viewed as a descending triangle, bearish function. They can operate as reversals, but it's less common. It's less frequent. So we would like Sheeb to get back up into this zone, into this area. And that would just be ideal to see that degree of a hit from that 786. Just really nice. And that's just from ground zero. You guys can do that in 2 seconds. Literally 2 seconds, you can draw your fib from ground zero to all-time high. Like a 30 to 35% hit from that level would be beautiful, particularly as you're looking at scheduling in at compound rates, right? Compound, amounts. I get excited when I see stuff like that. That's like, yeah, I like you guys hitting your targets at lower levels. I like you getting into just some big heavy acquisitions at lower levels with this kind of a pricing dynamic. So we'll focus on just SHIB because that's what I like to see, huh? Up 13.79% for people who are waiting with orders. And you could play that with a 5L or a 3L. You could just hit that, man. That's a beautiful spot trade right there. Yeah, you have to agree that's okay. You're up 14.67%, and certainly they become a little bit sticky to handle sometimes. The 3L, 5L, 3S, 5Ls, they have their own they have the quirks, don't they? They certainly do. So yeah, that's a real clean, easy spot trade. Nice liquidity, boom, boom. That's on some heavy cash, bam. I love that. I love seeing that. Congratulations to anybody, and congratulations to Angel, because I did confirm with him. He had orders at lower levels, and I got confirmation executed. Boom. So way to go, Angel. Nice to see that. I had to make sure. We were talking about DOT. We were talking about everything else in the world. And I was like, you got to tell me. Like, I was waiting for you to get lower price SHIB. Did you compound into it? He says, yes, orders were executed, targeted and executed. So congratulations. That's at the top of the list today on my list in terms of the watch list. 14.72% in the house. What's up? So I had to check on that. Before really we were moving up like that. That's nice. It's just I had to check. Right? I was like, you got to tell me you got more SHIB. Like, it's just crucial. So look at Luna. Let's just check out Luna. Hello, beautiful move to the upside. Very nicely done. Yeah. Now you had to play aggressive at this 50% retracement. You just had to. Now, not much, but you had to set in. I just say, what's the fix? Well, London, it didn't pick me up at the Fibonacci. Okay, what's the fix? It went. I said about 2 or 3% earlier on. About 2.5%. You had to play aggressive. Yeah. Well, that's the deal. Is well, the market maker didn't pick me up. What's the solution? Well, I got in anyway. Beautiful move. If you got in on Luna anyway, let's just talk about the pickup. Nice move to the upside. Again, spot trade. Did you hit in? Did you hit the button? Angel was just adamant about that last night. You got to hit the button. No fear zone. No fear. It was beautiful. It was a great way to inspire the market, etc. Up a max at 30%. Sure, you could go 3L, 5L on that, but that's a beautiful spot trade. It really is. 30% is a beautiful spot trade maxed right now on Luna. So looking at these, we're getting some nice indications in terms of what you guys may have picked up. We have covered Luna a lot. We've covered SHIB is always SHIB is SHIB. That's just not going to change. That was our first 2X as a group. A lot of people, and I was talking earlier tonight. It's like it was really nice because a lot of people had never made money in the market. Believe it or not, they just hadn't made money in the market. And they said, London, look, I have so much money in my account. It's like, yeah, you just hit a 2X. They're like, that's so nice. And, it is nice. It's not easy to be chopped up by the market. It's just not. And those opportunities come rarely. They do come. They come maybe once every 2 months, once every 3 months, and you get impatient. You want to trade this one. It's starting to move, and you got to buy high on that one, and then on this one. And it's difficult because a lot of times you'll want that max exposure in your account. Not everyone plays by the rules. They want to double or triple down. Although they need to. That's the key to the game, and those are the guys that I see where it's working out well. They have that excess cash for the lower levels to really compound in and cover those upside entries. It's just crucial, guys. You can push those limitations a little bit. You can. It's life, right? It is life. You can push those limitations a bit. It's just it becomes a little bit more stressful, right? Just got to be cool hand Luke with it. Just don't overexpose yourself. As we look towards this flat line of support established here, looks like essentially we're trying to come into contact with formulation of some sort of a descending triangle, flat line of support, a descending line of resistance here on Luna. And I would say that's just extraordinarily bearish, except for the fact that we had one here as well. Not trying to accommodate what I want to occur with Luna with the technicals, merely expressing what it has done in the preceding level. All the caveats, all the norms will be stated always that typically a descending triangle is bearish. The magnitude of this one is, is different than the preceding level. But as we would go into the next, this next form and function here, that we have essentially another level of a descending triangle. So it is beaten after beaten after beaten anything you've thrown at Luna. If it can get back over its all-time high of $103, we are going to be, if and when it does, we are going to be super excited here at the Kingdom, here at Bitcoin Spike. Very, very impressive in terms of that, and congrats to Angel on that. So glad we collabed on that. Let's look at Rose. Where's Rose at? Rose in its potential for a pickup. No way, huh? Potential for another pickup here. Let's check that out, because that would be a huge move for Rose to pick up at that level of support. Absolutely. That level of support is just hugely indicated. Can it pick on up and produce back to? Now, this is an instance where if you're going to call out a return to function, an estimate function in terms of what's indicated potentially, the channel formation is going to be the best number one place to do that. If you're going to give out a return estimate on a coin or a trade, what is your anticipated return or trade on this? If you find a nice channel like this, that's when it would be kind of a standard of the industry. Okay, based upon what I've seen, just my opinion, that's fine. But just standard of the industry, in my opinion, would be, in terms of traders, I would imagine and expect them on a channel trade like this, along the line of support, to tell you the percentage gain from the support to the resistance, about 100% move overall. That is a context where it would be very much expected to see a measured expectation return to with an exact price figure, right? When we're dealing with different cyclicals, like what Fibonacci level where we pick up on, i.e. on we could look at some different coins, but this is the number one, in addition to like a bull flag or a pattern that's going to play specifically, but you want to try and always qualify. I'm going to say this: always qualify your return objectives or your target objectives to the upside. Qualify them with a pattern, qualify them within the context of whether that be like a channel formation or a bull flag or a pennant or some sort of a rational technical approach, please. Okay, not just, well, price target's going to be $1.50. Well, okay. Make it match up with your technicals. Give yourself a reasonably anticipated. And what this will do for you, it will make you measure. A lot of people say, London, I don't know when to sell. Measure out. Look at your targets. People who ask me that question or who aren't getting out, they're not using their technicals as much as they need to. They're not measuring within the context of either a channel formation, okay, or a bull flag, bull pennant, even ascending triangle, right? Okay, even to an extent a descending falling wedge. Okay, so use those technicals. They will assist you, okay, in terms of that. You'll be a step ahead of the market. I promise, because I rarely see the technicals used in that regard. Let me see if we have any kind of a technical expression in terms of the pickup level here. I'm not going to say that we do or that we don't, but it is possible that we're trying to maintain conformance with this specified line on Luna. Okay, that would be beautiful. That would just be amazing. That's from kind of their ground. Let's see, around the 550. They're about the $6, $5.50 to $6 up through this midline function here, about at that level. Could push a bit more, but that would be a really, really impressive line to see Luna go ahead and recapture. The upside target of this is going to be a little interesting in terms of that formation here. We would want to see it push up beyond this indicated channel here. I will say that Luna has continued to out-impress, particularly along this coin burn, boom, boom, just best coin burn I have seen in the market. Maybe you've seen a better one. I have not. That's not hype. That's just the truth. That's the best reaction on price I've seen on any coin burn in the market. I hear about them all the time. I don't see them do that. That was an amazing reaction. After that retrace, that was a move to the upside of 100%. That was a 2x amidst a run like this. Just phenomenal price action. Let's take a look at Sandbox just to get a little bit of a reframed work here. Now, sand was one that we were off on yesterday, just trying to find and hunt and choose and this and that. Where's it picking up? It was past the 65th percentile on the macro. So yes, we can now conform the technicals to it and say, well, where did it find? Where did it hit? What was where was the real target? I say, the best that you would have on these may just be a preceding level here. But I'll just tell you, it's like it just made some of these are there's something in terms of the competitive nature of some of these coins right now. Maybe it's not that they don't want you to pick them up, but it's almost like we're being reverted to a preceding pickup style. I just tell you, this would be a pickup style that we used earlier in the year in 2021. It would be a part of a complete set of, and listen to this please, it would be a part of a complete set of price targets that I would deliver to anybody. Okay, the elimination of the prior channel right here, I would deliver these targets to anybody who asks for a real complete set of targets. It's just not the first and foremost on the page right now. I'm a ground zero to all-time high. If we get into all of the levels, then yes, I'm going to start dealing with, and you guys know my charts, but I don't want to miss the targets, and I don't mind accumulating more at lower levels. So in terms of hitting, and this does go for, by the way, this goes for DOT, this goes for Luna, etc. Okay, and just to get further into the discussion, I think sand is a good one to have it on. But in terms of this, when my charts start to look like this, and all the VIP are like, yep, now we know, right? I would eliminate the prior channel. That is numero uno, right? That's the old, that's our old tried and tested approach, right? Then I would go ground zero. And I want you to see how this chart starts looking though. And people don't want charts like this all the time. They just don't. Then I would hit like in here. Okay, I have a little bit of a differentiation here. I might go with that. I might, and you guys know how closely aligned we would get. Depends on how kind of what the price action is doing at the time. Then I would also have in this top level, and we'll go ahead and just mark these. But this is how the chart starts to look. And as we'd like, how would you pick pick up all the levels, or how could you miss all those levels? Well, this is where we get to multiple, and it's not none of them are wrong, right? And it's just you can't say it's the right approach, the wrong approach. It's almost selective in terms of pick a what's behind door number one? Well, we're going to have three options. It's not going to be that big of a surprise. 3 to 4 options on the 3 to the 4, right? We could say GAN. We could say elimination of prior channel. We could say to ground zero. And you guys understand what these all are. That's the GAN box, the normalized figures, right? The 33%, the 50%. But this is what we start to look like. And that's okay. As you start to look at, and we'll review this real quickly, but this is what a real comprehensive price target chart would look like. And you guys know this. Eliminate the prior channel. You guys know that to the left. Bam. Or eliminate the prior channel. Start your Fibonacci at that level. Okay. Then we have the 2 ground zero. We would measure from 0 all the way to the all-time high. Bam. Fibonacci there. Always include your 86. Okay. Then we have the other one that we would have is in a zone like this. We would have break out of the preceding level. Now, the breakout of the preceding pattern, the breakout of the preceding pattern is not significantly different than elimination of the prior channel, right? This prior channel framework, it's not really, in essence, in core function, technically, it's not that different. You guys, I hope you agree with that. We're establishing from the initiation of the trend. Okay, it's the same concept. We would say from, let's say, the break here, we would be operating at a higher function here. We would have more targets. It would be more aggressive if we decided on sand to break here, initiate pricing targets up to the high. So yeah, we would do this up here. That's more aggressive. It would give us more pricing targets up in this area, so that we could trade more aggressively in this area. So the fact that we would back that off down once we were at a mid-level function, etc., down to elimination of the prior channel, it's essentially the same concept. I think you guys can see that. It's just we're in the. I mean, it's the same. It's the application. It's the same concept. It really is. So we have that. We have the ground zero measurement, and we have GAN box. So 1, 2, or 3. So you're gonna wind up with multiple targets. You are going to wind up with multiple targets. It's not going to be easy. And even at that, you're going to run into situations where you're still off. We're still off, and that's not what you guys want. I know you want to be right on. So in terms of that, let's see here. Yeah, you're just going to, even with this, with the elimination of the prior channel, etc. Elimination prior channel right on here. Let me make sure I get that just perfect. And we would do it, actually, I would do this on the lines. Let's do this. Boom, boom. On the line. I would go, see, this is just where we get, but you guys know I'll do this on the line to the prior channel. This is the style. And, okay, on the line prior channel, we're going to get right here. That's about as close as you could get. And you guys, you'll review that, is to the line, right? On the line prior channel. Yeah, this is our strategy to capture the best we can on pricing targets at all times. We wind up with charts that look like this. If you look back and really frame yourself around our Matic targets, yeah, our Matic targets still literally are pinpoint, like laser target accuracy today. Like, I looked back at some of the price action a few weeks ago, I'm like, dang, it's still perfectly on our targets. And people get bored with them up front, and then I don't need to use that. And then they'll look back and like, man, we're way out here. Man, we're way out here, and look, bam, 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 and we'll just hit something, and it'll be on one of the three. It won't seem like much, and it'll seem like we have too many levels until you start to operate exactly in one of those levels. So I encourage you all, and it is on the lines. We always do it on the line. Glad that we recalled that, but that's you can check that with the Matic targets that you have. Just work with your targets. Don't worry about having too many targets. When you're in the zone and you're picking up your target, it won't seem like you have too many. It's the difference between even the targets here. Let's just measure the difference here. The difference between these targets, that one's 9.74%. That's a pretty big drop, right? The next one down is 14.7%. The next one, as you start to look at these, it's like there's quite a bit of room here. It would take a 14.58% drop to get to that one. As we look at this one here, it would take, it's got to drop 30% to get to that one. So this is still, although it starts to look like this, there's still a lot of room in between these targets, right? So don't worry about, necessarily having too many targets. I just encourage you guys as that, because I know you're doing, I got confirmation that Angel executed targets on sheep. Just don't worry about having too many targets. I know you never do, but it's they last. The good thing is if you do them right, they do last. Let me have a sip of coffee. Oh man, that's good coffee. It's really nice. So just some targets that are in play on sand. Catching essentially the 786 after the elimination of the prior channel, that would be the best approach here. So, and in line with that, I just encourage you guys, because as you look at your pricing targets, if we do the standardized function here, let's just do from about ground zero up to the top, just overall macro retracements, just to the line, just to prove a point right now. We talk about the 23.6% retracement, the 38.2, the 50, then the 61.8. What is the measurement between the 38.2 and the 50%? Okay, the measurement is going to be right at about that 18%, right? 18 to 20%. 20% difference between the 38.2 and the 50, right? What is the measured loss between the 65th percentile and the 78.6? Well, it's not that much. It's just the difference. It's just the difference between the 65th and the 78.6. It's not that much, right? Well, the loss here is 40%. 40% required to get all the way down there. You're going to want to have targets most of the time. Between a 40% drop, it's rare the day you see just, the coin it went down to 40% and bam, hit into it. Okay, we brought up a few in the back tonight. Brought up one particularly, FXS looks like it just nose dived down into it. That's rare. And at times you'll get the work over the period of days. It'll get down from the 50 down to, let's say, a golden pocket area on the line. That's a nice structure there below, up to the top. We push that golden pocket. Finding this, again, probably the best on the line to the 786 elimination of prior channel. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 in terms of your Fibonacci's. I would say that. If you want to make it just, the one thing I don't want to do is accommodate the price function afterwards and choose one of 3 just to accommodate everyone in the VIP and say, well, that's the appropriate one now. And you sit there and be like, well, there's probably 3 or 4 or 5 that are there. What do we got? Hey, Angel in the house. What is up, Angel? He has shown up. What's up? Nice to see you. We're just talking about pricing targets. Just talking about the essential nature of, and what I don't want to do is pull the wool over anyone's eyes and have you sit there and be like, well, London's going to do this again. I'm not going to find something that accommodates this specific chart and then another one that accommodates a different specific chart and not talk about all three variables. You know, three variable approaches that are required to use on your pricing targets, because then the next one, you'll get into it, the next one, you'll do it and you'll say it didn't work. I want you to know about all three approaches, at least three approaches on pricing targets that can come into effect, so that if you have too many targets, great, perfect. But I'm not going to sit here ever and accommodate a pricing target and say, well, I want my charts to look perfect. It's on a stream. No, 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 no. Right? I like a macro approach, you know, in terms of one would be to the all-time high. And I will say, to the extent that our technicals are variant, right, and we have variant technicals, that can be difficult these days. We have a few charts that are indicating, and this gets a little interesting, right? A few charts are indicating different all-time highs. And Angel, I got to shout out now that you're here. I am so excited that you picked up SHIB. What's up, SHIB? Army in the house, huh? I have to say, it's just so awesome. And I know we were talking about DOT and some other ones, but I was just really excited about SHIB. I wanted to, and I'm not sure if I said it on the stream or elsewhere, but I was like, I want to see you pick up, and whoever it was I was talking to you and whoever else I just want to see you pick up more SHIB at lower levels. That's a lower level, and that's beautiful conformance with the technicals. As we're looking for, like, some of these are playing chop shop with us. Well, it's like Luna, it's like you got to use three. Now with Matic, you know, we did the price targets on Matic. I used all three different approaches. Those targets are still valid now. And I'm not, you know, to the extent to which, well, the market has adapted to those targets or otherwise, it takes the full toolbox to get out and crank into it. It does. It's not. It's just you can't always be exclusive. Well, I want this approach to work, and yeah, you can. I guess you could be patient with it. You could and say, well, when this approach works, it'll work, and when it doesn't work, you know, you can have your own preference and style. That's a good way to look at it too. If you choose to only use one of the three, then hey, that's a good approach too. Just be patient. And if it missed your target, no problem. The solution is, I'll say this, like to VIP I've dealt with in the past, or just traders in the past, if the market surprised you, join the club. That's part of the market, guys. And if it didn't pick up your order, what's the solution? Well, I got in anyway. The best thing I can hear from anybody is, well, you're on the market, you're watching it, because that's the thing too. We have pricing targets. We're watching the thing bleed. We're watching it turn smoking red, right? We're there. It's like you can hit the button, like your target is right in front of you or right in your hand. You can slam into that trillion SHIB in the house. Trillion SHIB. 2 trillion SHIB. I like 2 trillion SHIB. We're going to go through this. I want to see what would a trillion SHIB be? 1. That's going to be 1,000. That's going to be 1,000,000. That's going to be 1,000,000,000. And that's going to be 1,000,000,000,000. Is that a trillion SHIB? I think it is. I want to know. 1 trillion SHIB, $20 million. 1 trillion SHIB is going to be $20 million. I'm up to thinking I'd like 2 trillion SHIB in the house. 2 trillion SHIB would be what? With 1,000 would be about $40 million right now. Okay, but I'd want that compounded into at lower levels. But I would like to see. I'd like to see, and the lower levels, you talk about that, etc. You know, it turned into a big heavy player coin. It just did. It's one of my favorites. It just always will be, because it was like our first 2x here. It was exciting. No one else knew about it. So, yeah. When we discuss, I tell Angel throughout the day, I'm like, and she was number one. For a while here. We were streaming, and I was really excited that I confirmed with you that yes, and because we were talking about DOT and the other important ecosystem coins, and we believe in the infrastructure and all these different things, Angel and I were, and I after the full round of us going through the different, cogitating of the principled, effectuance of the cryptological, essence of, I'm like, I wrote him back, and I'm like, By the way, I didn't ask you all day, but I hope you, gosh help us, I hope you bought more SHIB at lower levels. And he's like, targeted, executed, delivered. So bam, he did it. I was just, because we get all fancy, we get into the technologies and all these different things, we forget that the mass approach, people, the populace, millions of users, millions of people interested in the coin, that's what makes that pushes the coin. And SHIB just has that. They're really developing into a really cool ecosystem. And how cool after a little meme coin just popped up. You have to think about that. It's pretty cool to watch that happen. It's interesting. And you can get that on the utility side. Well, such and such does so many thousands or millions of transactions, either a minute or a second or 10 seconds, whatever it may be, that utility function. But it's on the volume side of things that it's able to construct value. So SHIB is developing into that, and we look forward to. I'm just excited, Angel, that this has just turned into a killer trade. Now this is what I love. Also, I have to say I love SHIB technicals. You guys know that. I mean, you got to give it up a little bit for SHIB. Everybody just has to appreciate that, and I have to because we've hit 2 solid bull pennants on it. Bam! The first one I still have saved in the back for the VIP in the community tab. The very first 140%. Boom to the upside. And I scoped it out and I said delivery in excess of 100%, right? So this one, boom, huge, beautiful technical conformance. Like it's literally it's on my radar. I love good technicals, and when we pull up 50 different price targets throughout the entirety of the scope from the all-time high to the low, it's like with Matic. Matic is not an easy one to just handle. It's not an easy one to say, well, just give me 2 pricing targets. It's Matic. All right, Matic will go down 70% and pull up orders from who knows where, right? Luna will flip people around. Dot is another one that grinds and pushes against and tries to get some of these coins they're trying to get you to let go half the time. They just are, or you have to play aggressive. It's just not easy. I'm going to say easy to trade. I don't want to say easy to trade, but it's not very technically compliant. Like SHIB, boom, 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 boom. Beautiful technical conformance. And what do we have at the top? Descending triangle or wedge formation. Now, with that, it was nice because on both of these, we were able to identify the top line pattern. We were. So it gave us a beautiful, beautiful, like incredibly well constructed bullish formation to the top. Once we reached a real bearish pattern, it's been consistent 2 times. After going on bull run 2 times, it's been consistent with, well, guys, we have a bearish pattern, and no one wants to hear it except the guys who are really into it. They know I hate to say it, right? And you can tell when I hate to say it. But guys, it's a bearish pattern. We still want this thing to go, right? You know that. You know me. But 2 times it's given its bearish indication at the top. Just descending triangle. So it's been very technically compliant. It's just been beautiful to trade. It's been nice. It's nice to have movers like this in the market. We want SHIB to move again this year. And I want you guys to own it from lower levels when it does. I just do. Lower levels than these? I don't know. We talked right now about this move from the 786, and look at the compliance here. Look at this. From the all-time high to ground zero. That's just turned into our preferable way to treat price action. Boom, right on the 786. That's nice. A little bit of give here. People seeking a bargain, they got picked up. Yeah. So as we would look at this, just from the 786, we'll just talk about it, 19, 20, up to 25%, about 24, 25%. That's a nice spot trade. Like you're low in the hunt in the game on the 786, you may have gone heavy. I'm excited if you guys went heavy at all on SHIB. Angel, I know that you likely did. Congratulations. Big pickup. Way to go. Nice trade. Boom. Awesome, huh? That's what's up. So, yeah, SHIB's one of my favorite coins. I just have to say that. And people rag on me. They just did. You know they did. May 9th, 2021, because I'm the former presidential advisor. I'm also a former, hedge fund, everything else, non-SEC, and financial analyst. It's like, SHIB. Yeah, Matic, SHIB, Bitcoin, Dogecoin. It's like, yeah, SHIB. And Dogecoin's gone in the gutter for a minute. Hey, it's okay. I think they lost Elon, CEO. Bad move. Bad move of the year. They pick it up, Elon. Come on, man. Do something interesting. But SHIB, I had this here, and everybody's like, well, Sheeb. It was good for 2 weeks. I'm like, it's Sheeb. I'm like, you don't get it. It's Sheeb. So I've caught in flag. That's on my profile, right? So it just is. But that's part of crypto that we like. It's a new dynamic. It is something that I honestly have to say too. When these regulators want to look at it and say, "Well, we have to tell you this is a security. This is a security that you're involved in." I'm like, man, it's Sheeb. It's Sheeb. It's And when Amazon starts to look at it, and Amazon wants to accept it, it's like, oh, they're going to accept a security? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Is that how that works? They're going to accept a security. Don't think so. Excited to see how that develops. Very exciting on this trade overall. If you did pick up the all-time low here and you had really good hands, and you might have, or you wanted a bargain, and the market pushes like that. 37% up to like a 40% potential trade. So between 20 and 40%, boom. Love it. Nice spot trade. Great on leverage. Nice spot trade. Just nice spot trade. Just nice to see that trade. I like it. Luna pushed around. And you guys, Luna just isn't nice. Luna doesn't have to be nice. It just is Luna, right? As we look at the Luna pickup, you had to play aggressive. 3% aggressive on ground zero to all-time high. Okay, about 3% aggressively. Playing about 2 to 3% above your target. You'd be up 30% right now. That's a nice spot trade. That's nice. Maybe, you see the market, like you talk about your targets. Oh, we had 18 different targets, London. We couldn't hit any of them. Well, you can hit all of them. That's the one thing, too, when you start seeing, from the breakout of the previous channel or the breakout of the previous pattern or to the lines to the wicks, if you want to catch all your specific targets, you'll do them. You can create the chart that looks like this. You know that. You can. And when you do it, you still might miss one. You still might miss a target. You just might. It's just the market. The market may do that to you. If it does it to you all the time, let's talk. Because we can spend enough time on a chart to where, like Matic, like our targets on Matic, they're still valid. Okay? Iron holds all the way up to 86. Are you talking about 2 weeks is all the time it takes? Sometimes. What's up? Steve is in the house too. What's up, Steve? Nice. Nice to see that. Iron holds all the way up to 86. What do you mean? 86 on what? 86 on 86 on what? Tell me on that's Angel Shot now. On where are we at now? I want to know if that's one of your targets. Let me know if that's one of your targets on maybe on Sheeb. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, all-time high was quad ot 8862 thereabout. Let me know what that's on. And we had some fun earlier tonight. Angel, maybe you weren't around, but I appreciate you tuning in. It makes a big difference. You're kind of our I don't know. Everybody looks up to you here. Literally too, because you're on the top of the screen. So as we look at this, but I talked about we discussed earlier on just when we'll go out and find technicals somewhere else, and sometimes they'll accommodate what we want to occur in the market. And I had a big talk session. You can listen to it earlier. I'll repeat a little bit of it. And I said, I want you guys to be able to formulate always your own technical opinions. Always. And why is that? Because you guys are on the map with this. Where Wall Street goes to school. Where Wall Street goes to school. Not that you're going to school, but these guys, where Wall Street goes to school, you shouldn't find even one of them in a brokerage or banking house that is trading against you that you can't run with, and with some grit and determination that you can't beat. And it's not the next opinion that we can go find on Google or this and that. It just never is. It's always that you guys can do it, and that I value your opinion more than I value it. And I don't care if it's an upper crust, a sophisticated channel, or anything else. I always value your opinion more than what I value anybody else's opinion that you could ever bring me. And I want you guys to know that. If you have technically found it, your end Angel shouting out, bam, super chat. Super Chat King in the house. Killing it. Angel's the energy around here. We are a good combo. We are a good combo somehow. But when I talk about Angel, because he did it for a reason. I'll just tell you, I know he did it for a reason because, you know, he wants to know what I know of the situation in terms of bringing me an idea, a point and figure, or something else. But, like, when we get into expressing technicals that you could be critical of, if someone brought it to you and just said, look, now how would you be critical of this? Your opinion to me is 10 times more important than anybody else's opinion that I could have. VIP, baby, VIP in the house. Hey, you sold a few bags. Hey, Angel booking some trades, freeing up some liquidity. What's up? What's up? Nice. Nice. Interesting. It's not always what you want to, how much you want to sell. It's how much you want to buy. You don't have that issue, that problem. But nice. Angel trading. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. It gets me excited, brother. You have to know that gets me excited. Big time. As we would repositioning, refocusing, huh? As you would look at the market, though, and because, you know, we can talk about, you know, this is real important, and SHIB is a perfect one to talk about right now. I talked about how mainstream is the componentry of what you're looking at technically. When something's presented to you, because we fly off the wall sometimes, we get into, and we get very technical. I try and limit it with moving averages, patterns, Fibonacci's, extensions, and some core. Boom, boom, boom. Not so much Bollinger Band, mean average convergence, what would we say? Let me get into this. The mean, like, you know, there's some technicals that I like that we don't get into. The mean reversion channel. You guys want to see a mean reversion channel? MRC, mean reversion channel. Right? These are useful. We'll loop this with a Homuchi cloud. We'll throw into it a Bollinger Band, and we'll get into a bear, and this is where you get to a black belt, point and figure, bear black, you know, a bear bull trap reversal. And it's like, whoa, man. Whoa, hold on. Hold on. Why? Because there are some issues that become more sophisticated and more valuable. Some issues do, okay? Some could. But what I like to see is what the market likes to see, which is, bam, a nice move to the upside, a nice consolidation, and then bam, up and out of a bull pennant on SHIB. A widely understood, accepted, and appreciated. The whole market is going to look at this. You want to talk about the number of SHIB holders? The whole market saw this thing. Massive, massive attention on that well-constructed of a pattern. SHIB has done that like twice that beautifully. Bam, 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 bam. We have the other one in the back of the community tab. You guys go look at that for 140%, whatever it was. And that is what drives the market. Now, pickups from here to there, right? The pickup at the, well, it's at the 78.6. Well, it's at the 86. We get excited about value all the time. This is something that the whole market just can't help to get involved in. It's not a Homuchi, inverted mean reverse, standard deviated mean reversion channel, Bollinger Band, crossover bear trap, whatever it would, like, you know, some of these, and not to say that there's an invalid level of any invalid level of just complication per se is invalid. We're not going to say, we wouldn't say that. We just wouldn't say that. What we would say is, and I will do this. What we can say is that the simplicity that comes along with moves like this speak every language. Okay? No matter what, it cuts across all of the complication. It gets through the guys who look at the Homuchi cloud, the guys with the Bollinger Band, the guy with the mean reversion channel, the guy with the, you get it, guys, the guy with the RSI, MACD, and CCI, whatever it is in the market, all of the issues that are crossing you sideways, that are pointing this direction and that direction, that we have to talk about this, is a bear trap, bull trap, whatever it may be, right? This cuts through and talks to every single language. It speaks every language that everybody who trades, 99% of anyone who speaks technical trading language looks at this and doesn't care about anything else. I mean, it speaks every language. You guys get that. There is so much value in a coin that will do this. It's just, you are baseline, formalized, put on notice, and the entirety of the market, I'm talking about like the million plus people, etc., are ready to target this sucker. Bam. Scope in, target, ready to deploy cash. Boom. And that's what I want you to focus on. When you look at, well, there's an outside opinion, I'm going to look for a different source. We're looking for this year, 2022. I tell Angel, and when I tell you guys what I'm telling him, it's because we've discussed it. So I want to attribute it. Understand? It's not that I want to always tell you, well, he's always just saying Angel. No, I'm just attributing it properly, and I don't want to include anything that I say with him to. I don't want to have any comments that I would to discuss with any one of you out of context and not just kind of labeled, just kind of like, that out of respect. And I say that with different people, but I talk with Angel a lot. So we're always chatting. We're in communique, right? So I just do that. If I'm talking with Freddie, I'll say Freddie. If I'm talking with Vlad, I say Vlad. If I'm talking with AJ, or Josh, or whomever it may be, or Luke, or whatever it is. And so it just is. And I want to cover that component of it as well. So that's the important thing. And yes, we can shop. You can shop technicals if you want to. What disappoints me about it is that you guys are better than anybody else out there. I just know that for a fact. You may not believe it. You may think you still need to go find an answer that you need, that is what you want to hear, right? Or that explains it to you the right way. No, guys, your technicals are better coming from this shop here. Your technicals that you have are better where Wall Street goes to school, right? We take the market to school. We ain't worried about going to school. That's not the point. But your technicals are better than anybody else, and that's why I kind of have that rule. Okay, let me see this. Yeah, your technicals are going to be better than anybody else you can show me. Okay, and I need you guys to appreciate that and understand that and lock in with that, and just don't ever doubt that. Okay, just don't ever doubt that, please. So one of the reasons because I'm like that with, London just gets upset when you bring him other people's technicals. Whatever, man. I'm not going to be threatened by anybody's other technicals or otherwise. I got some plays, some trades, some markets, and some stories. People know who I am. I'm not worried about it, right? I'm not worried about technicals. I want you to esteem yourselves as better than anything you can go out there on the internet or Twitter or wherever and find. You are better than those guys, okay? You just are. And part of that, I want you, when things start getting complicated and we need to go down this road, I need to further explore this, all the details. Explore this. Boom. Explore that, all right? That's what we're looking for. Those make money. They communicate to everybody. They're very simple. Bullpenning. That's what we're after. That's what the whole market is geared towards finding. So 2022, we're going to find some of these, and they're going to print cash, okay? They're going to print cash. Guarantee you. We're going to look at what kind of cash they can print. Let's check it out. Let's see what we got here, Angel. Now, what kind of cash can they print? Let's see here. $1.269 million. That'll work, Angel. Very, very nice. Beautifully well done. SHIB profits. Nicely done. Huh? It's time for the rocket. It is time for the rocket. Here we go. I got to throw up the rocket. Let's see if I can make this happen here. I don't know if I can. We got a rocket. This is Angel's Rocket here on the channel. $1.269 million. That's just on part of SHIB. And another part of SHIB, $775,000. That's just another part of SHIB. So, yeah, the rocket belongs to Angel. If it's too loud, I'm sorry. Just cover your ears or something. If I can do it again, even if it plays, I don't know. I got like 10 short circuits in my the columns of zeros, and the $1 million have short-circuited the computer. Let's just see here. One more time. Bam. All right, let's see what we got. Had to drink some coffee too. That's so good. Man, good coffee. And good returns. Profit. Dinero in a pocket. Cash money. Baby, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? That's VIP. That's in the house. And that was that. Yeah, that was this. It wasn't a fourth degree black belt point and chart bear trap reversal from a Hamachi cloud. It can be. It can be, maybe. Okay? But we get there with patterns. We get there with deep core acquisitions. We get there with our Fibonacci's. And sometimes the fibs don't want to work for us. I mean, hey, it's the market, right? It's, imagine that Luna want to trick you a little bit. Oh, really? Oh, imagine that Dot want to trick you a little bit. Really? It's like, you kind of know the usual suspects, huh? Mm-hmm. It's like, does Doge ever want to complete a real good pattern? Not really. Not really. But as we look at it, check this out. As we say that, go to the daily on Doge. What was the common feature here? Now, Doge not as nicely as SHIB. And I just want to talk about this. Still there. Still there, but that long consolidation, that 2-month consolidation that we had. Yeah. You see that? Now, a little bit different than SHIB. SHIB had all that it could give us in terms of that bull pennant. This was a little bit non-technical. Not perfectly technical. It's just not. Now, on the line chart, it gets better. We're still kind of making an exception here, an exception there, a little bit underfilled at this portion. Just not as nicely done as SHIB. So when I look at SHIB, SHIB's got the technicals rocking. And as we look at 2022, you just need to know. You got to know, for somebody that loves technicals. Yeah, we respect good technicals. But Doge gave us a flash as well. These are patterns the whole market understands. You don't have to get complicated. We don't have to get into the third degree Hamachi cloud black belt. Now, if Vlad knows Hamachi cloud, it's a specialty. It really is. But we talk about that with a competent, competent point and figure chart, baseline function. We can get into some stuff that very few people understand. And everyone understands this kind of a move. This is a good thing. And you guys know, too, from Vlad to Freddie to everybody, definitely Angel, we understand. These print cash. I mean, they literally print cash. They're intended to. This is the signal to the whole market. Get ready. Right, get ready to print some cash. So as we look at 2022 and those tigers that are out there, those hot new investments that we're going to be looking at, the hot new trades, we're going to find some tigers like that. We just are. That's what we're going to be focused on. What's up? Floke. I loved it because it's so low. Just, can it get lower? Good. I don't care if it goes to close to zero. That's fine. I believe it will cycle again. Get down. Like, literally, go down there. Get down there. I like low prices. It's up almost 20% today. So, yes, the trading has been fantastic on it. If you've hit your targets, I'm still in mode with Floke. Get down. Because the further it goes down, if it wants to repeat its all-time high, beautiful. I mean, you're looking at like another 10x. Like, and it sounds like, well, he just wants Floki to go down. No. How about that? How about if you could get down far enough and you could get a 55x on it? Right? How about if you could really slam it into, and let's see, that may be actually a little bit too much. Let me see here, just on the other cusp of the 0. 2 seconds. One second. Excuse me, I had a sneeze attack. That hadn't happened. I think it's happened one other time on the station. Bless you. Bless me. Sorry about that. That was funny. I was like, excuse me. Just had to absolutely launch into a sneeze. I may be allergic to a Floki. It's possible, huh? I may be allergic to Floki. Noted for the record. But if Floki can go down as close to 0 as possible, just understand the value, the return value here. If you could get a, and it would be, close to that 0. It could be up to like a 50x, getting back to the all-time high. I think I'm allergic to Floki. Excuse me just one second. Pardon me. I had a sneeze attack. I might be allergic to Floki. Noted for the record. Noted. You learn something new about these dogs every day. I might be allergic to it. All right, so it's turning into a decent day today. You got Floke up 19, FTM, Phantom kicking back strong. Nice to see it. You got good price action. Look at Phantom. Is that on all-time high? Yeah, it's ground zero to all-time high. I'd like to see that. This is kind of the simplicity, just the ground zero to all-time high on Phantom. Hit up into is 50% retracement. Nice hit for any of the VIP that slammed into it. Freddie comes to mind. He likes to trade that. Even on spot, that's a nice pickup. 24%. Boom. Nice trade. Nice trade. Right? Let me scroll on back to the comments and see what we got going on. Angel in the house with a $500 super chat. Yo, get low, get low, get low. Nothing wrong with that. There we go. Absolutely. So, we like the technicals. Again, some of these coins are going to be challenging. Don't ever take something that didn't work out for you. And it's a good example as we talk about, like, sometimes you have to use 3 or 4 different levels of the Fibonacci. Some coins are going to do that to you. Matic did that to us. After what? It trapped us into being in love with Matic just in terms of the price action. It went down 80%, up to 150%. It went down 70%, went up 150%. Whatever it did in like a week, we're like, we got to figure out a few different pricing targets on this thing. So sometimes the best energy that you get out of something in terms of the price action, it can kind of turn into a little bit of a foe, a complicating factor, because, well, now we got like 3 big impulse levels that are really, this one could be measured 3 or 4 different ways. It's moved like that. So some of the coins that have performed the best can be the most complicated. They're going to require just more pricing targets. If it's on DOT or Luna, those two come to mind. The last, you just had to play a little bit more aggressively on each one to pick up on that. It's possible the overall market was just more aggressive on them. There was more demand, right? And, yeah, it's just, it is the market. So some of these are going to play just straightforward. And you pull a $100 bill out of your pocket, wham, bam, put it on the table. Yeah, there's a $100 bill. Everybody recognizes a $100 bill. It's like we don't return to function. Yo. We don't know. Absolutely. We do not know, versus, I mean, it's just not all that apparent to everybody else. Some of these targets, some of this, what's the, let's see what, for instance, let's go to, let's look at, on that example, let's go to Matic. All right. Matic, did it hit? Miracles. And everybody knows this. Well, I'm so glad, though, because I just gave you the 50% on your new targets. That's a miracle that shows up just like a $100 bill. Bam. No problem. It just does. Like, you see that, like, as it hit its 50% retracement, I gave that to you guys as a return to 50% retracement from the ground zero to all-time high. Gave you that in the back. It's just nice. Now, even with that, it pushed a bit. So the ones with a little bit of a discount factor, they got paid. They took the risk of not getting picked up after 50. Always you're going to have to evaluate that. Now, you can spread and you can scale in your trades on the top and lower portion. It's like, well, if I'm going to play the 50 really heavily, I may want to say within a 1% on the way up and a 1% on the way down. I may want to cover this whole zone. So the entirety of the discussion, well, it didn't exactly hit the 50% retracement. That's gone. You're 1%, 1% scaled in up above, and 1%, 1%, scaled in below. Right on. So you're covering the entirety of that, and I won't say that's a common practice, but it's a way of dealing with the issue that the market is not always going to just do what we want it to do. There's always the degree of variability here. But within the context, I'm glad to see Matic slamming in. Not a lot of price action right now. It's been quiet until it gets going. 5.53%. We love Matic. I mean, we got some good coins that we really like around here. Now, we've had some good times, 8%. Like, we got a good history with Matic. Boom. Matic. Love it, huh? Good history with that. Doge ran up for a while. It produced some money in 2021. 2 different times it really ran through the roof. You got to just say, 2 different times it surprised people, and people made some cash. Now, not this kind of cash. Well, they did. But, I mean, these are some cash figures. $775,000. Angel. Sum of SHIB profits. $1.269 million. Sum of SHIB profits. Some. That's nice. That's VIP. That's in the house. Love to see that level of success on a project that I really believe in. I really do. I believe in SHIB. I love it. I like the project. I always have. Even when it backed off and it tanked through the floor, you guys heard me say, I don't know, I just like the fact that the money was donated to India, and that's in its repertoire. It has that as part of its reputation in the market, that it's the largest donation to to an international entity, a sovereign like India. I kept commenting on that. I know everybody's like, okay, yeah, it was a pump, it's over, it's gone. I'm like, no, I think it bodes well for the future of SHIB. So I'm so excited to see the community, the development of the community, etc. It's got a tokenomics, it's got utility, it's got Amazon. Have you guys have seen the Amazon deal? I may actually have to go over that here. Let me see if I can pull it up on Twitter. If you haven't seen that with SHIB, we got to cover it. That's crucial, huh? That's a big deal. Twitter. Let's see. Amazon. No, not Twitter. We're gonna go SHIB. Amazon. Let's see what we got. These are just funny. Some of the stuff it brings up is completely off the wall. I have no idea what's going on. SHIB, Amazon. Well, if you haven't seen their advertisement that they did, it's just interesting the way that Amazon laid out. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, check this out, guys. This is interesting. Let's watch your news. I'll give the credit and the citation to Watcher News. Some Whale Watcher News. I don't not pay attention to Whale Watcher. It's just funny. Sometimes he'll wake up and he's like, he talks about how much money he's drastically lost in the market. I'm like, dude, you're talking to whales. Like, this Watcher News. Anyway, I won't get into the details. But like, step it up, dude. Do something positive. As we look at this on the left, in terms of Amazon Day Delivery, order throughout the week and select free Amazon Day Delivery to get your items in fewer boxes on a single day. That would be nice. My whole house is full of Amazon boxes. But as you look at this, it's kind of got the SHIB outline. I look at that and I'm like, if Amazon's looking like that, that's pretty strong. Yeah, so, dear, you see, hello, you guys, hello. That's interesting to me. That's just on the front. I mean, that's on the frame plate. That's nice, right? That's really something that I think is exciting. So, congrats to Angel in the house, millionaire extraordinaire. Absolutely, just superhero, man. Around here, you're superhero. You know that. $1,000 super chat king. We laughed last night that El Salvador has bought enough Bitcoin, and we may be able to do more super chats than El Salvador bought Bitcoin. We don't know. It's possible, but we have people. I'm not necessarily joking when I say there are VIP with more Dogcoin money than El Salvador bought Bitcoin. I don't know. They bought $15 million of it. Those are some profits from 1.6 or 1.5, 2 point whatever. You get into it. It's like El Salvador is a sovereign nation. Like, step it on up. Come on. They can if they choose to, right? Angel, thank you so much for sharing that information. That's a small amount of information in terms of things. So yeah, I wanted to share that in terms of who Angel is. That's a real small picture of who he is. It's not even a full picture at all. So let's look at, and I appreciate him allowing us to see that because he does not spread that stuff out. So I appreciate that very much. Just a small picture. As we would look at let's see here, let's see. Additional, let's see the price action. Is it calming down a little bit? Let's see where we're at. Boom, 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 boom. I just like to see the same names rebounding up at the price action. Let's just celebrate that. Huh? We got, and Floke, man, go through the floor. Go on down there. Get on down there. And I want to pick up, I told somebody, add a zero onto the price. I'm not kidding. I'd love to see that. Me personally, I'd love to see it. What's the price right now? 0.00. Is it quad odd or 1, 2, 3? It's quad odd 477. Add a zero. Everyone talking about take a zero away. Add one. I could care less. Add a zero. I think it'd be great. Add a zero. And then right now you're investing $10,000. Well, your $10,000 is going to be the equivalent of like $100,000. Hey, so add a zero. That's fine with me. I like low prices. I like value. I mean, hey, the odds of it getting there, can it? I'd be happy if it would. You want to put in $100,000, equivalent of putting $1 million in. Put a zero in there. If it has to cycle, if it has to achieve this real, lay the dog down, because that's what she went through. I heard some people talking about. I remember during this time period, some people with channels and this and that, and unless it goes to zero, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, dude, what? She's not going to zero. I'm like, I remember that. They were talking about, unless it does go to zero. I'm like, she's not going to zero, man. I was like, that was our 2X. It's got a heritage. It's VIP. Boom, 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 boom. So as we look at that, add a zero. Boom. Yeah, Angel gets it. You got it, You add a zero, in our favor. It doesn't seem like that, but as you're looking for value on these things, just look at the absolute, scaled down runway. And shout out. What's up, Angel? As we look at this, look at that runway. Boom. So wherever that runway forms on Floke, beautiful. You get down there. And the other thing is, we don't want to miss it. I mean, look at SHIB right now. Let's look at the SHIB chart. I mean, indication is now Floke is operating in a different cyclical, differently coordinated cyclical kind of timing event or timed event than, or timed interaction with the market than SHIB is arguably, right? It's operating cyclically differently than arguably than SHIB did at this point, right? And the question is, as you look at it's kind of a complicated approach. I don't want to overly complicate it. But as we look at SHIB and we look at Floke, just to get through them. Let's say, no, that's not an indicator. Let's go on to compare. Just to express what I'm talking about here. Floke USDT. All right. See, the orange is, and I'll just try and align that the best I can. The orange behind the scenes, these always get messy. Let me take away this. The orange is Floke. Okay? The yellow is SHIB. So arguably, Floke is right in line with the market right now. Maybe a bit behind, maybe a bit ahead. So the notion that we would have this big pour down structure here, this big event where we're going to just pour down, kind of return to a bottom line support. We need to find that runway for takeoff again. Arguably, Floke is in a different position. And I just say that arguably because it's just so well, I mean, guys, it is correlated to a T. Boom, with SHIB right now. It just is. So it's in that same grouping. It has kind of those same expectations. That's why I get excited right now when I see Floke that low, because it is still kind of coordinated. So the question is, are we still looking for this bottom line event, this runway event that SHIB went through? So those are some good questions to ask yourself. And when you have questions like that, don't let it be a source of uncertainty. Oh, well, We don't know the answer to that. Well, we can't participate in the market now. We don't know the answer to that. No, 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 no. That means instead of let's say this, instead of there's two different options. No, well, we can't do that, huh? It's like exclusive. Well, we can't participate. That's a barrier to our participation. No, it's more like you get like 2 extra swings at the plate. That's what I would say. You're up to bat, Grand Slam series, this and that. And if you could wrap your mind around it this way, to think of the advantage that you can even see technically what's going on, instead of that being something that challenges you and, well, we can't participate. Well, that's not the answer we want. Well, there's two things that could happen. Well, I mean, it could go up or it could go down. Okay, instead of, please absorb this. Instead of it being, well, that's a barrier that's a hurdle we can't get over. That's uncertainty. I can't deal with it. That's like 2 extra swings at the plate while you're trying to hit a grand slam. When you're walking out to the plate, bases loaded, and then telling you, hey, by the way, champ, guess what? You get two extra swings at the plate. Just because. Don't worry about it. We just decided for you, we want you to hit the grand slam, 2 extra swings at the plate for you. You may not get like strike out, this and that, 2 extra swings, man. Go have fun and hit the grand slam, right? I want you to frame things like that in your mind just a little bit, just looking at things, because this is what the market will do to you. Is psychologically it'll throw you these issues like, psychologically it would like to rip away, the advantage of one of the options that you view as being unfavorable. Let's just say this. Like Angel just connected with, the best way I can put this, Angel just connected with add another 0 to Floke. He understands it. So do you guys maybe. But everyone else will be, oh, no, I don't want to go up to bat. No, and it's the same group that would say on Sheeb, well, I'm getting out of here. This thing's going to 0. It's another game ain't over, man. You're getting an few extra swings at the plate here. You're going to be able to ride this thing up. That's the advantage. Whatever you see in your technicals, wherever you get, it's like, well, is this the bottom? Is this it on Bitcoin? Is Bitcoin turning around or not? When you have the split opportunity like this, you need to view the other opportunity that you think you don't want as that extra swing at the plate. It is the lower price that, well, I'm ready to take off now. I want to go, I'm ready for this price to go up. No, there's advantage at lower levels. So I talk about this in the context of just reframing your mind to 2022 a little bit and seeing, instead of 3 strikes, they gave you 5, exactly, at the plate. It's against what we program. Yeah, it's against what we're programmed to believe. It is. Trying to reprogram a little bit in 2022 because we just had a discussion on Floke. Add another 0. Beautiful. And I doubt if you follow good technicals, etc., you're not going to be the possibility of, let's say, just the remote possibility of getting there, that you could get there. You're not going to be so overexposed that you couldn't throw in a tenth of what you have in right now and cover your position on the upside. You're not. I just know you're not, right? You're going to have the ability to cover that with a larger position. Return to functional on the top. You want a 55X. Everybody wants a 55X if we could get back to all-time high. So that's that extra swing at the plate. And it may not always be easy for you to just look at, that other option, because let's just look at another one. Let's look at, let's go through. This is a great talk. It's the VIP mindset, right? It just is. Right? We could look at Rose. We could look at Luna. Luna's a challenging one, isn't it? A little bit. Because everybody wants it to get back to a new all-time high. That's the only option right now that people really, as you look at, well, that's the Grand Slam, man. That is the Grand Slam. Huh. Okay. That's the Grand Slam. Yeah, that's the Grand Slam. That's the Grand Slam getting back up to $120. Are you absolutely sure? Are you absolutely sure? Huh? Or you're going to strike out? Well, not really. Oh, okay, not really. Because I mean, it was $22, and I mean, it needed to get to 28 to get a grand slam. Yeah, it was $22, March 2021, and you know, a grand slam would have been $28, man. Well, it moved against you. Ah, so you get an extra swing at the plate. Well, yeah. Yeah, what I guess yeah, you get an extra few swings at the plate down here. Bam, bam. $4.06. $5.50. Boom, 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 boom. And then what happened? Well then we hammer to the upside. Then we get to $105. Oh, so the Grand Slam was going to be, I just want to make sure, the Grand Slam when we were at $22 way back in March 2021 was you had to get, I mean, you had to get to $28 for 22 or else the game was over, huh? That was it. No, those are the option that you don't want, that you're saying and you framed your mind around. We can't have that. That's what you want. That's what you want. And it's just a let's see, how many all-time highs are we going to achieve? As per previous stream, everybody always asks, hey, I'm ready. Is it going up? You got it right. Everybody always asks. That's all people want to know. You know, the question, Angel just shouts out in the chat. They just want to know, is it going to go up? I'm like, is it going to go up? You know, is it going to go up? And I tell them it's going to go down and it's going to go up. And they look at me like, you know, it's like that's bad news. But it needs to go down for acquisition. The name is Luna, and Luna means moon. Not everybody knows that. Luna means moon in Spanish. No, max potential. This thing, you know, but along the way, if it can let you dig into anything, beautiful. It's like Sheeb, cyclical. These are proving themselves to be cyclically, it's price action. Price action functions on cycles. It just does. So we're seeing beautiful price action on Luna. It's nice. Amidst this, you know, and the same person who would just say, I'll tell you this, the same person who would say, well, you know, we were at 105, we wanted to go to 130. Okay. It moved the other direction. Your worst nightmare has come true. What's happened? Well, you hit your 38.2. If you target anything, you hit your 38.2. That went 36%. Now, you had to sketch around on this. You had to play aggressive. I'll give that to you. Preceding support didn't even work. Yeah, they never want to purchase on the red. So true. People don't want to buy on the red. They don't want to set pricing targets. And some people will, big difference, huh, Angel? They will listen, and they will sit there, and they will listen to the technicals and try and pick up on maybe that it's going to be going up this week. Mm-hmm. Well, based upon all the technicals that I heard, I think it may be going up this week. They're like, come on, man. You don't want to set any of your targets. You don't want to double, triple down. You don't want to compound into hammer through this thing like a truck at the lower levels. Well, we are going to hold. You can hold, man, but if you get a swing at the plate like this in this area on Luna, you're just going to pass it up, huh? And it's not a bad analogy, because dodo birds. You have no idea how funny that is. Angel saying, excuse me, but dodo birds. Why, you have no idea how funny that is, huh? If you knew the context of dodo birds, that's right on. It's just funny, huh? He's a funny guy. Smart, intelligent guy. Very good. Very funny. Very good. Everybody gonna say pretty good, huh? Dodo birds. So as we look at Luna, like maintaining this channel, exciting right here. But like the analogy's perfect, Angel. It just is because everybody wanted a new all-time high. Now, we do note that it got up and out of a function as well, a bullish formation here. Different time frames, etc. We almost have to go to a different time frame here, but the same core function. We want to see some of these this year, right? And we'll go to a different time frame at some point later. We'll go to a different time frame and find a little bit better what happened, maybe a little bit more of a bullish structure other than a wedge. Bam. Whoa. Nice wedge. That is what a bullish continuation wedge should and can look like. Boom. Setting the mark for what a wedge can look like. Beautiful. But yeah, we talk about a grand slam. Yeah, grand slam. Give it the extra swing at the plate. That is the thing. That's honestly, everybody gets it. From 22 to $100, okay, you got a 5x. From $4 to $5 to 100, you got like a 20. Like one of those is a grand slam. One of those sets the mark. Yeah, that's one everybody talk about. That's the trade that everybody, literally, on up through the J.P. Morgan, BlackRock, everybody else is gonna say like that's an incredible trade, man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Get that extra couple swings at the plate. So it's not what you want, but to frame your mind around that, even you're like, well, not right now. Yeah, you start to look at it. Well, 2022, we need some of these. Yet, if you look at it that way, well, we do need some of these. In 2022, we need a lot of them, but it doesn't take that many grand slams to really make an impression. And this is one. Angel on Sheeb. Let's just look at one more time. Angel on Sheeb, just very small part of overall profit, whatever. 1.269 million on Sheeb. Nice little morsel of Sheeb. 775K. Boom. Boom. These are just part of the home runs that this crowd looks at, where Wall Street goes to school. I'll call them up tomorrow. I guarantee you, or let's say, yeah, it'd be tomorrow in terms of Monday. I'll call him up. I talk with the guy I know there. I promise you, we talk about Luna. He's off the charts excited about it. I promise you, he's going to be off the charts excited about it. That's like pro level, pro athlete performance, pro trading performance. So, especially in this group with that as a notch in the belt, just understand, as you look at your portfolio right now, and you're gauging it, guys, we all do this, but you're gauging it right now with how much you have. Well, this is going in the wrong direction. Man, you better get ready to swing. 2022, we're going to get ready to swing. We're going to find, We're going to find it. What'd you write down? Let me see what we got. Not everyone wants to triple down, but what they don't understand is by executing that triple down will help create a support line. Personally speaking, of course, there's quite a few more. Yeah. It is. It becomes. It is the market. You talked one time with me. We talked about you become the demand. And at some point when you see pricing targets, we did this. What was it? IOI? You guys remember IOI, the Trade Race Manager? Just, okay, it was kind of one of the first NFT plays. They have turned into a sophisticated little group. Hold on, have you guys seen this? You guys got to check this out. It's interesting. It's not uninteresting. Look at this. IOI, let's see, Trade Race Manager. Look at this. Now, we got involved because of the price action. I wanted to bring it because of the price action. I like the details on it. And let's see, IOI. Let me go to like the daily on this. Let's see. Let's see the price action on this sucker. That's not IOI, is it? IOI USDT. Let me find, let me go coin market cap. IOI USDT coin market cap. Something like that. I want you guys to see what they've done with 2 seconds here. Let me go to IOI because I want you to see what they've done. Yeah, NFTs in the house. This was one of the first NFT projects that we focused on. Dirk was another very interesting one. Look at that sweet ride. That's an NFT. What's up? Look at that sweet ride. What's up? It's looking good, huh? The old school too. I mean, hey, it's cool stuff. Look at that bad boy. That's nice. That's an NFT. That's a race game. They are out. They're doing up with. Yeah, money, money. They're doing. You got to trade. I'm gonna tell you. You guys know that you got to trade, right? Uh, Looking at this like play to earn. You see this, and you can call these from time to time. When's it gonna roll? When's it gonna, when's it going? When's it gonna lift? When is it gonna, when's the price action going to traject? But in terms of the graphics, etc., it looks like they've got almost a, you guys, the Fast and the Furious, the Street Racer, the different games they have, and the other ones. Look at this Polka Starter, Hoo Boy. Yeah, it is gorgeous. It's nice. Beyond, huh? C-Defy Fire Starter, Magnus Capital, MP Dow, KuCoin, Maven, Polygon. That's nice. You start to see the Polygon. Matic. You don't even need a name next to it, do you? Nice. Binance NFT. OKX. Featured on. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, this is they know. I mean, it's an interesting project because we got in early on it as a trade. Just as a trade. You gotta hit that button. So I like to see what they've done here with the different rides, the different schedule. I mean, it's just they got it. It's just scheduled up nicely. So that you guys know Dirk as well. Let's just look through a D-Race because and some of these they're startups, so some of them will surprise you. They'll be exactly what you want to see. The other one's like I wanted it to go this direction. And maybe they'll make a turn and eventually, like D-Race, is like, that's not exactly how I saw the tracks. I wanted the tracks to be a little different in my mind, right? And then they'll come out with something like this, and it's like, that's not really what I wanted, and, that's not what I really foresaw. And then they'll do the next upgrade, and it'll blow out of the water what you really wanted. They're like, whoa, now they've really. So when you see the development in a space like this from IOI to, like, D-Race, just understand, this is I mean, this was an original, like a real nice investment. It turned into a beautiful investment. Some crazy-minded shut down, redeploy, this exchange, that exchange, some hot stuff that went through. But we're not. I'm happy to see them doing some stuff that looks like they're really developing, like stands, like the horse racing, everything else. It's pretty cool, huh? Click on race. Click on the races, click on the different stuff. So it's a niche right now. And, we talk about pricing targets. But some of those are enjoyable throughout the year as we find some of those like tigers out there. I want to find some tigers for this year, 2022. Find some 5X, 10X, right? Hey, Angel in the house, no fear here, huh? Hit that button. $1,000 Super Champ King in the house. Let's see what we got. Want to see that pop up on the screen. If you're on the wrong account. One of your accounts doesn't like to pull up the alert. I don't know why. I'm going to have to hit your rocket. I don't know why. But Angel's saying no fear again. Hammering into the opportunity for these lower levels, if and when you can get them. That's what makes the Grand Slam. Boom. There we go. There we go. Super Chat. Angel Matos with 499. Super Chat King internationally. I have it on some degree of knowledge. I'll just say some degree of knowledge. Okay, that's what it's based on. But I think Angel has outdone Elon on Super Chats. Now, I can't confirm that. I cannot confirm that with actual data. That's a statement. But as we look at it, that's just his mentality. It is. And he likes to show up. I don't really, and it's nice. I appreciate you doing this, Angel. I have to say thank you for this because you allowed us to show just a part of, this is a small part, guys, small part, but 1.269 million. 1.2 plus 775. That's at 1.9, about 2 million. Okay, about 2 million. I appreciate that because I know who you are, and it's you have to play with the Super Chat all day long, and it's like I like to see you. I like to see you with like a bigger figure, like 54K. That's something, but and maybe not everybody needs to know everything about who you are or anything else like that. But you've been around a long time, so I appreciate you letting me show some of the, some of the decent, some of the position some of the position of what you have, because I like that next to your name. You're a superstar, and I want people to know that. Appreciate the energy. What's up? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That pushes some people away. Like, I'm not just going to sit here and just, all right, dudes, whatever. Just, I know it just pushes some people away. Like, because it's okay. We don't care. And the people in here are like, we don't care, because half the people show up and we just say, it's time to leave. It's because they don't want to be here. So that's okay anyway. We have a very unique group. We're going to have some grand slams this year. What's up? We are, huh? But look at how small this is. Do you see in context? This is where you get on the Luna chart. You talk about a grand slam. Well, I know you just want to talk about Luna. Well, I want to talk about, how we found on the Doge chart? Check this out. This is funny, huh? You see that small little thing? You got to get on a big screen for this. You see that little bitty tiny thing down there? That little bullish formation? Just unbelievable, huh? Look at that. Look how small that thing is. In retrospect, like where this thing has gone, what it has done. Bam! Look at that, because we had to really dig into that and look at it. You just appreciate the whole price action, When you really dig into this, look at that. Just it good. There you go. It's nothing down there. As we would look at this, and we really start plugging into this framework in terms of where things are. It's like, you start to say, okay, this entirety of this, and that's a lot of price action over a lot of months formulating something like that. It really was, huh? So, yeah, you think it's funny. It is, huh? Dig in, baby, yeah. So, but you just see, it's like, do what? What? Like, so that's the scale of what Luna has done. Now, yes, you had, the precursor move, like the precursor. Yeah, we like the precursor. We want to get in. There's some different techniques, a little bit of different technique. I talked a little bit. We discussed that, huh? A little bit in terms of the approach. You want to go systematic, wide, all the new NFTs. You want to pepper in 5K in each one of the new NFTs. You want to double down when they get to, you watch your account balance, the way you would do it. You pepper in once you get to 20, let's say 2,500. This is down to 2,500. Well, you pepper in, you pop in another 5K, 10K, something else into it. Well, it's gone down. If you use round numbers, there's an approach to doing this on your account, and some VIP know this approach. You have to be ready to double down. But you might say, I'm taking all the NFTs that are getting listed on a quality exchange. I'm hammering in 5 or 10K. You guys listen up, right? I'm going to hammer in 5 or 10K up top. I'm ready to increase my exposure. And let's say I've decided, okay, 5K on each one of these NFTs, or 5K on each of these layer 1, layer 2, whatever they are, solutions, integrated, whatever they may be, whatever your focus is, or maybe all of them. But I'm going to focus on these in 2022. I'm going to say 5K across the board, bam. When I see my position on any one of the coins in specified account or sub-account A, B, or C, whichever account is geared towards newer coins in that genre. So you don't have to necessarily pick a grand slam like, well, it's just Luna this year, or it's just this or that. Now, we've been very good at hitting the specific coins. But if you want that cross exposure, and you definitely want to pick up on the one that's going to go 100x or go 200x or whatever it is, 50x, the approach would be, I'm going to hit it all with 5K. When it goes down and I look at my account, I'm going to survey. I'm going to essentially, I'm going to surveil that account. And when it goes and I say for any positions for 5K to $2,500, well, that's easy. Boom, boom. I hit the button. It has reduced about 50%. Maybe your figure is, okay, I want to hit it if it goes down to the golden pocket. Whatever those reduction figures would be on that. And yeah, you can watch specific projects, and you can become big believers in big projects, only the ones that matter. Or you can go across the board, and just bump, 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 bump. You're just hitting into the different projects. Because when when one leaves you behind, it's not necessarily like the greatest thing in the world. You don't want that to happen. It does happen in the market, and you don't want to just cast too wide of a net. You're going to pick up some trash in terms of what you're you want, if you want to specify what you're fishing for, right? Essentially in terms of what you're going to catch. You don't want to just too wide of a net, right? You want to be able to kind of keep track of what you're pulling in, etc. But there is something to be said for some real cross exposure in terms of like a real hot sector like NFTs, and not on the NFT side. Like I just want to acquire all the new pictures. No, new pictures. I said new. Okay, new pictures. But the approach would be like, this is a really hot sector. There may be 2 or 3 out of this sector that want to go like 50x or 100x or 200x, and that would be that's one approach. Don't get carried away with that approach. There's some other details that really we haven't discussed in that approach, but some sort of, in those of you who have invested, it's like you get to that point, you just need the exposure on the 50 new projects. That's it. Well, there's 50 new projects. Okay, well, I need the exposure on those. That's fine. Oh, they're down. Okay, I need to up my exposure on those. Okay, there's more value. And the caveat is some of those will want to go down. Some of those will want to go down 80% or 90%. And so you need a way, more than anything, you need a way to keep track of and to gauge A, your investment, and B, you're going to Phantom right now. You need a way to track your investment, and keep track of, I'd say not only what's going on with the investment to some extent, but also, if something's just failing, you don't want to continue to throw any money at it at all. Okay, so it takes some upkeep, and you want to be able to gauge the percentage that it's at. So there's a little bit of complication in the just, well, if it's down, if I'll throw $5,000 in all these, when it's down $2,500, I'm just going to double down into all of them. That way, I'll know. It'll be real easy. I'll have an account with 5, let's say, if it would be, let's say 30 tokens or 500 tokens, doesn't matter. In 500 tokens, I'm putting $2,000 in 500 tokens. Okay, no problem. Or I'm putting $10,000 in each one on whatever it would be, on 500. Then, okay, the tokens, I'm going to look for the ones from the $5,000 entry or $2,000, whatever it would be, that have gone down. Now they're only worth $1,000. Okay. Now, maybe it's not 500 tokens. Maybe I'm looking at 100 tokens, 100 new tokens in the metaverse NFT space. Or maybe it's the cross-chain facilitators, whatever I say sector that you might think is going to be hot this year. You might want to focus on the new listings that you feel are going to be hot. And there's a few different small details that I won't fully discuss live. If you're interested in that, we can discuss it. But yeah, when it goes down 70%, I'm interested. And I put 10 grand in all of them. So when it goes down, when I see $3,000, I know when I see $3,000, it's time for me to hammer into that one or take another look at it. And it may not be 10,000 put in each one, but you would get an expression of and be able to keep an eye on, just real visually, easy, scroll through, no problem. What's at the bottom? Hey, we got the retracement. Almost a way to keep an eye on it in your account, because it could be a lot just looking through, going back into the chart. Now, you guys know this. You got your money involved. It's going to be a little bit different, just almost as not a keepsake, but a bookmark. I'm going to pay $1,000 for this bookmark, or $2,000 for this bookmark on 20 coins, out of which I want X number. And you would run the diagnostics on 2021. Let's say how many out of a new sector went 10x or 20x. You would. Fishing for the one big catch is going to win the tournament. Yeah. So, or the two that may win the tournament this year or next year. Like, it could be kind of it's an interesting approach to keep your eye on the market, to keep your eye on a new sector, right? To say I'm putting $5,000 in, 40 coins, 50 coins, 60 coins, 100 coins, whatever it be. When it gets to 1,000, when I see the value on one of them go to 1,000, or when I see the value on some of these go to if you put $5,000 in, go to 15 or 20,000. It may be time to hit the button, depending upon your threshold. I want to see a 2 or 3x, or just a 2x on these. Boom, boom, boom. Just hit the button. Boom, 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 boom. Buying lower, selling higher. Boom, boom, boom. These have gone up. They hit 10 grand. I put 5 in. So these hit 10 grand. Boom, I'm out. When the ones go to, and you want to be in a hot sector. That's the one thing. You want to be in a hot sector. and you do need to. There's some details I'm leaving out. So we'll talk about that in person to the extent you guys. I don't know. I know you have considered things like that. You probably maybe you've dealt with certain approaches like that. It's just nice to scroll through and boom, I'm looking through. And it's like, well, these are down to like $2,000. This got I put $5,000 in all these. Okay, so I got a list of 30 coins I need to check out right now. Which ones are looking like they're doing anything positive? Oh, this may really run. Those are the ones maybe you really heavily schedule into. And it's just with the right amount of thinking. Like I shot some cool investment stuff over to VIP tonight. 300K. What do we got? Personally speaking, more than a few institutions that are getting or recently have entered the crypto space are blanketing the top 100 coins. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just speaking. Yeah, personally speaking. Very well stated, Angel. He's saying, personally speaking, they're blanketing the top 100 coins. How are they doing that? What are they doing? Is it just because when you get into the approach and the specific diagnostics on each coin, it's a lot of work. You guys know that. We know the coins. We know, okay, it's $69 Luna today. It's 100. If you miss like 3 or 4 days, or 4 or 5 days, or a week, or even sometimes 12 hours out of the market, you got to catch up. I mean, you seriously got to catch up. Seriously, you got to stay on top of, say, 100 coins, 200 coins, whatever it is. And you saying personally speaking, like institutionally, et cetera, you may be talking about yourself, like exposure to the top 100 coins. Mm-hmm. There are some coins that are outside that purview that are really micro cap that still hit on into like a new coin that you would see with Gate that could have some real nice potential that you might want some exposure. And I hate to say it's like a bookmark. You're paying for a bookmark, but you know how the market is. And it's like you only have so much. It's like you're almost paying to put it on your list. It's in a hot sector. You like that. And at some level, it's like, no, I'm going to pay to put that on my list. I like it. I like that the category of coins. Bam, I'm putting it up on my list. Yeah, VIP are not intimidated, but many are. Many are. They just. So you don't want to pay for a bookmark, as we look at Phantom. I got Phantom on the screen because it's got nice price action. From its 50%, boom, boom, nice. I like the technicals. From its all-time high to ground zero. Nice technicals, up 20%. Nice move. Floki still killing it, 22%. Now Floki been down. And that's okay. So, yeah, that cross, top 100, it could be. And so when I say 200, it sounds like a lot. So people are like, well, that's 200 coins to invest. That's just that's institutional. That is, I mean, it's an approach, And when you get into the diagnostics on each chart, and you guys know we would do that. Like, I'll spend the Saturday or something live. I do it in the background, but sometimes I would do it live just to show you guys that's what I'm doing. Because I want you to know kind of what it takes to beat the market. How do we find the top leading coins? How do we go through that process? And maybe if you look at the notion that, well, it kind of takes the essence of the market out is that you want to identify some of the top moving coins. You want to be on D-Race and Gala and C98 and Luna and everything from Sheeb to Harmony One. You want to be on the Matic to, okay, but you're gonna pick up a Matic at 3 cents. That's the difference. You'll pick up a Matic at 3 cents when it's nothing, when it's absolutely nothing. And you'll be staring at a 100x potentially one day if you really go across the board on your new coins that are just listed. Okay, so new coin is listed, fine, boom. Just throw a bookmark on it. Now the problem is it'll go from, if you threw 10 grand into it, you might turn around and have to scroll through the ones that are now currently at $1,000. Truth? Yeah, and so you really have to gauge and do the calculations in terms of, how much is too much to give yourself a kind of a bookmark, right? How much is too much to kind of give yourself a bookmark on your exchange? How much time do you have to deal with it? And at some point, you do get into the question. It's like, that's a lot to keep up with. When it's like, well, you have to deal with all of them. You're looking for the matter. You're looking for the You're looking for the next 100. You pick this up at 3 cents. Okay, cool. That's good. Harmony One, you also got that. You own that at 2 cents. You would have those. And there's some kind of benefit of just saying, yes, we have those. We do have the Matic at 3 cents. We have Harmony One at 2 cents. There is a benefit to saying that. You're also going to have 60 of them that don't do that. So that is also kind of a matter of preference and maybe a side gig. I hate to say it like a side gig, but it's just a way to throw a blanket on the market. And I say a side gig because a lot of the key major coins that you would want to throw maybe some heavier cash at and really trade at some more significant levels, you want that to comprise the majority of your time. Like the bigger, when I don't know, I don't want to mean like a side gig, like Matic at 3 cents would be a side gig. Well, you could cover that. It's not a big deal. It doesn't need to, because it winds up the amount of time it takes to find the next Matic, or from the D-Race to the Gala to the brand new projects of whatever, IOY, whatever the ones that really moved. I mean, heck, like Nord Finance. What the heck, man? You guys saw like the chart. Some of these you wind up later, they'll redo it completely, and it's like, what are they doing? It's like professional now. Some of them will just surprise you. Bam, it'll move. Like, well, we did pricing targets because it doubled in the first like 3 or 4 days. We did pricing targets on this one, on that one. So it takes that that extra legwork out of the process. Whether or not that's a necessity for you, or you prefer to focus on the Bitcoins, it's nice to be able to remove that component and automate it. It literally is. You're going to pay a little bit. Yeah, potentially. You risk paying a little bit to have that process automated, and it does take a different type of, a little bit less, what we say, just like it's really, it's intense time. It's highly focused time that you have to go through 500 coins for, let's say, 4 new startups a week, and really find and stay on top of that process and find which ones are potentially going to do really well when they're all developing. And well, this one looked great, then they missed their beta release. This one looked fine, then they got hacked the next week and the servers went down. This one looked, and so you're competing against that startup function as well. So in terms of the blanket function, as you look at 2022, it does still take time, and it's not a guaranteed deal, but you would pick up like, Harmony One at 2 cents. Phantom at, just go back to the beginning of it. Let's just look at Phantom on that regard. And what would Phantom have done? Well, you could have gotten in Phantom at 2 cents, literally. It's $2.33. Now, you could have gotten in at 0.003. So your 5Gs you launch in on a Binance startup at 2 cents, you're going to watch that 5Gs go down, or 10K go down to $10,000, go down to $2,000. So it's on your radar because it goes down to $2,000. Right? Unless you say you throw $100 at it. Okay, whatever it is. You throw $100 at it, well, it goes down, or I just like 10K. You throw 10K at the new startups. It's 10,000. You scroll through which ones of these are really down. Which one of these are down, and it gets your attention because it's down 80 or 90%. Then, boom, you crank more cash in. It's at 0.003. So that's 10, 100. That's 1,000x. That's okay. You don't need a whole lot of those, right? That's a 1,000x from 0.003 to $3. That's nice, right? So if you want that, if you need that, and you have to do, and it's almost, I hate to say, your time is worth something. So automating a process and an approach to the market, and we don't want to just helter-skelter, just throw cash at the market. But when you start looking at an approach, and that's what I talk about, well, it would just be 10K, et cetera, into, or 5K, or if it's $1,000, or if it's $100, whatever it is. But it gets on your radar because, well, my $100 is now down to, and it's difficult to keep track of it when it turns into, I got Iceberg, whatever the amount would be. I got the $100 is down to $10. So I'll look at it again. You could. My $100 is down to $10. Which ones of these are down to $10 now? The equivalent, right? Which one of the 1,000 in coins I invested $100 into are down to $10? I put $100 in all these. Which ones are down to $10? Well, I'm going to go put another $100 into them. Do what? It's down to $10 from $100. I know. That's the good part. Because then you're down to 0.003 instead of being up at 0.02. 2 cents down to 0.003 on Phantom. That's the mentality as we talk about like another swing at the plate. That's the mentality. Okay, I'm just gonna. I need to put these on, in my books at some point. I need to get it in my books. I'm gonna recruit this at $100, $1,000, or $10,000, whatever it will be. It's a new project. I'm gonna recruit this into my books. It's making it into my book. That's fine. It's new projects. I want to see what it's gonna do. Boom. I throw in $1,000. I throw in $10,000. I throw in $100. Whatever it's gonna be. It gets my attention as I'm scrolling through. I'm going to the bottom now. What do we got in the bottom? What's 80% down? Not worried about the money, not worried about the original return, etc. You'll have out of the whole group things that do bum, 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 bum. They just go up quickly, right? And this one would have. You have to make a determination at some point. Well, this one doubled quickly. And there's a whole other system for kind of keeping, you guys will know a system, maybe better than me, okay? I'll just say that. You tell me. If you disagree with what I say, you tell me what you think. I'd love to hear it. I bet you we're going to find some common ground, if not complete agreement. It's a good group. So as we look at this, yeah, you'll have some that through, and this was a while. Look at this. This here, to get the first 2x was what? I hate to sound cynical or arrogant. Mindset and circumstance is unique. Are you trading for profit or are you trading to live? Yeah. Mindset and circumstance is unique. It is. And you can't trade to earn. I run into that so much with people who want to trade to earn. And they want to do it and they want to push the envelope and they just don't. It's a difficult thing that people want to learn so badly to trade because they want to earn money in the market. And they hear stories of people with phenomenal success. A lot of the people who have phenomenal success have either waited and they've really beat the odds. I tell you, they've waited time and they're really beating the odds. They have this stock market mentality that they want to get into it like, well, they're getting the backdoor information, right? They're getting this information and they figured out the book and the methodology to beat the market. They can't do it with 20 grand. You can't do it with 20 grand. Maybe you can do it with 20 grand if you want to. The time factor, okay, and maybe you can. You want 20 grand to turn into, and they'll want both. They'll want the 20 grand. I do. I want it to become $1 million. Okay, great. You could do that on your own. What people ask is they want you to trade it and turn it into $1 million in a year or two, and produce on a monthly basis. And it's like, if you're not willing to double down into the market, it's a rough market, guys. You're dealing with something that has volatility, and at some point you're asking, you're just asking you're inviting trouble in terms of the cyclical price action, something that's going to move against you 80%. And you can stay on top of something pretty well, but the positions that get put in, like just regularly involve like covering your upside exposure. And you got to be able to throw it at the market. You just do. That's why I talk about like put a gas station together. Like go get a gas station. Go get a cash business. Nothing wrong with that. You're limited on funds. Go. The market's a great place to see and realize returns. Go get a gas station. Go get a gas station. Get a food mart. It's inflation. There's inflation everywhere. Go capture some of those dollars that are floating around. There's tons of them. There's tons of dollars out there floating around. It's a great time for a cash business. So, as we would look at that, it's just an opportunity to, what you got? Meats and produce. Absolutely. Like really, nice business. One of my best buddies, that's Angels in meat, produce, etc. I got a buddy who's his family's been in since a long time. Just a steakhouse. They started off as just kind of country style steakhouse, no big deal. They do 3 to 5, $6 million a year. That's good. That's good. It's just selling steaks. It's just like you say, meat and produce. It's Angus beef. Here you go. Throw it on a plate, grill it up. This and that. It's it's just it is business. So that dynamic. And some of you guys are we feel like we're working for the man. It's like this doesn't apply to me. Well, you guys are enough to be, adventurous with the market. You're adventurous enough with the market. You got business ideas probably in the market, and otherwise you're gauging new businesses and their value in the market. We look at Phantom, like ways to get in, and maybe it's, maybe your exposure is smaller. I talk about like 10,000 up front. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's $10. But let's see, profit on sheep long. At 5 pounds, you write down 5 pounds. I see sheep long. That's just funny, huh? You write down, I just see from across my desk, I'm like, profit on sheep, 5L, sheep long. What is it? Profit on a 5-pound bag of potatoes is 77 cents. 77 cents. Huh. 77 cents. What's the profit on a grilled up Angus steak? Little better. What's the profit on a bottle of wine? Little better, especially if you're sitting at the table, huh? It's nice that you're in that business. I've grown up. It's interesting because I've grown up around that business, around the meat industry. Angus certified, this and that, from the select year marbling to everything else, huh? To the best wine to have with each and everything you probably sell. Odd coincidence, huh? It's a good business. So that's one of the features as you guys look at, well, how are you going to pick up Phantom at 0.002? And that's the challenge, I'll tell you guys, as you look at these, because no one wants to, particularly a new one that will shut up and then put, well, it's down 90%. Nobody wants to touch the thing down here at 0.002. Nobody. Zero body, right? So there's some methodologies to capturing just extraordinary valuation of coins. To do it uniquely on one single coin, just I want to pick the number one coin. Yeah, we can, we've had some success, but we like those bull flag features, and you can gauge, and we can gauge as it's a good discussion, because we can gauge in the midst of spreading that wide net. Maybe the best thing we can say, in the midst of spreading the wide net, and I know you guys like to have position in a majority of really nice coins at good prices. You just do. It's like if you get 0.002 on Phantom and it's $3, you kind of want that. So there's a methodology to kind of, almost enable somebody to maybe do that for you, right? Almost, huh? Let's look at Bitcoin. What's up? I like to see that up 2.5% from our pricing target. Boom. I like to see that. Anybody paying attention to this channel had this pricing target. We hit. We're up. Good job. You may be on 100x. I have no idea. That may be your deal. If you are, congratulations. That's nice. So watching that play out, it was a little steep down here with this notion of the ascending triangle. Look at that grind along that line of resistance that we had planned out. Boom. Nice ascending line of support. Buyers stepping in. Nice. On the 1 minute, we saw this very well done. Flat line of resistance. Boom, boom, 2 hits here. Just really well carved in. Just a nice pattern to look at, and then to come back to watch it in this area. I guess buyers stepping in again in this area, setting. We say setting Fibonacci's, stepping in at probably maybe the 50% if we just go ground zero up. Yeah, right at that 50% on the flat line fib on the candle wicks. Just looked about like that. Boom. To all-time high from here to there. So, not too intermittent high, let's say that. So, nice move for Bitcoin up to 35,940. I'd like to see that hit. Targeting a Scout's honor. Angel saying he's blessed to be here today to honestly share that. Isn't that nice? We want to hear more about that. I want to hear more about that. You're blessed to be here today. Preach it. What do you got? Tell me about it. We want to know. What a great story. You have a food mart. It's really cool. You just wouldn't even wonder. Like, if you drove by that food mart, you'd be like, I wonder who owns that place. I have no idea. I mean, you wouldn't know. I mean, Matos, I don't know. But you wouldn't think, like, well, that's our guy. He's our guy, you know? Because, yeah, people just drive by there. They go in, they get a steak, they get a whatever. And, everybody's like, I think of Luke. Jason's lit, or Freddie, or whoever else here, Josh. It's like, people don't worry about it. They don't ask the question, I wonder who that guy is, Like with Freddie, he's construction, foreman. Like, well, I wonder who the guy is in charge of that project or that thing for the city or everything else, building that huge thing. It's like, well, that's Freddie. That's Freddie. He's right in here. Like, we look at Vlad. He's this big time boxer, gonna knock everybody, through the heels on MMA. It's like, in the ring or whatever he may do on the. Who knows? I mean, he looked like he could really hurt somebody if he wanted to, which is okay. In that business, they got a referee to make sure that doesn't happen, right? Yeah, good thing they got that referee, right? He's probably thinking, but. You look at him like, I wonder who that guy is. Well, yeah, he's Vlad. He VIP. He's in our group, huh? That guy racing around the track, whatever it may be. That's cool. We look at like Luke. Luke like digs holes in the side of the planet. He's like a drill doc. He says that he's qualified to drill holes in the side of the earth. It's like, so if you look at that, like one of the big projects, mining projects on the planet, whatever else is going on, like, whoa, I wonder who's those guys, who's doing that? He's like, well, that's Luke. He's in our group. So we got some interesting from the. It's just a cool group. Some cool guys. Let's see what we got. Honestly sharing that you're blessed to be here today. We all are. It's a good thing. Good thing to recognize. And as we look at the target pickup at the 50% on Bitcoin, we're reminded a bit here of the fact that Bitcoin is nice. It's just nicer when it technically conforms. Thankfully, we're seeing some technical conformance on the 50%. I'm glad to see that, because we didn't get that necessarily in this range here from May through July. We just didn't get that in 2021. It shot through the 50%. So it's nice to see that. There you go, Angel. When you started your journey making $2.85 an hour as a 13-year-old and now stand tall talking about millions and billions of dollars, quite humbling. That's the dream. And not everybody can do it. I sent Angel. I ran into a guy earlier tonight. It's just a cool story. I wish I had the video somewhere. The guy's from Cuba. And Angel's got some history with some Cubans. Cool, great history. I'll let him tell you at some point. And I got I talked to him and I was like, hey, what's going on? He had some paint on his clothes, everything else. He was just at a gas station, but he just kind of looked like, hey, what's up? And I was like, what's going on with you? Sometimes I'll take a picture for Google Maps or something, and sometimes I'll take a picture of somebody that looks cool. And I say, I want to take a picture of you for Google Maps. I just think it's cool. Because you wind up with some really cool pictures. Like, oh, I remember that dude at Costco. That was a cool shirt, T-shirt. He said, yeah, take a picture of me in front of Costco. And they look at it. It's just a good way to spend time, meet people too. I don't know, just friendly guy. And this guy, I talked to him, and I started talking to him. I started speaking Spanish. He's from Cuba. He's been here for 7 months. I'm like, 7 months? You only been here 7 months? Yeah. He's like, I'm here. He says, I'm a proud Cuban American now. And all this stuff, he's speaking in Spanish. And so I got the video. I was like, you got to shout out to Angel, because Angel knows he's got some good Cuban influence in his life from being young and stuff like that. Some cool stuff. It's completely different than Puerto Rico. I'm going to say that it's a completely different place, setup, mindset. I'm sure, but a lot of shared commonality. Just the whole of, and you find that with everyone you meet. But so this guy at the gas station, I got him to shoot a video for Angel. It's just a cool guy. He's so happy, and he sits there and he says, the video just impressed me. I was like, whoa, I wasn't really expecting that, because he talked to me about his journey over. He had gone through Nicaragua, and then he had to wind around. He ultimately went through Arizona. And he's like, man, and with ICE, I got through, and I'm like, it could have been. I was like, what with ICE? The Immigration Custom Enforcement, like, what happened? He's like, no, they set me down, this and that, and they said, welcome to America. And I'm like, Yeah, man, that's right. They did, And so this guy is he's 7 months in being American soil, and he's like, I'm glad that I got the video for Angel, and I said I want you to shout out to Angel and do a video for him, and I'll show you guys the video at some point in the back. He says, and I said I want you to tell Angel because Angel has some Cuban influence in his life, and it's a cool story, guys. The guy, and I'll show you the video in the back. He says. He's like, Angel, he says, from Havana, this and that, all this stuff. And then he gets into, and he starts saying, yes, I'm out of Cuba, I'm out of Havana. And I don't want to get political, but this is just what happened today. This was this guy's story. I didn't prep it, or I didn't do anything. It was just fresh off the cuff. And he says, I got out of Cuba, out of the dictatorship of Fidel Castro. I'm here, I am blessed, I'm in the United States, all this stuff. And I'm like, whoa, okay. So it was, literally that was his story. He's been here for 7 months, and that's the story that he gave. I said, I just want to shoot a quick video of you shouting out to Angel. But yeah, there's real success stories like that going on all over the place. And I just say it's not my commentary on the matter of someone getting out of Cuba. That's not the point. The guy saw that, and I didn't even read into to that whatsoever. But in capturing that moment, the guy, he has a Cuban influence background. He's from Havana. He's been here, He's been here for 7 months. And in me filming him, as Angel talks about, in USA, baby, in the house. What's up? We got a lot of people that are strong. USA, loud and proud here. Yeah. And so it was just cool because we're all very fortunate to be here. We're all very fortunate to be able to talk, to be able to put a group together, and to be selective about the group. Hey, no problem. And we talk about how fortunate we are. Just think of the little things, man. And that was a really great video. I will upload that too. Angel, with your permission, because that was a video strictly for you. So I'll upload that to the VIP back session just so they can kind of hear. And I don't know if they speak Spanish, but at least they'll see the guy and everything else. Just talking about how, he got out of, he escaped. He escaped, yeah, the dictatorship of Cuba. So it's a pretty cool deal as we talk about being fortunate and being blessed and being exactly very fortunate. Just big deal, huh? Pretty cool deal. So count your blessings. We take them for granted, huh? We want to fight with our neighbor. You believe this these days? We want to fight with our neighbor? Man, we're supposed to love our neighbor, right? That's just it, And they'll say, well, he's being a fundamentalist radical right now. I'm so sorry, right? It's like, no, I'm not. You're supposed to just be, you're supposed to be kind one to another. Oh, there he goes again, fundamentalist radical. I want to be nice to you. You fundamentalist. I'm not being, it's like, I can't be nice to you. I can't be nice to you? Come on. It's like, but a reference to this or everything is just codified these days. Like, we just want to beat the market. How about that? We're very fortunate that we can get together and beat the market, right? I lay off the talk of, the Russians versus the whatever. Hey, they get together. They want to talk now. Hey, what's up? Hey, Lavrov and Biden's guys, they want to talk and not go to World War III. Hey, that's all right. Good job. Yeah, if everybody knew what people do just to get here, Angel says. You believe that, huh? You believe that, huh? It's the truth, huh? You don't realize, it was a surprise video today. Just understand how, and, we got guys from Canada. What's up? Shout out. What's up, Canada? What's up? In the house, right? We here in the United States receive people from Cuba sometimes. And we're excited about that when we can share our culture and bring them into the mix. Because I guess apparently there's some problems in Cuba. I don't know. Maybe minor problems. Okay, look at this. Let's go ahead and map this out on the 1 minute chart real quickly, and let's dig back into the technicals so we can see this. I'm liking this specific pivot point. If we can hold this, it's close enough that it may want to hold as an ascending triangle. We're always looking for that flat top again. So as I would go through this, I want to go to the candle wicks. Where are we at? It's close. Yeah. Would have been nice to have an exactly flat line. It's the presence of buyers. The communication to us is. Hey, shout out Canada. What's up? What's up? Yeah, impactful video. Let me know if I can share that to VIP. I'm really glad I shot that for you. That was cool. That was just cool. I don't know, because he said Cuba, and I'm like, you got to shout out to my brother Angel. You got it. And he's like, hey, okay. He called me a gringo. I'm like, hey, I know what that means. It's like he called me a gringo. I was like, hombre, ¿qué te pasa, hombre? Way, like, so it was funny. Anyway, he called me, I guess in Cuba that's a compliment, because he's just saying it right to my face. Ese gringo. I'm like, it's like, hey man, like I'm right here. You get that. Like, it was just funny. Excellent chat and info. Yo. As we would go through this flat line of resistance, the communication from the pricing authorities, i.e. exchanges, entirety of the market, is that the buyers are present, traders are present. If we can get a flat top, and a lot of people say, well, it's a double top. We don't want that. No, we want that flat top. Boom. Buyers literally on the take, hitting that button. And it's interesting, a lot of you want to hold your position. It's interesting. Worth discussing. We don't talk about this a lot. Angel's not talking about upside targets today. Huh? Hello? Yeah. We want those higher prices. We get to a cross-level resistance you don't want to take, you don't want to trade, we don't want to do this and that. Not you specifically, but anybody. Part of like an ascending triangle is buyers being there or sellers being there, traders being in the market saying, what, on Bitcoin, right here along this line at 36,200. Take, boom, hit the button. That expression of the traders in the market is visually confirmed, fact. It's a visually confirmed, what would you call, technical in the market. So, and it's registered as such in line with the ascending line of support, that it's one of the most bullish patterns that we can find, ascending triangle. So that's why that flat line is important, just to explain the facts and circumstances behind it. It's buyers that have carried up interest from an ascending line of support that say, boom. But it's their presence here that gives you that nice flat top across the top, that flat top resistance. That's indicated on an ascending triangle. So that is that flat top. A lot of people say, well, it's turning into a double top. No, it's turning into a nice ascending triangle. Pattern within a pattern, essentially. We have a flat top here that played well thus far, and then we're building into a potential additional broader-based ascending triangle. Look for that flat top line, and every time you see one, instead of thinking, oh, it's just a double top, it's over, look at the expression as an ascending triangle. Just always keep that in mind. All right, what do we got in chats? Let's see. Yes, I can. Good. I'll put that video in the back for them. We're alphas, baby. You got that right. He better recognize if he's 7 months in. Hit that button. He better recognize if he's 7 months in. It's true, huh? It's true, huh? But it's funny, huh? Because the guy I talked to, that's funny, huh? Because he is. He's been here for 7 months. But yeah, it's just funny. I never would have really talked to him, but he just had a kind of glow to him. He's just excited about life. He was doing good. He's like, what am I doing talking to a guy at a gas station? I don't know. There was some chick walking around. I don't know what she was busy doing. I was like, what is this chick doing? I'm like, whatever. I was like, this guy looks cool. What is he doing? So the previous time I went there, a dude in a Ferrari, and I'm like, what model you got there? This was a funny story. You guys want to hear a funny story? And for some reason, this gas station, I always run into, dudes doing whatever. And I got an old, like, militarized truck, my truck. I don't know, whatever reason, I spent time in Coronado or wherever else. I had a similar one right in Beirut for like 3 years. And so it's all camo, painted out, tanned up. It looks like a vehicle from the Wrath of War. And I like it. It's a tough-looking car. Nobody messes with me. It's my car. It's my Range Rover. I like it a lot. And I get compliments from everybody from, you'd be surprised. People pull up in whatever kind of car, like, man, I like that ride. I'm like, thank you, sir. But it's that one of the tougher cars you're going to see. And I like the military. I studied military intelligence, etc. So as we look at, but the previous time I was in this at the gas station, I'm hanging out. And I've had Ferraris and whatever car you can shake a stick at. And I looked at this guy, and he had a new looking Ferrari with some paper plates on the back. I'm like, hey, bud, what's going on? I'm just sitting there, walking around my car. He's like, what model you got there? and just stuck up enough he didn't want to even mention what kind of Ferrari he had, huh? And it was just funny because when he did that to me, I'm like, really, dude? I was like, okay, roll with it. The thing about me is like, I guarantee you he cannot drive that car. And that's the sad thing because I can drift one sideways if need be on a freeway at like 180 miles an hour, right? I'm like, whatever. I cannot, I'm never really insulted because like I could, lap you in that thing. But it was funny because I knew it wasn't. It was just a bad showing because he decided to be watching a little bit of a pour down function here, but we know we have the ascending function ongoing here overall in terms of the price action flat top. Buyers needing to step in along this level. If it were to cruise down into here, I'm still fine with it. Right? That wouldn't be a negative as we watch the price pour down. It's a natural pour down to watch the buyers either pick up as we get back into the technicals, either at this level here or to cruise down through this level of support into this overall indicated level here, just so that we know, okay, on this ascending triangle that we're watching on Bitcoin. Right? I have no problem if it wants to dip down into here as long as buyers maintain this level of support here. Okay, so as I was talking to this dude about this Ferrari, he was a total jerk, and I'm like, no big deal, right? He may have just bought the thing from the guys at Ferrari that I know, and they're jerks, so it's not a big deal. But it was funny because I was like, it was a newer one, but not so new. And I'm like, which model is that? Like, I was like, we talk about 458, this, that, anything. He's just a jerk. And then he starts the thing up, and it sounded like a lawnmower. And I was like, dude, this is not good because it was a newer looking Ferrari, but someone hadn't done he must have got it from a side dealership or wherever. And the guy with all the attitude, everything else, he starts up his Ferrari, doesn't want to talk to me. I'm like, whatever, dude. I was like, you can talk to me or not. At least I just make a conversation. Some people are nice, some people aren't. Let me see what we got. Morning, sir. Little late at the live. Did you cover Elon yet? No, didn't yet. We're doing a VIP stream. Welcome and good morning to you. We welcome you to be part of our VIP group. We got a great VIP group. So that was the funny thing about, sometimes it's like people, and always make sure you're not necessarily that guy. It's good, huh? Because the video I got from the Cubano guy today was nice. Watching Bitcoin in an ascending triangle. A lot of price action today, positive price action. Market's happy. Float up 18, Rose 16, Dust 16, Phantom 15. LRC doing well. Atom 13, Sheeb 12, AVAX 11, Sol 1, Gala up and around 8 to 10, Luna 8, CRO, BNB, Matic 7, Near doing well. Near had a nice hit. Very technically expressed on Near. Was happy to see that. 80 up about 6, 88 6, Doge 5, and yeah, as we would look at, so just make sure you're not that guy, whoever that guy is. Just make sure. DOT up about 3%. Let's see, ETH up about 4.72%. Nice move for ETH. And Bitcoin up 2% at 35,802. Nice to see our target stick from the 50% retracement from the all-time high. Wedge formation. Nose diving into the 50%. It got out and down into that. A lot of orders waiting. People pulling the price down. Bam. So one thing is, okay, it spilled out. Bad news, Fed, etc. Overall stock market correlation has been noted heavily by Wall Street Journal, etc. So, but yeah, there are orders waiting here. So as much as it would have liked to dance in here, it would have loved to have danced into this, into the wedge. It just, for whatever reason, it came down to pick up the orders at the 50%. We're hoping that level will hold. If not, we got the golden pocket and a few levels between here and there. So yeah, the overall, I guess the as we look at just expressing, hey, we're fortunate, we're a good group, we're just happy to be where we are in life, appreciative. Just try and never be the guy in a Ferrari, because you don't. I mean, yeah, we got Ferrari all over the top of this deal. Be the cool guy. Talk to people about it. Don't let them all drive your car or whatever. But yeah, just don't be the guy that we don't know better and we wind up being a jerk to somebody, and then it's like you're gonna hop in your ride and push the start button. You don't know, it sounds like a lawnmower. Whoever did the work on it, it's like it just doesn't sound perfect. And and I guess also don't be the overcritical guy on this end either, saying this guy, that guy. Maybe it was a circumstance of whatever, but just try and be cool in 2022. It's gonna be a cool year. And for the VIP who roll in there, Ferraris or their Lambos, we are going to expect them to be cool brothers and sisters, right? They're gonna be nice. We gotta We got to be cool, right? Got to be cool. You just don't know, man, in life. Who is that guy holding the door? I don't know. Where is he from? What is his story? Why is he here? Like, some of the most interesting people in life. It's just the truth. You got to pay attention to the small things in life. And we talk about some of those things. Humble beginnings, right? Angel? Yeah. What are you making? $2 and how much? You were making at 13 years old, Angel was making $2.85 an hour. He was making $2.85 an hour, and that's a part right now, 1.269 million of sheep. Just a part. Another part up to like 2 million, like 775,000. Just a part. That's nice. From $2 an hour. Hey, that's a lot of hard work. That's a lot of hard work. A lot of respect, huh? Not everybody's going to say that, wow. Because you're at the top of the channel, everything else, you've got it, well, they resent it or whatever else, or, the channel, because everyone has that feeling with VIP. They'll resent it or this and that. They don't think of the hard work. They just don't. And it's nice in this group, we should esteem always to appreciate and recognize that hard work, what it takes to get to the top. Man, we beat the market. It ain't by, we don't show up late. We just don't, right? For no reason or anything else. It's like, oh well, we just in life or otherwise, we're not asleep at the wheel, huh? Like I don't say that to be like cocky at all, but like we beat the market. We want people to beat the market. That's it. Alpha, the percentage by which you beat the market. That's what alpha is. Okay, and so. In the process of that, like people will take it one way or the other, but I just say I reinforce that to us just because that's our attitude. That's who we have to be. We have to reinforce that with each other, and it's not because I don't say it because, but it does come off like that. Well, that's a cocky group. Well, that's they got a lot of attitude. Take it as you will. But we're gonna jump in the ring, pro boxers, pro fighting, etc. We're gonna get we got to get the talk. We got to get we got to get geared up. We got to reframe our mentality consistently because the psychology of the market consistently trying to beat people up. And a lot of the TA people are consistently trying to just tell people, clickbait what they want to hear. Yeah, we'll get into, reframing something. I'm going to look bullish right now, this and that. But if it's not tied to solid technicals, and you guys are you write the book on the technicals. I'm just telling you. Trillion Sheeb. Nothing in life comes without hard work. That's the truth. Yes, sir. We beat the market, baby. Yes, we do beat the market. We got the Grand Slam 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 in 2022. We'll get more this year. I know we will. And the group everyone in this group knows we will. Absolutely, as a matter of fact. I take a deep breath now because it's a lot of work. Yeah, it's a lot of work. But that's okay. We're obviously geared towards it. I guess we wouldn't be happy doing anything else, huh? The market just want to hand out 10Xs and 20Xs, no problem. Yeah, if they didn't make us work for it a little bit, I don't know. We might not appreciate it enough. I was thinking about that on some other issues. Like today I was reframing 2021 on some issues. I was thinking, you know what? Everything will work out the way that it was supposed to work out. Always, I trust in that fact. With this, with that, this trade, that trade, this one great, that one, These, look back on and say, well, look how that. Yeah, there's always that that flow that we get into where we can see that, and other times it's just we're frustrated because it's not that. It's like, come on. 2021, if anything, can prove to us in terms of it's just how dynamic things are, how they reward hard work. We can say that. Just to follow up on your comment. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We got that dynamic. It's rolling, huh? It's a good thing. And it needs to be because we just thrive too. You guys know this. We thrive in this zone. We just do. As you start to dig in anywhere close to our sweet spot, and it's down in wherever we start. We get further into it. The more we get into it and we start seeing stuff in patterns and charts and this and that where no other group pick up on it, and it just becomes like our specialty. It becomes, I mean, you're walking into our house. Wherever, I mean, this is our house. This is our house here. This is, I mean, any place you get into deep digging on any chart, that's our house. This in here, that's our house. It's just, honestly, it's just the turf upon which we seem to thrive as a group. And it's because we're the only ones that are really measured into heavy cash reserves at lower levels, compounding into and heavier entries at those lower levels, to where, yes, the trade becomes significant on a leverage position, in and out, catching the pattern, which we do. We're good at that as well. Like the turnaround, the reversal. But that structured cash approach, you know, it's just, it is the game changer. That's the one thing. Throw a technical, you know, book or a Google Shant, whatever, even respectable or irrespectable, from a different group. Nobody's got the reinforcement of consistently amongst the group talking about the kind of the fundamentals of the approach of investing with each other. That's what makes this a good group. You know, like I just think of Freddie, you know, our champ for January, and he says, he's like, until, and I'll just share this, but he said, you know, until I got to VIP, I just never did it, like heavy reserve cash. And I just love that fact because he wanted to go 5L here on breakout. We broke from stream. I'm like, put that line of resistance up. Boom, we woke up. It was right there. He wanted to go long here. I'm like, patience, patience. And boom. And I know he has backup now. I know he has backup, boom, for another level. And backup, boom, for another level. Do I want to go down? I don't want to go down to 16,000. That's not on the table. That's not what I'm discussing. It's the dynamic of the group that reinforces what we all need to hear. Because we'll turn on a station and we'll turn on a different channel, and I'll tell you what you get is you turn on a different channel and you're told about a multi-million-dollar position. Someone has just taken out on this and that and everything else, a multi-million. And they're not telling you, well, it's on margin, man. You know? They're not telling you it's on margin. Sometimes maybe they will, but they're not going to explain all that stuff to you. Or, you know, whatever, whoever is fronting, you know, we just have a very realistic approach to things, and it's very well appreciated. So up 2%, 1.93% now, 35744, 35,747. Nice pickup, nice targeting, huh? That's good. Within a couple $100 or whatnot. I mean, it's the 50% retracement. It just didn't have to. It didn't have to necessarily hold. I'm glad that it has thus far and that we're formulating something that looks bullish. If buyers can continue, buyers cannot surrender. Need those bulls to step in. It's a very recognized level. A few dynamics going on in the world right now, a little unique. Russia saying no, U.S. saying hold on, maybe doing a central bank digital currency. We'd have to see. So we talked to the benefit of getting down in terms of the leverage trades, in terms of those ETFs. They need to function. We need these moves to be able to produce something positively. So the corrective event at some point is somewhat of a necessity. We could argue it back and forth. We had a good discussion on that last night. Yeah, pretty good discussion. As I was discussing, what was the other thing I wanted to discuss? I may think of it in 1 second. That was a big discussion last night, though, in terms of ETFs, the corrective nature of what we're going through and how it's not necessarily required, but it becomes an essential at some point. Or we would have to get extremely drastic with Bitcoin on a market capitalization that realized versus actual argument aside. The realized versus actual market capitalization, right? Aside, that argument aside, we would be pushing some really drastic numbers in terms of market cap for Bitcoin to get up there. You know, that being 1 point, combined with limitations on standardized preset kind of moves here. This turns into 10% move up there. It's 100% right here. At some level, that becomes a 10% move way up there. Hey, you can't trade an ETF on that. I thought today, these guys that are put on the desks of Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan, wherever else it is, that they want them to do well, the guys on the Bitcoin desk. I mean, we have to consider that. We haven't talked about it. The Goldman Sachs or the JP Morgan or the PricewaterhouseCoopers, I don't care, Credit Suisse, BlackRock, whoever it may be. They want their traders to do well. They want the desk to operate well. So we should have some good trades. We've had some nice conformance here with like a head and shoulders, real nice move. This specific move here, we tested this function. I know they must have picked up on it by now. A return to function in the wedge, falling wedge. It's just it's been too obvious for them to miss. We haven't missed it. Maybe, well, you don't know. You really don't know. I'm not going to speak for them or what they should or should not have picked up on. We certainly have. So, yeah, we got some green. Nice green day. And let's look back at overall patterning. And we want to hold this specific line. So we're seeing a retest at the, if we go back to the 1 minute, a return to function. Yeah. First and foremost, Angel knows that. VIP knows that, huh? Big time, big time. On this specific one here, meaning this one being an ascending triangle, flat top resistance. Boom, boom, boom. Ascending line of support. We often see the retest of the prior resistance. Boom, boom. And we'll see it depending upon, let's see, where the move gets to, at what point the move gets up to. We will see it even from above, and those are the ones that become interesting. You'll start seeing the price action on Bitcoin or something else well above, and it's like, is this one going to return as well? And inevitably, the better structured that the ascending triangle is, we see the return to function, like well up and above. We've seen it so many times, haven't we? It's like we could just bank on it. We start seeing it, it's just like it's going back. You know, it's clearly as something would want to go back up into an ascending triangle, or into a falling wedge now, that return to function. When we see, so it's an interesting dynamic in play. That's the descending wedge up here. So we have that dynamic in play with a return to function that we see so many times on the ascending triangle. Yeah, you guys get that? If you're paying attention, it's pretty cool. We have this specific pattern. It would indicate a return into the descending wedge. Yeah? A recapture. And for those of us who have traded a lot, you get into the question, is it going to return back down to the prior level of previous resistance to turn into support? Because if you've traded a lot recently and you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you've been in the market, if you've been trading, you know what I'm talking about. Because we've seen it express potential for a recapture of the wedge, boom, and as well for a retest of the prior resistance. Just almost automatic. Differentiated time frames herein will express this ascending triangle differently, from the 30-minute to the 5-minute to the 1 minute. So we'd be returning on the 1 minute. That's a little, and of course that'd be the place you'd have to dig to find it, the 1 minute. If you didn't know where it was, it'd be on the 1 minute. So to say it's kind of hidden there, it is, but that would be a logical place for us to look for it. It would be expressed on any other time frame in terms of the candle wicks. So interesting price action right now. Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice level of complication that it presents to traders who are sophisticated enough to hear what I just said and follow that. This is not a light crew, like in terms of technicals or mentality. To follow what I just said and for that to just seamlessly go through, and you understand return to function on the wedge, return to function on the ascending triangle, boom, boom. I mean, that's not like, that's a pretty elevated game you've got trade wise. If you can grasp, and I know you did, you grasp what we just went over. That is a sophisticated trade game. Now, implementing that in terms of your trade strategy, guys, you're at the upper crust here. Like the group here, and if you're watching this on replay, congratulations, because you guys, VIP, the base campers, everybody, that's some sophisticated trade game. You guys are spending some time on your trade game, big time, to be able to seamlessly understand what we just went over. No problem, boom, got it, and to be able to implement your trades around that. And you don't want to get. It's just funny because you don't want to get shortchanged on it. If it makes an exception, it's a good dynamic. You don't want to get shortchanged on it. And it's odd because based upon, I'm going to say, we'll get into some additionals on it, but based upon a completed return move to the upside, let's say that, were we to complete this to the upside, and this doesn't have to complete up, for the buyers and sellers in the market right now, it's interesting because they're looking at this potential. And that's what's interesting right now. Will we complete this ascending triangle? Because the buyers, the traders right now are already playing this out, just like we are right now. Okay, so we get 6.64 to the upside. Let's say 6 to 7% on the upside. Amplitude of the ascending triangle. And then the likelihood is, based upon preceding moves, etc., we're going to be descending back down to prior support. Okay, so 6 up, 6 down. 6 to 7 up, 6 to 7 down. So will that compromise as you work it into your figurations here? Will that compromise the demand functions as plugged into the buyers willing to trade this right now? Because it's got a return to function on it. And in the context of the ascending triangles, they have been underperforming. Copy that. Copy that. They've been underperforming. Big deal. The bullish formations have been underperforming. So we look at that heavily right now. Everybody wants an ascending triangle. We do not want to be a part of another underperforming pattern. It's just been rampant across the top line here. It has. We have to, and that's talk about it like a plague. No, talk about it like a benefit. It's gotten us down to a level where our ETFs can start to perform again. In the zone, starting to get in a sweet spot. We launched from 29,750. Okay, we're at 35,000. We're getting into the sweet spot. 29,750. Boom, 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 boom. ETFs working. ETFs able to function. Provide enough on a standardized move that's been repeated, right? Yeah. There's enough of a move to cover your ETF position. And the spread if you want to enter into it at a larger position. Now, we don't need to be at a lower, percentage, et cetera, if you just want to trade ETF with $500 or $200. But if you got a large position, they're going to charge you more of a spread on the ETF. ETF. Right? Yes. So, bullish patterns have not been working out quite well. We do see a return to function quite frequently here with this descending wedge. We've seen a few of them live. We have this here, pour down on December 3rd. It does compromise things a little bit. Okay, in terms of the overall fact, we haven't been really completing bullish patterns that well. However, we have seen a return to function. The return to function we've seen from all different levels. We've seen it from here. We've seen it from here. I just can't believe that we would have the opportunity to hit a golden pocket on Bitcoin. I just can't believe that. We didn't get to hit one earlier here. In mid-2021, we just didn't get a chance to hit one. So I'm excited about the fact we could hit one. Just not that we will, but that we could. It's kind of cool. It's a nice thing. Yeah, that ascending triangle is on the map. Definitely. On the 4 hourly, Go to the, yeah, that's on the map. Look at that, the candle wicks on the 4 hourly. Draw that out on your desktop. That's pretty sweet. That's nice. That's looking nice, huh? Yeah, that'll work. So will we need a push like that? Because this would allow, if we were to push like this, and I don't want it to occur, but if we were to push like this, it would give the buyers a little bit more room. It would give the traders a little bit more room because, and just to understand this, might complicate it with the events coming out this week, etc., from the Fed to whatever else. It could complicate some issues, but it would also give potential for not needing to completely fulfill the pattern to the upside. See, we could cut short the target along the top. We wouldn't have to fully express ourselves all the way up to the 38.5. Okay? We wouldn't have to fully complete this target move to the upside in order to regain that falling wedge. Copy that. Right? Falling wedge, want to recapture back into the wedge. But we have not been completing fully to the upside many bullish patterns. That's not many. A few we have, but not many. We've been limited. So that would kind of be pushing it from this standpoint in here to get all the way back up into this level of completion. Now, it may just rocket. Who knows? Maybe that 50% was the golden touch we needed. Magic touch. But if we can push out to here a little bit laterally, the benefit, if we do take more time to get out here, I'd have to say it would be nice to see a little bit of action along the 50%. Just a touch. We could go down, scoop up, and fly back in and up. It would be nice. We've spent time at every Fibonacci thus far. We just have. We've spent time. And the last two levels are noted less amount of time. Also noted. Though the duration function here and duration function here is very similar. In the midst of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the abrogated fifth wave here. So level 1, 2, 3. We're just at that the third primary. Let's just say the third level down on the macro 23.6 to the 38.2 to the 50%. And we have a stutter step in here. These fibs were laid out from the previous breakout to the all-time high. We got that, which technically is a bullish feature. Okay? It's technically bullish that we weren't just operating on fibs to ground zero. And that's important in terms of the function that we see, that the breakout zone to the all-time high is indicative of buyers stepping in at different levels for whatever dynamics it presents. In addition to that, or complications on the macro, we'll talk about. Well, buyers have formulated targets from this breakout to the all-time high. Now, ultimately, bullish would have been here. Boom, that's it. The more aggressive this gets stepped up, right, the more bullish it becomes. So the fact that we're here arguably is a back down, already a back down, and less bullish, we would say, than operating, let's say, at the tip top. Right? So we've backed down one, let's say back down two, but it's more bullish than just being on the macro the entirety of the time. But that's how that logic flows. The more escalated or elevated that your targets are, the more bullish it is. Buyers just hammering in at those levels. Bam, 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 bam. We don't need to expand it down to here. But we have a few levels that are a bit, unclear on the macro. So in the context of discussing this on the macro, the targets on the macro, I want you to understand just the dynamic that the more elevated and escalated, the more elevated, we'll just say the more elevated you are in terms of these Fibonacci's, the more bullish you are. And as they drop down, just a bit more bearish. With the understanding that the key macro features like to play out, typically like the 50%. Bam, 38.2, light. 23.6 got skipped. We were into a breakout on 38.2 from the previous breakout to all-time high. So there's been and again, it's nice to see this because we had this discussion earlier on. I'm not passing the 8 ball. I'm not passing the what do you say? Passing the what do they say? They say hide the 8 ball or the whatever that deal is. I'm not passing the buck. I'm not passing the buck here. Well, just shuffle this idea. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. It's like where are you gonna what are you gonna do here? It's not like we're not getting into like escape artists in terms of the technicals. So this one doesn't work. This one doesn't work. No, it's the complete package, and you're seeing that here on Bitcoin. Copy that, guys. That you have 2 or 3 different Fibonacci levels at work at one time. Bitcoin's proving that to you right now. Okay, you have elevated levels. Okay, yep, you have elevated levels. And in terms of the procedures, you'd be like, this would be important here. 1, 2, 3, and macro 4. That's a lot of different levels. Buyers stepping down a lot of different targets. So when you say, and we're dealing into like Luna or DOT or whatever it may be, or Matic, and we got 30 pricing targets, that's absurd. No, it's not. Just look at Bitcoin what's staring us in the face right now. It's telling you right now that there's not one size fits all macro Fibonacci and that's it. That's not the name of that game. So it's worth reviewing that and understanding that in the context of kind of the big boy Bitcoin. So we probably should have had that example earlier, but it's not bad that we're here. I don't mind sometimes not fully explaining something earlier on and having a smaller group when we go through the details. That's okay. That's okay. And that's when you get the good, not you get the goods, but like we develop sometimes some of the better examples and better understanding of the market when we dig into it. 4:30 in the morning, yeah. Or 5:30 in the morning, wherever you are. Yeah, or 6, whatever time. Yeah, so when we dig into the market, we get these, we see what we've, we see what we have been, need a sip of coffee. The technicals reveal themselves to us in kind of a more complete manner, or with more of a complete picture when we focus on them. We spend more time with them. And the notion that we had mentioned earlier on, it seemed like, well, we're trying to explain through, 2 or 3 different Fibonacci's, which one are you, do you hit it on one of them or not? And now you see on Bitcoin, it's like, well, of course you got multiple patterns. Of course you got multiple. I mean, you're going to have 20 targets on there. Now it's like a foregone conclusion. Now the guys here are going to be like, yeah, absolutely. So we'll explain it again next time. You'll get it right off the cuff. It's like, yeah, we went over that, Just remember Bitcoin. And we have other examples like that. So, but it helps to bring it into the current context. Always. You guys are warriors. You know that, huh? It's just the truth, huh? VIP warriors in the house. Because not everybody get through the original discussion and this and that, and we get to stay focused mentally to get back into. Yes, we have multiple price targets. Now you got that conquered, huh? You do, in ways that nobody else in the market does. You know that in ways that nobody else in the market does. I'm telling you guys, you ever go look for other TA? Man, you beat those guys. You knock the socks off those guys. You just do. They can't throw anything at you. They can't give you any opinion that's better than what you can formulate. I know this. Man, look at Floke up 20, 22%, 19%, not bad. Rose 17, FTM 17. Floke, you're really taking a journey, huh? That's okay. We gotta say, that's okay. It's so low. This is the good thing, because it's so low. When it moves, it's gonna move a lot. That's the whole idea. It's low. That's nice. Rose 17. I love Rose picking up on that line. It's just nice. If it can do this again, I'm impressed. Big time. Phantom, square on to 50. Nice. Nice technicals. Dusk. Dusk had great price action. Beautiful price action. Really, really accelerated it in terms of that that trend. Let's look at Atom, Cosmos. Really want Cosmos, Atom, to fulfill this ascending triangle, the notion thereof. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I want to see that. I got that that alert here. That's good. That's an alert line, just so we know. Right on to, square into that 38.2. Boom. Nice. Bingo. And that's the thing as well. If you get frustrated, well, you didn't hit on this one, you didn't hit on this one, man. If you got pricing targets set up on like 3, 4, 4 or 5 coins, you're gonna hit something perfect. So if the market doesn't give you 1 or 2, it might give you the other 3. You know, that's okay. Whoo! There you go. 1. There you go, Harmony 1. Be in Harmony 1, isn't it? Yeah, that is a grade A invitation to ouch. Potentially for people who are just holding. It just does that. And we can't even get the real all-time high on it. I got to tell you that. We can't even get the real all-time high. I make complaints like this sometimes to people like, oh, sure. Oh, sure. I'm like, man, I can't even tell what the pricing target is on this thing from the daily right here, wick, to the 4-hourly. Right? It dropped down. It's not even there, to the hourly, to the, you know, you can't give me 3 or 4 different all-time highs and expect me to hit my targets at all, or even to really essentially trade well. It's just, it's poor form. And then you're supposed to trust this right here, you see? Nah. Just, that's rough stuff, guys. That's rough stuff. Like, come on, man. Come on, TradingView. Come on, Binance. You know? If regulation could fix that, I'm all for it. All for it. Look at the SHIB. SHIB up 12%. Rocking that 786. What's up? Rocking that 786. Super excited. I know Angel booked some trades. What's up? Nice, nice. Booking those trades, hitting that button. Boom. I love when VIP book trades. I would tell you, if they, you know, if someone down here book a trade, they wait for another one, they book a trade, and then they, you know, they decide something else to go on. They want to book another trade, and then they get into, you know, they decide, okay, hold on. I'm going to stop booking trades for a minute. Now I'm going to find me a bull penny, because it'll roll around. Now, the lower entries are nice. They are. They're nice to hold. When you get a nice low price and you know it, you don't want to sell that sucker. You know that. But then you see something like this. You see a bull pennant. Yeah. And everybody's like, now it's time to really trade. Now we're going to pull out the big, right? The big heavy hammer and lay into that sucker, huh? Trillion SHIB. 2 trillion SHIB. Make it 2. Double down. SHIB doing well. AVAX, Sol, Luna. Let's see what AVAX is at. These are nice hits, men. Nice. And AVAX, we did note, huh? We did. We noted that for the record. I think it was live. Right into that golden pocket. I like to see that. Boom. Ground zero, right into golden pocket. What's the return? 20%. These are nice spot trades. If you're willing to double down and get into it, it's nice. That's nice. Soul. Yeah, golden pocket. That's nice. From that bottom line 65th up, you have 15%. That's good. Hey, God's listening. Amen. That's a good expression. I like it. I've heard it before. God listens. There's a cool radio station in Texas, and they're it's Christian music or whatever else. It says God's listening. That's their tagline. They're a Christian station. I was like, oh, that's good. Or God listens. I don't know what it is. God listens. It was good. So is the TA Solana. He like a Solana. Everybody likes Solana. You believe you get a discount at 65% discount? What's up? People like that. Grand Slam opportunities. People looking at it, wanting to hit the lower targets. No one has to participate, but it helps. And just square on. Boom. Golden pocket. Very nicely done on Solana. Like, I'm excited because we, as VIP, traded Solana in this area. Nobody knew what Solana was. In like 20, 30, 24 bucks, right? Pattern trading within here. Reminds of DOT, doesn't it? DOT patterning a little bit. Yeah. So as we would look at that, we have that. Now, didn't pull it out of the bag at like at 2 cents or 30 cents. Didn't do that. But caught it in here, which is nice. That's 20 bucks up to like 200 bucks. Up to like 260. That's all right. Hey, that'll work. That's good. We got that in the community, in the back section there too. That old Solana chart. That's good. Let's see what we got. A little more coffee. All right. So Solana, beautiful technical conformance. Luna made you play a little bit aggressively, right? Luna up back to 68 bucks. Gala, yo. Gala at 86. Huh? Well, that would be nice to see at 86. That's 78.6. Can it get to that next level? I don't know. What's it at? 19 cents. Small bag at 12.14. Bought at 41.22 and again at 26.44 on Solana, huh? That's real good, huh? Bought at 41 at 26. That's great, huh? At 12, huh? In the first section, the first run up, huh? Man, you love when things move. Angel just loves it, huh? Summer up 2021. Boom. Yeah. We were just watching, just when you review every coin, when you review every single coin that's offered to VIP, you come up with these. Like, it's just the truth, huh? And some of you, I think, would hear about them somewhere else because this whatever station is talking about all the coins that are going crazy right now, or it's going to $1,000, whatever it would be. And I wind up getting them technically, and they'll cross my computer desk technically, and so we keep that rocking. We do. It's cool. Some of these took forever to get up off the ground, like CRO. Crow, huh? Took forever to get up off the ground. It has. It's in a nice zone now. You want to trade it? Trade it. No problem. Nice hit into the golden pocket. Boom. It's cheap, huh? It's 35 cents. I mean, crypto TA on fire. Yeah, we focus on that. It's interesting between the fundamentals and these, even with the kind of the pep across the board approach, the top 100 or whatever it is new. Like it becomes an interesting discussion if you look at the 276 days. As you look at the other issues, other details that can be thrown into the mix in terms of an overall strategy to capture and get into the next phantoms at like 2 cents or 0.002 cents, it becomes interesting. It does, in terms of, okay, I want those, I don't want those. You start seeing, more than anything, you'll start saying, what do I value my time as? And that'll be the ultimate thing, is like, okay, I have time. My own time, I can spend my time getting in touch with and doing explorations, doing all these different things with the market. You are not bad there, huh? 276 days. Yeah, you got it right. Boom. Yeah, you got it right. It took that long. 276 days. Yeah, someone has some crow too, huh? Good job. It's funny. And as we look at that, that's the determination you'll ultimately be making, is what is my time worth? Because at some point you'll have a preference just for having the Phantom at 0.002. That's it. I want the Phantom at 0.002. And you'll do long-term projections, etc. But right now, is your time worth more in terms of the dedicating it to the new coin, exploration, development, investment, etc. Kind of that incubator. What's in the incubator? What are the top ones to put in the incubator? Put on the that tiger list, right? We got some tigers to go after in 2022. And it takes time to find those versus, well, here's a blanket on the market. Bam. Just went, bam. Just hit it. So therein is how much is your time worth. It just is. And I'll blanket, then I'll let the market tell me which ones it really loves, right? Which one are really going to pick up, or which of those projects. And you don't want to be sloppy with your investing at all. And to the extent you want to spend more time trading, it becomes a little bit of an interesting discussion. Even as to whether or not you want Phantom at all at 0.002. Maybe that's another consideration. Everyone wants that, but realistically, you start just saying, okay, well, I guess I could get them all at 0.002 then. It's like, well, then I'm going to, it just takes your time. It's like maybe you wanted BNB at how many serious retracements did BNB have along the way? Okay, you wanted BNB at $1, $1.50. Right? Look at that run up it had. Quickly up to $23, $25. Then back down to $4. So 85%, 85 to 86% retracement. Our special 86. Boom. You do pretty well. New all-time high, great. Bam! I wanted 80. I want a 80% discount. That would have gotten you into $6, $7. But some people just want that. I just want that $1.50. It's 5:52 in the morning on the East Coast. Yeah, market's open. Good morning. Good morning. I just find when you hit the market like this, there's no surprise during the day. There just isn't. It's like everything else in the day just kind of works the way it's supposed to kind of work, huh? Shout out to Angel, my brother. What's up? We push into the market. Not everybody going to beat it. We're going to. We do. So Matic fell out of its primary, and we did say it would just be phenomenal if it wanted to pick up here. We're only here to beat the market. That's the whole MO. It's nice to have a group, but the group is we're going to beat the market. We get a ton of respect from people. I don't know if you understand that. Some of the people seriously respect the level of TA and dedication and just cohesion that we have in a serious way. And you don't always maybe hear it, but I do from some serious people that seriously respect it. And I want to let you guys know that. And it's hats off to you guys, big time. It ain't just me I mean, there's like real results. There's real people. There's real champs. There's real focus. Like it's a real deal. It's nice. You guys are definitely the real deal. So Matic, we talked about in this level, it would have just been phenomenal for it to pick up, meaning very rare for this to pick up because the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is why that's drawn out here. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Elliott Wave ABC drawn out here. It's nice to see the pickup on the 50% retracement, which VIP had at the $1.50. No problem. You just have to be prepared to deal with the volatility, and it's just not a light-handed game. In terms of the approach here, it's just not a light-handed game. And I get, it can be like, you got a light hand, go, throw it float at the bottom levels. Go float, something that could, you throw what you want to throw at. But as we look at the technical conformance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C on Matic, we love Matic. Great project. Want to see how Web3 NFTs are going to work in line with some, I don't know, what are the functions they're going to put together this year? How creative can crypto be to circumvent the Fed? That's going to be what they're doing, because I know, I'm just bringing that up kind of as a joke. Think of the guys who are in charge of crypto right now. Everything from Suarez, I got to say, down in Miami. You don't think, like, Miami's got its own cryptocurrency, right? So, you got mayors sitting around talking about, well, what are we going to do about the Fed? I mean, you have legitimate, interests like that. It's not just be, loudmouth and having fun, I mean, granted, you got Mayor Suarez in Miami talking about, well, I mean, what are we going to do? So there's a lot of creativity in the space, I think, working right now. And, nothing like, it's we're going to win the battle. It's not like that. It's just more of like the creativity and the expression of crypto. How's it going to be handled? How you going to take away, I don't even want to see the riots in the street. You take away Dogecoin from people. I just don't want to see that, I don't want to see that, guys. No VIP gear on the Dogecoin riot. I'm going to tell you that because I don't approve of any kind of obstinance like that at all. I don't like to see people hysterically upset over anything. I just don't. Huh? Doge protests. Take your frustration out in the weight room. Go do something exciting. So ADA Cardano down into prior level of support. Nice hit at its golden pocket. It frustrated a little bit. Just looking at that pattern right now. Descending triangle. Would be great to see ADA express itself to the upside. And again, what's the ticket here? The ticket is, well, we don't want it to go down where you get a better entry. If you do, that's your extra swing at the plate. You want to hit a grand slam? That's your extra swing at the plate. Like, you can hit a home run from here, that'd be great. Get on back up to the all-time high. That's great. Set a new high, get up to $3.50, get up to $4. Do something nice. Or you can do it from down here. We have seen the greatest trades of 2021 be from down here to up here. Boom. Yeah. So we're excited about retracement. We're excited about that extra swing at the plate. Ample hitting back. I like these trades on Ample. I want that to hit back up for VIP that wanted to trade that. It went up 100%. I brought that to VIP and some other people. Just something to watch, a baseline support trade. Repetitive, cyclical action. I like it a lot. Near, boom. Right down into the 50. Again, a good trade. 18 to 20% on spot. That's nice. ETF. It's a nice spot trade. And I mean, you guys know these would cover some cash. I mean, you could throw some cash at these. So these are some good, good positions. When I talk about to people, and I talk to you guys, it's not about how much you want to sell. It's about how much you want to buy. And we had that discussion on NEAR, on several tokens in this area. I brought up, it was looking great while it was above this specific. I couldn't have said any otherwise. I could not have. Legitimately, I could not have said it's not. If I had said it wasn't looking bullish up here, while I had discussed Elliott Wave International, right, the expected pour down function from this broader macro pattern, the expanding wedge. I did that special video on it. If you guys saw it or not, I did a special 3-minute video because I brought it to the community in here, right, before the big run up. And this specific wedge formation, just the pennant formation, it was looking bullish till what? Crack, bam, right down through. That key feature right there was big. Boom. Could have produced the upside, could have beat the odds, but right there, boom. Big move for NEAR. Big deal for it to pick up perfectly on its 50 because it flew through the 23.638.2, but bam, nice hit. Outside of that pattern formation, Elliott Wave International coming through like a champ. Got to say, huh? Yeah. We see the timing with the price action of NEAR in line with the overall functioning of, like in synchronicity with Bitcoin. The need to retrace there, need to retrace here out of this pattern, in line with Bitcoin's falling wedge, even the fall out of that. Interesting, huh? As you would prognosticate where this might go in line with Bitcoin's return to function, possible into the wedge. This return back up into this area if you're gauging that specific trade that you're in on spot here or an overall larger position. Take those matters into account. Please. Let's see. Doge getting low. I like to see things low. Not much lower than it has been. Held the 12 floor. That's right, up about 5-6%. I want to see a runway. Doge had a runway. So I want to see a runway and then some bullish patterning. That's what I'd like to see. Not just wham, move to the upside. Well, that can happen, but we typically like to see some patterning. AXS, kind of off in no man's land. Distorted charts. Just the truth, huh? Sushi took a breather for a while, huh? It's still taking a breather. I like the XCAD chart. Was interesting. Pennant formed. Got real messy, didn't it? Yep. Didn't want to play that pennant because that's what we look for in terms of chart formations, etc. I mean, we look for that, huh? Big time. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. That's what I was, expressing beforehand. This as well, bottom line formation, a newer coin. I mean, that's what we look for. That's what we get excited about. FXS took off. This one did. That's all right. This one a little bit in the context. It's just not bad. 4 hourly. This wasn't here. So we had, nice bull pennant. Boom. Played. And, subsequent pennant would have been nice. Brought it to VIP, but with the understanding that we had this upline formation here that was a little bit difficult to really get excited about. And I brought that up. Not to diminish the hopes. If you still traded it, hey, I don't blame you at all. There we go. Total market cap excluding BTC. And let's go to this. A little bit off on the fibs. Yeah, just off. Let's get back down to 0. Let's see what we got. Let's get up to here. No, we're not. On the candle wicks to just barely. within a percent of being at the 50% retracement. It's nice to see that. Just real close. It did what Luna did. Huh. Noted. Just right above that 50%. Odd. A little bit odd. But hey, maybe we give it a percent, right? Percent on top, percent. Maybe you have a 2% threshold. That's reasonable. Sand digging past the 65th pretty heavily, up about 5% to $3.15. Ethereum onto its 50%, up about 4.87% to 2,500. That was the big one recently. I just am happy we got right. 4,352. The fifth wave on the monthly. XRP low. FXS slammed into its after some incredible patterning. Very nice flag to pin it. Nice stuff, huh? Yeah. FXS Meta. I want to see what these metaverses. They took a while to get up out of there. We talk about like Crow, etc. This took about the same time frame, 200 to 300 days, and this original like consolidation and move, boom, boom. That's like a year, you know. It's like, you know, almost taking a year to get up to the next level. That's a while, you know. But when it goes, I mean, it's giving you 5 times your money when it goes. That's okay. You got to play that hot hit. You got to hit the button, right? Link. Chainlink VeChain. Underperformed Q3, Q4. That's just it. Bottom line. Dot. Maybe waking up a little bit. Had to get into this cross sectional of the really to express itself without drawing. And the way around all the different targets, one of the best ways around all the 30 or 40 different price targets you'll have is, hey, say 15, but we went through Bitcoin, you saw that. You got different levels from here, this componentry of this move, of the next move, right? You have different levels. This portion has price targets. This entire portion has price targets. Then the entire portion has price targets. So you wind up with traders across the map playing different pricing targets. One of the ways around that is into the extensions. Okay, so from the top to the bottom, back to this intermittent high. Extensions, boom, boom, boom. It's still going to be a Fibonacci, an expression of the Fibonacci. Before you play with these two heavily, practice with them a little bit. Go back in some old time frames. I don't go through them all the time because they're a little bit, it's a little bit much. It's like, well, why don't I just use a regular Fibonacci? Why don't, you know, well, you're measuring the previous interval move down in line with the move up to get extensions. Just measurements is all you're doing, but that gives us this feature here, which is what? Now look at this. Okay. Let's see this. Some kind of advanced stuff. Okay. What it's telling you is this. It's telling you you're essentially finding the previous move. I'm going to make this just green's okay. Let's make it yellow. You see this? The next move down is this. This move, top to bottom, is this move, top to bottom. Derivative gain, G-A-I-N, derivative loss, and all these other little functions in terms of the percentages and Fibonacci's are built in different ways to the pricing dynamics. between here and there and this and that and everything else, the golden pocket 78.6, the 38.2, the 50%, the 23.6, okay? All scheduled in and programmed up through here. So that's what this gives you, is the 100% move of the preceding entirety of the move down after the lift is the equivalent here. Boom. Copy that. Begin the extension here. Draw down to the bottom. Reframe up to the top. You want your extensions down? Okay. Start drawing down. Boom, boom. And lift back up to the top. The longer you stay at a level, it's easier to kind of measure the next level. You also get to these if you really draw up each and every one of these. But I went up with 30 targets on one page, and we forget about Bitcoin, what we just went through, and people say, well, that's too many targets. So this is another way to get at the next expressed targets that you've got that are still measurable by the Fibonacci's. Essentially, it's really easy. Derivative, the first thing I go through with alpha traders, derivative gain analysis, derivative loss. What do we derive from the previous price action, and boom. I'll leave it there. As an advanced technique, okay, it's just, but it's just calculated. It's calculated for you. The loss back to the top. What are the Fibonacci's? What are our price targets? And you see, where do we hit well on that? We hit real well at the golden pocket, the 61.8. Boom. Okay, right in here. That's the 61.8. Work with those until you're comfortable with them, and you're going to be confident with them, and then you say, okay, yeah, I got that. Derivative gain, derivative loss. First thing I cover with, it's on like day one of alpha trading. Training. Beat the market, right? Yeah. So that's on dot. When you're running into something that's a little difficult on your Fibonacci's on the macro, plug into some of the other techniques that we use. Now back to Bitcoin. Let's go into the 1 minute real quickly. I want to check up on the ascending triangle. Let's see where we're at. Nice. That's on the minute. Let's go to the line chart. We did retest this specific. Let's see, right here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we're along that top line of resistance, and in the process of formulating a larger ascending triangle with an established top line, relatively flat enough. We switch over to the 5 minute. We're always looking for that flat line of resistance. The flatter it is, the better. Okay, the more flat this is, the better off the expression, the communication to us in the market that traders are there. Traders are there taking, bam, measuring up with the preceding high, and bam, we're out. Boom. On the macro, fine. On the 5 minute, fine. On the 1 minute, fine. So, ascending line of support, we need to maintain. Internal pattern within an additional pattern. Retesting. All right, confirmation and process. Prior resistance, hit, attempting to turn it into support. On the internal pattern, internalized pattern here, which could drop down, okay, whether or not you're on the candles or the lines. You're always going to have variability in terms of your style, your approach. Check the cross approach if you'd like to, or just stick with your approach, whatever you're comfortable with, whatever works for you, whatever time frame. Well, there's 50 time frames. Well, which one do you like? You stick with the one that works best for you. Which one do you find most important? Big float coming through like a hammer truck at 27% to the upside. You got to love it, huh? You got to say, huh? Way to go, Floke. Flokey in the house, I got to say, because it's good, huh? I've just been saying it's so low. You know, it's 35% since the ultimate pickup. That's good, 27.5%. It's like, it's rocking and rolling, huh? Huh. Good for a float. Why is it moving so much? Well, it's so low. So the same equivalent move at a lower price, this move up here versus this move down here, okay, is completely different. The same move down here, all right, that's 27%. The same move up here, well, that's like 15%. The same move, the same amplitude. So when you get lower, it's to your benefit. If it makes the same move, you're going to make more money to the upside. We like low for that reason. Oh yeah, this is like around opening prices here. This is like, it's low, low. I said knock another zero into it, get it lower, because I like this dynamic. I like seeing something really move. It really cooled down. It was moving like 50%, 50%. Yeah, 95%, right? 66%, 55%. It was good trading. A preceding interval here, just to talk about price action. I don't care. I'll talk about price action. 70%, 100%, 60, 60. Just get back on course, do something, show people you're alive with the Floki. Come on now. Do something fun, huh? You're in crypto. Be volatile. Do something. And that's part of crypto is you got to be volatile. You got to do something good. Yeah. So, let's see. Between Sheeb. I think we've gone over most of our hits. Sheeb up 11.45%. Shout out again. Want to say it. Angel. Impressive. Impressive. Sheebonomics. Boom. We got to hit the rocket. Where's the rocket at? Where is the rocket? I want to hit the rocket. Hold your ears if you have to. There it is. There it is. Huh? We got the $1.269 million. Boom. And we got to follow up just part of the Sheep Factory, a.k.a. Angel Mato, $775,000. Boom. Heavy-handed Sheebonomics in the house. Up 11.35%, and nice technical conformance down into that 78.6. Boom. Yeah. Love it. Get us some more Sheeb at lower prices. On spot. Liftoff. Boom. It's a nice rocket, huh? I like that rocket. Boom. That's your rocket. That is your rocket. You got a rocket here. I just like technical conformance, and Sheeb has been technically conformant. I like it. You're gonna gain some fans around here if, in terms of support. We gotta find a name for the rocket? Wow. Well, we gotta name the rocket, huh? This is gonna be important, huh? All right. Well, I'm sure that our military craft, Iron Hands, huh? Iron Hands. Not bad, huh? That's not bad at all, huh? Because that's true to form, huh? Well, that's a good name. That is, Okay, we're gonna have to do. Okay, we're gonna have to do. It is a rocket, spacecraft, moon travel, but it also has nuclear features. It has the ability to take a price nuclearly, okay, in the nuclear form, and literally, absolutely, just like the point is that's happening to your account. It's blowing up like that. Not like not like a liquidation. Like boom, going nuclear, right? When I say like nuclear, there's a few different ways we have to talk about this. This is important because we're minded here, okay? Nuclear bomb. We'll look at this. Just now, I've studied these, Okay, you all know that to the extent that I have. Now, this is not necessarily the type of rocket that we're into, but when you see these images, now nuclear has different contexts. Okay, when you see that right there, when you see that, I think of that as your account blowing up with cash like that. Boom. When I say it's gonna go nuclear, boosh, right? Yeah, yeah. So this is important stuff here, right? Now, in terms of rockets, we don't want to go too much, but it's like that is the profit in your account. That's the boosh, right? The amoeba. You got all kinds of good names. Yeah, you go anything from the Soyuz, you go from a Soyuz rocket family. A lot happened with the Soyuz rockets. They're nice rockets, huh? They were around for a while. The Vostok launcher, all types of ballistic intercontinentals, very nice families of rockets. We go into some of the new, like, we got a lot of development. Like, I can, all different types. You come to a place you want to name your rocket, you have come to the right place. Now, more modern craft, as I talk about the Russian equivalent that still might be here for all the different rockets. We have a plethora of rockets. We can walk through the entirety of time, from the U.S. selective systems to the we could march you from Belgrade to the covert Chinese rockets. We can do it all. Angel has his own rocket. Okay, now the more recent ones like the Dragon, the X, the this and that. Not all of them are militarized. Not all of these are militarized. You may find a moon craft hidden in here or any one of these that is kind of under the guise of a military program, and really it's like a cross hybrid international delivery system up into space. And it's not the original Russian, whatever it may be. All right, so rockets. Okay, so the Dragon X, these are new. Huh? So we have dragons. Hey, what's that? Dragon X. We got to do rocket. Huh? Let's see what we got. Look at these. We got the pod. That's nice, huh? These are interesting. Not bad. Now, in terms of actual, like, I don't need to go. This is B6112, a standoff, tail guided nuclear rocket. There we go. Now, these are small little rockets. I want you to know this is a B61 standoff, tail guided impact nuclear weapon. You never need to go into enemy space. You drop this sucker, you turn that plane around, you never even violate their air rights. Except this little sucker. He goes all the way into there, he decides to go into their airspace, and then boom, 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 boom. He decides to impact, meaning into the ground, then explode. Very interesting, huh? But that little guy. So we have to define what type of rocket. Technically, that is a laser-guided tail. Guys, laser targeting tail guided, self-propelled, right? Standoff, this thing turns around, all right? Impact goes into the ground, and then nuclear weapon. So that's a type of rocket, okay? It's a missile or rocket, whatever it may be. So we have all different types of. This is all important, guys. This is very important. You think we've digressed from crypto? No, this is important. Angel has a rocket. So, to the extent that you would want it to be nuclear, you understand. I mean, what the nuclear context is. You want it to be a delivery system. You want to be a delivery system to get you up to the moon. Is it the good thing is here you get to choose. If you want it to have it be a multi-capacity rocket, hey, it's like that train that you have boarded, and you get to redo. You get to name the train. You get to redo the interior. You have a lot of options. You can be international cargo carrier. You can be a delivery system to interplanetary delivery system, or you could be a weaponized, something to deal with. So the Dragon, right? The B6112. You could go. You can name it a hybrid where it has a kind of a nuclear context and a space dynamic to it. Something cool like that, huh? So the Amoeba. Iron Hands. Iron Hands rocket's pretty good, huh? You have to say, huh? Yeah, it's kind of nice, huh? Iron Hands rocket. You say the Amoeba, huh? Amoeba, huh? What if we were to do something like L55. Let's see what this is, huh? What's the L55? That's the smooth bore gun. Let me see this. It's just all different types of stuff, huh? You get into this stuff too, and I want you to know this, huh? I look up the L55, huh? I want you to know, huh? We got all types of rockets, okay? Don't worry about it, Angel. I got your back, huh? If you're interested in your rocket performing more like this, I'll modify it later, okay? I'll do the research and you know, you can also get a Toshiba satellite system for your whatever. I guess your specific your specific laptop to run one of these if you need to. But this is okay. Huh? These are the types of questions you'll need to deal with because this is your rocket. This is your rocket at the station. If you like this, hey, this is it's portable. It's easily it's it's easily hidden. It's transportable. You have no problem. You throw this on the back of your truck if you need to. So I have got you in very good care in terms of your rocket here at the Kingdom. Okay. So I've studied this stuff, so it's kind of fun for us. So you want to call it the I don't know, man. Angel Air. I just think is really nice. It's almost like if you would want your specific transport series to be something like nice, like the Dragon Craft or something like the Dragon X launch Angel Airlines. Now it's almost like something like that would be nice, but you have your own way of dealing with the market, so you're going to have to let me know exactly what you do. Like Iron Hands. Iron Hands rocket is nice. I like that. It's the I give you everything from the advanced nuclear tactical grade to the stuff that goes on the back of a pickup truck in the middle of the Sahara and people have to track down with drones and blow up. Whatever your flavor is, to the Soyuz progeny prior thereto or not, please communicate with VIP that we're in the process of selecting passengers. Yes, yes, we are in the process of selecting passengers for the rocket rides. That is fantastic. That's Angel in the house, huh? I love it, huh? That's the truth, huh? So, yeah, Angel Air has now taken on to something else nice. And it is that level of rocket trajectory going to the moon. Also the account, Teflon. Teflon. Love it, huh? It has to be made of Teflon. There is a Teflon component to it, huh? Teflon. Yeah, rocket gonna be made of some really nice stuff, huh? You gotta know. This rocket it takes some money to build this one. We got all the materials at our disposal. Don't worry about it, huh? Yeah, it's just nice, huh? Because all different types of stealth. You betcha. Cargo craft to the that's just the beauty right there. You see that orange one right there? That's a nice one, huh? If you want to carry a few of those with us, no problem. These right here, they'll take care of anything. Honestly, you got any problem in the market? Not anymore. You're gonna have no problem at all. These are also nice rockets. They just they're it's like a Q-tip. It's no problem. You're done with it. They wind up. It is whatever it is. So we have this. Angel's got some family in military, etc. Shout out to all the armed forces. We definitely enjoy the entirety of this kind of culture. That's just what we like. We like it. We like it. Shout out to a bunch of people, National Security Agency and Pentagon, everything from the FBI to, I don't know, anything kind of to Federal Reserve Jerome Powell. There we go. Anybody across the board involved. We want to look up to Dragon X. Dragon X capsule. So, yeah, selecting passengers. These are nice, huh? This is kind of, we want it to be able to do its own landing. That is true. We do want it to be able to, the self-landing feature, unless we got them all on standby, huh? Let's see what we got. Teflon. So these are nice, huh? The space age. You guys, we probably want to hear it again. And then we're going to name it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to listen to it one more time. This is where we're at. We're watching. We are learning. This is living, guys. We're about to name the first Kingdom rocket. We got to do that, huh? That's a good thing, huh? All right, let's see if I can find this sucker. Where is it at? Where is it at? Let's see here. All right, that is the rocket here that belongs to Angel Matos, and it is a Angel series passenger rocket craft that is capable of intergalactic travel. Right? It just we've confirmed that much. It is a dual utility in terms of the weaponized and civilian function of both the capacity to carry. I'd say civilian and militarized personnel and cargo to the effect that also includes weapons. You know, we'll just say it's fully equipped and versatile. So the actual name of it we have been discussing. We work hard, we trade hard, and yes, I play hard. Let's go VIP. It's gonna be. I mean, it's part of the Angelcraft series. It just has to be. It is formally part of the Angelcraft series here at the station. The Kingdom is going nuclear. Yes, I said it. VIP number one. Yes, it is. It's nuclear. It has nuclear capacities, both in terms of its thrust potential, and I'll just tell you in terms of it's fully weaponized to beat the market. It just is. And we're gonna go ahead and Angel likes the name. It's part of the Angelcraft series of rockets that's going to be developed. So it's part of the Angel series of rockets that is currently being formed. So that's your first. It's just the Angel series. Okay, it's kind of the deluxe Angel series rocket here that's on the Kingdom and the VIP, and that's what it is. It's an Angel series rocket. That's just what it is, and we'll give the code name to it. It may have a if and when it needs to be if and when it goes for if you ever decide to sell it or something like that, we may put some or we develop additional features. We may give it more of a code name, but for right now, we will stick with the Angel series, fully civilian and militarized capacity, only in regards to the market, fully equipped, weaponized against the market. Really, that trajectory, the interplanetary trajectory, just love it. It can do everything that this can do. It can do everything that any one of these can do. Let's just one more time. That's nice. It can do all of this. It can do. I mean, it can do everything. You're stacked. It's nice, huh? 20202. That's the Angel 202. Like that, huh? That's nice, huh? The Angel 202 rocket series. Nice. So very nice. Sheeb. We're just going to cover it again because we're having a little bit of fun, we have to have a little bit of fun. The market takes forever. 1.2 mil. Boom. 1.269 mil. 700. Boom. 2 million just in Sheeb change. Sheeb change. That's good. That's all right, huh? It's gonna be a nice ride. We want passengers to join. It's gonna be a nice ride. It just is. You have to recognize that we are getting passengers. What do we say, your angel? We can only be shy about where we're going. I'm humble but confident. Kingdom. Kingdom in the house. Absolutely. Monaco. Love it, huh? That's a nice name, huh? That's a nice place, too. We cannot be shy about where we're going. I'm humble but confident. We work hard, we trade hard, play hard. Let's go, VIP. The Kingdom is going nuclear. Yes. That's what we said. We said that about, and just to put it in context, we play around a lot. In terms of this, what did we say that about? We said it about, we said it about Bitcoin in this area. If you can't visualize where you're going, then you're not going anywhere. Absolutely, Angel. And literally down to visualizing where you will be. It's a very interesting component. And we really kind of did that with Bitcoin in this area, going nuclear in this area, bring up Kondratiev and etc., talking about this move to the upside here. Bam, bam. That was huge. Will we go nuclear here? Bam, yeah. Boom, yeah. That's a big move. Not, I mean, guys, we could have been. I mean, that's huge. That's a lot of fun in 2021. Yo, a lot of fun. A lot of cash. Good job, VIP. Shout out to the VIP. You know what? This is our channel, it's our station, everything else like that. If we wanted to cut up for like 6 or 7 hours on this thing and not even worry about it, just look through like military equipment, cool stuff, research things, hey, that's good, huh? Now, we like the market. We never fall out of sync that much. We've all got 3 or 4 screens or 5 or 6 screens in the house, always full time on the market. At the same time, we got to pull in some of that culture, huh? We got to stay sharp, huh? Richard just came back from Korea, you know, U.S. Army. Jason's lit, right? U.S. Army, local, yeah. He's in Texas and around. He's about to go to Korea. We got Kuda out in Germany. Word, U.S. Air Force. We got AJ Crypto, U.S., former U.S. Air Force. We got all kinds of big time, just interesting people. Just interesting people that I'll just say I'm sure there's other people that are kind of interested. I don't know. I have no idea who might listen to this thing. I like anyone who might be listening or be forced to listen to this program. I don't think there's anyone who would be forced to. It's probably all a pleasure. I hope so. But I don't know. It's a cool function, man. Cool function. I liked my intelligence studies, huh? That was really cool, huh? I got to be a mentor. So I got to know these guys, what they, some of these other guys, military or otherwise, they wind up going work DOD or they're already working with DOD. Shout out to Daniel. What's up? Back from Iraq. Yo. VIP. Yo. But I got to know some of these guys just in the context of what they care about, what they don't care about, this and that. So I keep my mouth shut about what they care about and don't care about. It's just, it's just kind of who they are. Like, I was just a mentor. What am I? That's okay. Execute what you're practicing. If you are not executing, the time is now. That's right. What is in front of you? Angel and I went over this last night in terms of DOT. What is the next thing that you need to execute right now? Just want to say I'm so proud of my nephew, Oklahoma City Navy fighter pilot. That is awesome, huh? A fighter pilot in the United States Navy. Shout out to the Matos family. Proud uncle. That's right, Angel. And he's got what? Yeah, he's got his arms around everybody in terms of like Navy nuclear fighter pilot, in terms of like that. You have to understand, like, that is like a great division to talk about, like good, like powerful weapons and good, strong integrity and great things. That's really exciting. Really exciting. They didn't know their nukes, and they're not all undersea, right? They got a lot of power in the different componentries of everything that they will probably not even tell you about, Angel. Good stuff, huh? JJ Krisiak. How cool is that, huh? JJ Krisiak. Shout out to JJ. Shout out to Big H. Big H. Good people, huh? We know a lot of good people, yeah? Good dudes. Big H, I just say Big H. From Navy SEALs on over. U.S. Air Force, Navy SEALs, Green Berets, Marine Raiders, just bring it. Air Force Series, whatever you got, huh? Domestic, international, whatever kind of divisions you got, we like it. You don't have his clearance. You don't need it. Angel, you'll laugh. I was driving around a prior associate friend, etc. I was in California, and I decided, I don't know why, something directed me to take a right wrong turn and a wrong right turn. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this. A right wrong turn and a and a right wrong turn instead of a right and left. Yeah, okay. But I was just deciding. I was driving. I was with an associate, whatever I was doing, business, cranking around doing this and that, heavy-handed, just rolling around this and that, just plowing to a directional. I don't know why or where. Like, the question of where I was going was completely gone. No, I mean, whatever it is, I'm going, right? Something compelling me to go. I'm in California, out by an airport, everything else. And we turn around, and finally I hook a corner, and I'm like, halfway out of breath, everything else, and we look over. And it's this nuclear site, radioactive, everything else. And my guy I'm in a nice car, nice ride, everything else. And the guy in the seat, he is sitting there saying, only country has not allowed me to fly a $700 million aircraft. That's okay. But as I'm driving this over, I'm looking over, and then finally we've gotten there. And where have we gotten? I'm like, I have just delivered my associate, the guy. He works with me. He's kind of lead VP, etc. that I had working for me. And I'm like, you see that? And he's looking over there. He's like, it's a radioactive nuclear building that has completely been whatever abandoned, is hidden. I didn't, whatever. I brought him there, and we look over, and I'm like, I'm gonna take a picture of you now. He's looking at me like, you just took me to a radioactive nuclear compost that it's not even on the map. It's like there is no Google map. It's like, what have you done to me? And this is just funny. It was in California, and I was like, so if there's a nuclear some radioactive nuclear substation that you're probably not supposed to find, if you're interested in finding it, or let's say this, if you're not interested in finding it, don't sit in my passenger seat, because I do have this habit of taking people potentially to a place like that. We got great pictures, by the way. Like, hey, just wave. You got you got a radioactive background to you. Just go ahead. Like, I don't know. Maybe the guy wasn't working hard enough. I don't know, but it was funny. So, but yeah, I've always had. I've liked. What is it? Just seriously, I like. What do you call it? War zones. I like war zones. I always have. When I was growing up, some kids like to play with army this and that, little plastic figures. I like war zones. I always wanted to be in a war zone. Why not? I just figured it was important. Growing up, that was always on my everyone has a bucket list. Yeah, I want to bungee jump. I want to do this and that. I want to go to a war zone. Just because. I just wanted to all the time. So I appreciate very much people who imagine that. Thank gosh. Yeah, flying a $700 million aircraft. Yeah, that'd be nice, huh? But yeah, it's a lot of respect, huh? When you look at how well they train those guys, huh? Your cousin, Chris Yak. What's up, JJ in the house? That's awesome, huh? And some of the best guys I know are either in the military or they're around the military or something else. Yeah, just and God rest their soul. Some of them, huh? And some of my best friends fall in that category. And it's just it is what it is. It's not always easy, and it's not always perfect. But there's a good dynamic to that, and we don't like to. It's interesting with some people, we don't like to really even talk about it. Like this whole recent deal with Russia. Everybody's like, we don't really want to talk about it. I'm always of the opinion problems with Russia get worked out. Just get worked out. It's a big show and dance. Don't get on the wrong end of the stick with our nuclear partner. It's just so easy people to be afraid of Russia. It's like, man, they're our nuclear partner. Come on. We have a treaty on books the last, X number of years, but I don't know. Some things get worked out. It's between here or Ukraine or whatever else it is, opportunity to talk, opportunity for good to be worked out. So we look forward to hearing more good news about that stuff. Absolutely. Maybe some delicate issues, huh? Maybe different cultures that need to be respected continually, both ours and theirs and everything. So congrats to anybody working on those issues as well. Yes. Yeah. Your sister's firstborn. Okay, that helps. I didn't know JJ. And where is he at? He's over in Navy fighter pilot. That's cool. Because my granddad was Granddad was Navy back on USS Wyoming in 1930s, 40s, something like that. A while back on the USS Wyoming. A while back. He also liked to fight people. Some Golden Gloves guy or something else like that. He just liked that. Huh? He want to fight. That's okay. So, just a bunch of cool dudes, huh? We got a bunch of cool dudes, military and otherwise, huh? He's in Oklahoma City. Okay, yeah, I recall that now. Thank you for saying that. Just shout out to all. Military is a big component, you know. It's just a lot of respect, you know. Let's shout out to Kuda. What's up, Kuda? In the house. We got to say shout out to Kuda. We want to see some pictures of your nephew. Yeah, Angel, we want to see some pictures. Hey, Kuda, what's up? What's up? Just cool dude. Zero question, cool dude. Beach. Very, you know, look at this. From the beach, good timing to on location, target identified. There we go. Like it, huh? In the garb. What's going on? Tons of respect. Bunch of love going on. Great things. Charlie Daniels, just absolutely great timing. Rip roaring through those hills. Nice. And boom. I love this picture. That is just rock and rolling. That is just awesome. Good times. Nice wing. Kind of a stout wing that's set up on. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. He can rip a guitar too, huh? Big time. Big time. Rip that guitar. So shout out to Kuda. What's up? We got such a cool group. Jason's lit. What's up with Jason? How cool, huh? Richard coming into Korea. Jason going out to Korea. Very cool stuff, huh? Very cool stuff. Just cool stuff. You know what? It's probably time for me. I really feel that, huh? Do another donation up through to, we support like Navy SEALs. I do that. Huh? I need to make another Navy SEAL Foundation. Yeah, crack the knuckles down on that. They accept crypto, so I'll probably do that here in a little bit. Yeah, what's up? Any of those other groups that you guys support? That's nice. I will do that Navy SEAL Foundation. Hope those guys are doing well. A lot of stress, man. It's not easy, huh? Some of these guys are trained to go around the world and take care of bad guys. Some of those guys trained to do that here local, huh? It's not easy, huh? Special calling. Like to operate advanced aircraft like your nephew, Angel? Yeah. It's nice that people are just trained for that. They're kind of built for it. We respect intelligence. I've studied a lot of intelligence. And those formal official entities that are highly regarded around such. Some to be named and many not. A lot of respect. A lot of interesting facets going on with things right now. Just a lot of interesting development going on right now. A lot of transition. And some things, as they say, never change. But from the monetary system to just culturally to, kind of the way things are operating, a lot in flux. Looking at some information from a former, just publicly available, but former squadron commander, National Security Agency, and Pentagon. One of my former instructors, cool guy, cool dude. Shout out to Falker in the house. What is going on, sir? Appreciate the information the other day. It was very nice to read. I appreciate that. Very much appreciated. Nice distribution channel, too. Public. Very nice. Sometimes the variable, excuse me. Sometimes the variable that is the most logical is the wrong Like the direction, let's say this, the variable that you see the direction or the componentry being the most logical fit is completely the opposite way. Okay? And that's easy to say. Sometimes the thing that would seem the most apparent. I got some Israeli friends. They're famous for telling me, not everything is as it seems. That's a very famous saying from my Israeli friends. Not everything is as it seems. Like in just no uncertain terms, some of the more complicated equations you get into in terms of like predictive intelligence or otherwise will just teach you that, and they'll do it in a very sophisticated manner that, and at a high level of intelligence, something that's very complicated. And it's good for the market and otherwise, that sometimes the most logical assumption, it's like you're just counting from A to Z, or you're just going through the numbers from A to Z, or maybe counting depending upon how complicated the issue is, right? But you would get in all the variables, you would get in all the functions, you would get in all the calculus, everything else. You would have, I mean, as mathematically as inclined as you could get into a function, you would get into it, understand the process, the flow, everything else, with all the variables, all the as much as you could complicate an equation calculatively. And it's like, well, the next move is this, and it's being able to say, oh, the brilliant aspect of this equation, which deals with intelligence, is that it's just not that next logical variable is going the other way. I don't know how to best describe that, but it's, yeah, that function, that key variable in that equation, it goes the other way. When everything else, the whole steam locomotive, the entire population, everything is focused directionally looking that way, and that's the conclusion. Yeah, this is the key variable, and 99.99999% of the people say yes, it's that way. And guess what? This variable points that way, the other way. And to understand it in the context of things, it's interesting. It's almost like an advanced interview you would go through for a. This is interesting. Huh? It's like an advanced interview you would go through for a consulting position or otherwise, and they know how to hammer out of you, and like an advanced like KPMG or Anderson, Accenture, whatever it may be, they will put you through the rigor of a 200-question test, changing one single word one time in the question repeated 200 times. Tell me about a situation that made you feel challenged. Tell me about how. Tell me about the, what you learned from it and how you could bring it to the position here with the firm. Tell me about a situation that made you feel embarrassed. Tell me what you learned from it and how you would apply it to your work here at the firm. Tell me about a situation that would make you feel, or that had made you feel proud, and how would what you learned from it, how you would apply it here at the firm. 200 times you would have that question at a consulting position or otherwise. 200 times at a top level to get hired into one of those places. I've been through it, and it's very interesting. It's a dynamic like that you really get into, and you have to conquer through that 200 questions and stay on target, focused the whole time. So, I don't want to get too much into too much stuff. How about that? Let's talk about the market. But there's just some interesting stuff like that, in terms of it's just stuff that you study. Anyone can study it. I invite people to study it all the time. Nothing wrong with that. So I'll talk about something else right now. How about that? Let's talk about something else right now. Just for the heck of it. I just like that stuff. I like that stuff a lot. So. I like the challenge that it presents. I like the challenge that the market presents. And I think some really intelligent people, and some very logistical people, and some very some high line operators also enjoy the challenge of the market. Some of the highest line operators, that I have known in my life have liked the market. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, man. What is going on? No way, man. This is just too cool. You got to tell me I can show this stuff. This is awesome. This is awesome. Look at this. This is cool. We're going to have these up. Man. Love this stuff. Man, huh? Isn't that good to see, huh? Just beautiful, huh? Beautiful stuff. Thank you, Angel. I'm going to show you all some cool pictures if I can show them. You guys are going to like this stuff. This is nice. Give me the A-OK that I can bring those up because I want to shout out to JJ. You can show it. Thank you. All right, I'm going to show those. All right. Now, these are cool. Let's look up at JJ. What's up with JJ? Where you at, JJ? Isn't that nice? JJ Krisiak. He's out in Oklahoma. Nice. It's nice. When I first looked at him, he just reminded me of my former, my best friend. Nice, nice, nice stuff. Very cool, huh? Look at these, huh? Where he got his wings at. Boom. Naval Flight Officer. Hey, nice. Look at that, huh? Good things happening, huh? Isn't that nice? Congratulations to the entire Matos and Krisiak family. Absolutely, huh? Absolutely. What is this here? Commander-in-Chief. It's a little bit blurry. What's the Commander-in-Chief part there? Some interesting stuff going on. All right, Angel. I'm fine with that picture. I love that picture. Very, very, very impressive. Family achievement. Just down for the ages, huh? Just beautifully, in terms of like written down on the books, etc. It'd be beautiful. Just that's awesome. What a beautiful family, huh? Just an interesting day, huh? From the Cubano, this and that to everything. Just really kind of a a nice day, I have to say. Because we don't. I don't know. We get into talking about some of that stuff, and we just, we kind of have our plug and play. We talk about, some of the big boy toys out there. They have nuclear weapons otherwise. And, it is what it is. But then you see, like, you know, some people stepping through the process and really becoming trained, equipped, etc. It's impressive. The impact that has on families, how proud a family is of that. Like with JJ. Angel, thank you so much for letting us show that. And I know you're so proud of him. It's just such a great achievement in life and for a family and for him, for his, his, I don't know any more details about him, but it's just, it's huge. It's a big deal. And we celebrate like, joint forces out there. We just do. We just do. And not to get political to the extent they cross over with NATO or anything else. I'm not talking about that right now. That's not the point or purpose here at all. But I just, the entirety of the military complex, domestic abroad, governmental function there in between, like the whole dynamic of it is part of the celebration of life. It's part of the, it's part of the way that things sometimes get out of shape and get back in shape. or get in worse shape. It's that it's an interesting dynamic. It's something that it's a complicated endeavor that men have spent their lives committed to, and it's nice to see it done in a nice fashion with with something that we definitely believe in. If I can't say that on YouTube, then well, we gotta. I don't have a problem. Huh? If I can't say that on YouTube, hey, I don't know. We got to be able to say that, right? I mean, period. That's just what we believe in. It's a good thing, huh? I'd be wrong about a lot of stuff in my life, this and that, but learn from those mistakes, move on, and surrounding myself with good people has been a big part of my whole life. It just has been. And the interesting thing, I've just found some cool guys like uh, some cool guys like this along the way continually. Just they're always around. They're always boop, boop, right next to me. That's a cool deal. That's a real cool deal. And I'm glad that he is there with you, Angel. If and when, not all the time, from time to time, and he's in your heart. That's cool. And he's around, huh? Those guys are good guys, man. I know those guys. Tough dudes. I ain't no patty cake. You're not, huh? I got some stories about me. I like that war zone. I get into that. I got to go out there. It's been a while, but I like that. I decide I got to go out there. I don't. He just does. I think every man he need to go out there. You need to figure out what that is. A war zone out there. Why fighting a war out there, huh? Mm. You got to figure out what that is. Huh? Mm. I like that. That's a cool thing. So, Angel, we got your rocket in effect. And we got JJ Rysiak. Your Krysiak. 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 That's a nice name, huh, too. Hmm. Baltic? I have no idea. Krysiak. Czech Baltic? Yeah, you're going to have to tell me where that's from, but that's nice. That's nice. I don't know what all we do without the military. I mean, it's really been a big part of the appreciation I have for for my life. I mean, just in terms of the entirety of it, it's such a big part of culture, everything else. It's just it's a nice deal. So the market, Bitcoin, as we tackle it, ascending line of support, interior line of support here. We have the formation flatline resistance pattern within an overall pattern. Unnecessary for us to come back down and test this portion. Could be helpful to push laterally because we're recapturing into, and to the extent we have a correlation with Bitcoin in the entirety of the overall market, pay attention because it may affect whether or not you have another move to of 20%, 15%, 14%, 15%. It's a green day. If you hit your targets underneath, willing to double and triple down. It took a while to get down to here. It's taken a while for a lot of these coins to get down into their area, their specified area. So if we push a little bit more laterally as we try and recoup into the descending wedge, right? Resistance, 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 resistance. 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. Support, support, a little bit lighter along the level of support with a differentiation here. Boom. Noted. On the line versus the candle wick, we have a little bit better of an expression. Support, support. Need to recapture this wedge if possible. We've just kind of studied the return to function here. And you'll see clearly on the line. Resistance, 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 resistance. 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. Support, support, 2 hits. And let's just look at this formation. Not bad. Now on the well, that's on the 77. On the hourly gave us a nice expanding wedge formation. We have to go to the candle wicks to see this in process now. In terms of this, meaning the ascending triangle, flat line of resistance, ascending line of support. Pushing laterally will do what? Will relieve the hesitation potentially that we may have right now, because we haven't been performing bullish patterns to the upside quite so well. We have had some struggle with about each and every bullish pattern, save this in this area in here, okay, around December 21st. That performed well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stopped at resistance, okay? Kind of helped form reinforced resistance. We can have that discussion based upon the lines versus the candle wicks in this area. It becomes a bit of a discussion, but not much. So we haven't been real strongly reaching the targets to the upside of this amplitude. Bam, stack on top, expectation. So if we push, because we're having problems, if we push laterally a bit, okay, if we were to push laterally along a line of support, i.e. come back down and revisit a little bit, maybe even over here. If we were to do that, the benefit that we would have is we don't need to necessarily recapture, or we don't need to, let's say, fulfill the target to the complete extreme upside of this. Like, we don't need a complete 100% bulls win to the very top of the target, bam, which is going to be the amplitude of this triangulation. Okay? And it'll depend whether or not you push it out to this. We'll see. A little bit more conservatively, we'll just harness it right up into here. You can stretch it back a little bit to the initiation of the triangulation. We'll just go in line with the pivot along the support and carry that up to the top of the expressed line of resistance. Repeat of that expected, right, would be a full completion, but we have been cutting them a bit short. We haven't been, bulls haven't been buying as much. So if we push laterally, we still get the benefit of getting back up into that wedge. That's the wedge line here. Prior support. We don't want it to become resistance. So yeah, that angled line is that wedge. Boom, boom. We want to get back up into it. So we push laterally to the right, and we don't have to complete the entirety of the ascending triangle. We can stop short and still get back up into the wedge. And the notion would be, well, then maybe we can hook back into that line of prior support again, instead of the less desirable alternative if you are a bull, and there will probably be some shorts here entered into, would be confirming the prior support as a resistance. We've seen a lot of recapture into wedges. The wedge. And the wedge is a constriction of the support and the resistance. Resistance across the top, support across the bottom, a constriction into an apex. Bam. The tightening. We've seen a lot of recapture into these once there has been a failure out of the wedge. We have studied it empirically within a degree of reasonableness. We've studied it. Okay? We've captured a data set. We've gone through the details. We've just hammered it out live enough a few times to really be able to diagnose it, as Angel might say. So this is a critical zone in here. We're going to put a, let's see here. Let's go into a, where is going to be the, we could put ellipse on it. We could put a, these are going to change a little bit, but yeah, this is going to be a real critical zone if and when we can get into it. Let's see, that's fine. And then that, maybe something like that. Oh, made it invisible. Let's undo that. There we go. And we'll do something like that's nice. This is a critical area. Yes, the pickup on the 50 is critical. This is kind of like, this is causing some issues with the buyers right now. The traders right now are looking at this because we've been underperforming these, i.e. any bullish pattern. The traders are looking at this right now as like the next go-to challenge from the market. Ah, gotcha, Angel. And Krysiak is Polish. Huh. Very nice. Nice name. Very important country. It's been on the map quite a bit. A lot of different contexts recently. And I think that's a good thing. It has been for some in a well-regarded context. I have to honestly say that in terms of Poland. Okay, so back within this zone on the, let's see what we got. Okay. Okay, so this pattern, we're up, what, 1.58? Okay. This right now has the additional facet. All right, all right, all right. I don't want to go to the hourly on this yet. Yeah, we need to get back up to these 100 and the 200 exponential moving averages, the orange and the purple. Our goal is to recapture and ultimately to turn that into a level of support rather than resistance. So as we reframe away from patterns, let's just look at levels of, let's say this, in terms of moving averages, away from patterns into moving averages, okay? Levels of resistance, the 100 is the orange line, the 200 is the purple line, okay? So if you can see that, make sure you're on a big screen TV. You can find that. This is an easy indicator. You guys got that. Trend is your friend. Easy stuff. Trend is your friend. It's really cool. Inputs. It'll show you the 100, 200 style. It'll line these out for you. It's just an easy indicator, and it's been really just bang on. It's been a great indicator to look at because it's just been literally, those have been the two levels we have not been able to conquer on the, like, anytime we've gotten up above it, it's just like short, time to short it. And that pattern has developed. We had a mid-level excitement, a few breakouts here and there of a pattern. It's just that those have been rock solid. So we're a ways away from those EMAs at the moment. That 100 is coming down, of course, more quickly than the 200. 200 takes a while to get there. EMA, moving average. Difference between EMA and moving average, right? Exponential is going to take into context the surrounding intervals more closely than a simple moving average. Simple moving average just boom, boom, flat across, okay? All the indicated time frames, or all of the time frames, each increment is the same. Exponential takes into account the more closely, okay, the closer intervals, more importantly than the further intervals. That's exponential. The closer intervals, it's going to be more tightly wound, around the more proximal intervals or the closer intervals. Whereas a standard moving average is going to take all the intervals equally. The exponential is going to focus on what's going on right now. What a combo. Not for anything, but what a combo. On combo on what? Talk to me. I just read that. We have in the background, just to reframe this, we have additional we don't necessarily need, do we? Let's go ahead and mark up on the and we go to the daily, make sure that we are on. Yeah, that's perfect. It's just not going to get hit on the 86, but that's fine. You got your 200 week heat map. Always, also make sure you always have that on your chart. If you have a chart on Bitcoin that goes back to 2018, 19, and 20, you'll see the 200 week heat map as an area indicated of note. Not that it's immediately applicable whatsoever, but you like that 200 week heat map, no problem. Oh, there you go. What a combo. There you go. Talk about your brother-in-law, Polish, and your sister is Puerto Rican. There you go. Feisty group, huh? That must be a heck of a combo. How about the great people? Thank you for sharing that picture, huh? It's just awesome, huh? People may not know how highly they are esteemed, huh? I don't know if your nephew will ever hear about us speaking well of him or anything else, or you'll mention it to him. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm sure. But you really, it's nice. A lesson for all of us, huh? You never may know, huh? People may think the absolute world of you. Even you who, if you're out there, may think that, well, no, you don't even know, you don't know what we're doing, or you don't know what I'm, I can just imagine that, you just don't know. Like, well, even you, huh? People may think the world of you. In some context, in some way, get past all the differences and just think good things. It's a good year, good stuff going on. 2022. If equities can prevent a intergalactic meltdown, crypto may have a decent year. And to the extent it wants to give us a lot of value, we are prepared for such. Nice pattern conformance here. It would do this, huh? Ascending triangle on the 50%. Retracement. It's exciting. It's nice. A little bit of differentiation here. Small angulation. I'm not real super worried about that, but it would be interesting to have it just match up perfectly, wouldn't it? We want that top line just completely flat. So it's going to do that to us a little bit, right? It's going to have a little bit of differentiation. I'm going to say it's close enough. It is close. Buyers are going to have to step in along the level of support here. And shout out to Kuda in Germany. Kuda, I haven't seen any pictures recently. You're always going off to the beach doing something fun. Come on, man. We got to see some pictures. I want some good times rolling. Something good. Liven up the VIP a little bit. Let's see some updates on those photos. Some biker crew shots, something fun. Something's going on good. I know that. So Floki just wrecking the market right now. 20% to the upside. Dusk 12, Rose 13, Phantom. Hey. Isn't that nice? Angel's a big brother. You guys know that? It's just the truth, huh? Isn't that nice, huh? That's the family right there, huh? We got a shout out to JJ's mom. Is on the right. Beautiful woman, huh? Star-studded, looking beautiful. That's your sister on the right. Little sis, Annie's on the left. These are Angel's sisters. Annie's on the left, and Miriam is on the right. This is nice. So JJ's mom is on the right, and that's your little sis on the left. How nice, huh? What a nice family. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Isn't that great, huh? I'm excited. I'm excited. This is really nice, huh? I see pictures like that, and sometimes I'm like, I just think of like, well, we just had a run in with my sister. So I'm like, I wish I had a nice family like that. And just like, it's not always nice, but that's a nice picture, you know, because sometimes with family, especially with sisters, it's like, well, there was that one Christmas. Well, you know, it's just funny. My family's renowned for having brother sister issues. I don't know why. So it's really nice to see sisters that are together having fun and you loving being their big brother and everything else like that. I think part of that Puerto Rican, part of that, I don't know. I don't know. Part of that's a really good thing whenever you can find it, huh? We all get along here. We just do, huh? That's just VIP. We all get along. So that's nice. Thank you for sharing the family photos. We have tucked that away in the Bitcoin Spike folder. If you need it, you come back to us. It's right next to your Sheeb 1.25 in 700, about that 2 million in change on Sheeb. So JJ is hanging out next to the good stuff back here. I've got those extra copies if you ever need them. I have most of the pictures backed up if you guys need extra copies. Very cool. I bet they're proud of you too. Everybody, all the VIPs, good family. I see Ambrosio right now. Dude, that guy's like, he's like a Mission Impossible guy. He just is. Like AJ, I see AJ. You know, he's executive of Comcast, like star of the family. You know, we got just cool people. See Brad. I don't know what Brad's up to. Brad, where'd you go? He's just down there. He's just hanging out. I don't know what Brad's doing. That's okay. Ryan from Wyoming. Love the fact he's gotten involved in like computers. He's going to beat the market. He's gotten his things lined out. Like, it's cool, huh? And you just don't know where things will take you in terms of the market. You just don't know. You don't know. You may get the touchdown, the grand slam this year. You don't know. People get it. Josh got it. I appreciate Josh. Nice letter written to me in the VIP. Up 1.65%. Yeah. Reminds me of something there. That reminds me of, I would love to see it pull out of this because that reminds me of the macro pattern on Ethereum. Yeah. Really does. Why is that? Let's look at, you want to see Ethereum real quickly, why that reminds of. Ethereum went boom, boom, boom. Would love to see that pop up and out. Let's see. You want to see Ethereum? Macro pattern, why does it remind of that? Yeah. It just does. A little bit heavy in terms of the pattern formation. After the run up, wave formation, etc., just reminds of. Let's look back at BTC on 5. You see the similarity, huh? Kick it on up into the expansion. There you go. So it would have been nicer for this to stop. Got just a little differentiated level here, probably 2 levels of this resistance across the top for Bitcoin and buyers and sellers to kind of battle over. Could have been cleaner. One time frame would have helped. On the 1 minute, we had the cross here. Let's say that right here. We had this cross line. 2 hits here. Bam, bam. Always looking for 2 hits across the line of resistance. Bam, bam. Hit 1, hit 2. All right, so we're across that line generally. Let me go ahead and bold this up so we can see it. We're across this line here generally, so that's what we have to confirm back off of, which would differentiate it with that Ethereum chart. We're going to hope, because we're hitting back onto the prior resistance to the support. We want to traject to the upside. So this is where the buyers can step in on this lower or internal ascending triangle. Boom, boom. So great positions, Angel, on SHIB. Just huge positions. We keep saying, I keep showing that, but it's just nice positioning on SHIB. I told you I just want to see you buy more at lower prices. That's the idea. You got a great position now. You want to hold through it, great. I want to see if you like your positions now. I want to see you compound down into it at lower levels. Like, that's the idea. Something with phenomenal. I mean, I know of so much money that has been made on SHIB. You guys have no idea. Now, well, that was then. This is now. You get into that. It's just you. I mean, it's one of the most highly regarded coins in terms of the overall nature of it, like the widespread nature of the holders, etc. It's just it's up there. It's no joke. Very well regarded. Never being overexposed. Never want to ruin your month. I say your day, much less your week, much less your month, much less your year on anything. You just don't. I mean, no one knows what happened. Someone pulled the plug on crypto. What if literally all we didn't know about a central data bank that was centralized, that was pushing all of the other nodes, and it just collapsed? The worst case scenario, play it out. Always. Who knows? We don't know. There was actually a central node network, and it was actually required for the rest of the nodes on the blockchain. They pulled the plug on it. Who knows? You just don't know. Always, likelihood close to 0. I'm talking, Angel's been around Bitcoin since. You have to think, you think it's $7.79. Watch a little frustration along here, in line with that pattern that drew out here. You have to think you've been around Bitcoin since $7.79, and you got to say it's something since 2012, Angel, that now Powell and the Fed are all of a sudden coming up with a white paper on what they need to, the projected central bank digital currency. Well, that's interesting. It's been a while. I mean, you've been around Bitcoin for a while. And from a road to legitimacy and adoption and everything else and widespread acceptance, you've seen this for so long. We've seen it for a long time. I've seen Bitcoin for a while, and to just have it legitimized, and now I guess as soon as it's legitimized, government steps in, wants to deal with it a little bit. It must be something to be seeing this now, because right as it's taken off, we're at 35 grand. 35 grand, huh? And you look at it, well, it's down. It's down from $7.79. It would just be the common reaction. Down from what? It's $35,000. It's down from $7.79. It's down from what? You would just ask that question, huh? What volatility? Great volatility. And part of you just wants to level with the Federal Reserve, anyone else who's out there, and be like, look, I understand you got to do what you got to do, but you can't take away the volatility. This is why we trade. This is why we're involved in crypto. I mean, we need the volatility. Come on. You know, you have to like level with us here. You got it. We got to keep the volatility. Watching a descending wedge here. What did we see the descending wedge on earlier? Let's go back to Luna. I want to show you what a descending wedge can be like. Right? Let's go back to ideally what you want a descending wedge to do. Ideally. Who wrote the book on it, or what coin wrote the book? Luna. On its run up from like 50 cents on up through $5. Bam. That's what you want a falling wedge to be like in the context of a bullish pattern. Boom. Up to $22. From 50 cents to $22. That was a 50x early on. 50x. That's what you want a wedge ideally to do. So when we look at the Bitcoin wedge, dig into the 5-minute, that was a bullish wedge. This is more of a wedge, and that's in the context of a nice run to the upside, a bam, move to the upside, then a falling wedge, and boom, straight line to the top. This is more of a wedge in the context of a Fibonacci, of a wave pattern formation, which is differentiated in terms of expectations typically. Now, in the context, these would be mitigated expectations. We would lessen the expectations of this move. In the context of the larger pattern, however, we can pick up those expectations to the extent that the overall buyers are willing to recognize flat top resistance, ascending line of support, and this just becomes a component of the overall larger pattern with the larger expectations. Larger the pattern, bigger the expectations. With the understanding that more recently we have fallen into an underperformance in terms of the patterning. Just part of the need, I'm going to say, to drop back down into an area where our moves, like bull flags, are going to mean more coming from lower levels. Wherever that lower level is. If it's from here, lower or lower, the lower the better. The moves to the upside mean more. Percentage difference here is bigger, given the lower prices, than a percentage difference here. Okay? We'll just measure it here. Just like this. If we're moving the same amount, if we've moved this structure 1, 2, 3, 4 times, now the percentage difference here is 60%. The percentage difference here is 274%. So yeah, we need to get back down towards the 275%, away from the 60%, if we can, because we want to trade this thing. And the problem is, as we work up to the higher levels, this turns into like 10%. And it's shown us it likes to move like that. So it's expressed pattern behavior, the price dynamics, okay, as they come to us in the form of pattern, the framework of the pricing, it is expressing this this level of a move. We want it to mean more. We just do. So it accomplishes that by retracing. For whatever reason. It's Russia, it's China, it's Iceland, it's Austria, it's the Fed, it's whatever. It's going to need to retrace. No problem. To keep our ETFs, to keep our leverage trades going. Capiche? That's why we're cool on the way down. No problem. We're just recapturing value. We're seeing the benefits of getting to the lower levels that we prefer, because we don't want it to move 10%. I mean, granted, from here to there, we just hold into eternity and let it go into, you know, let it take over the world. Okay. That's the idea. The whole world has to adopt it and we will achieve our purpose. That's not going to happen. I mean, I get it, but that's fine. But, the more out there that we get mentally, people appreciate a balanced mindset. They do. And, it's already, the thing went up to $69,000. Oh, but it hasn't taken over the world yet. Well, it's it's going to do that hopefully next year. So, I mean, you want it to be worth $275,000 in it to be the only thing that people use to buy anything with. Well, come on, man. It went to $70,000. Like, eh, you know, give it up. That's pretty cool. You're all right. We're good. I know there's more. There's more planned for it. Good. We're gonna get there. We are gonna get there. It was supposed to go to 100,000 or 250,000. It went to $70,000 for one of them. It's like a Mercedes, man. Yeah, you could buy it for $10, man. A while back, you could buy it. Angel bought it $7.79. It turned into a Mercedes. Every one of them he bought, it turned into They turned into brand new Mercedes. Just that's nice. That's a good market. So let's dig back down into that 5 minutes of that wedge and take a look at just the patterning right along the top. I typically like these to retouch previous line of resistance as what? I like them to touch the resistance to go back in as a bull flag. Ideally, boom, straight up and out. And then a nice channel formation to the downside, a bull flag. That's what I ideally like to see. And there's no stutter step along the previous level of resistance. Ideally, this stuttered on a breakout, gets up, it's just kind of choppy. So we do push through the night. We attack the market. However, like I took a cat nap early on. I told Angel, like, I got to go for a little power nap, Just, I made the joke the other day. I was like, last night it was funny. It was whatever night it was. I was like, I mean, you guys need to get some sleep because, I mean, if you see anybody tomorrow, including like your neighbor, whoever, you need to be like, you got to have the wherewithal. You guys are beating the market, but it ain't going to beat you in the process, right? So I know you guys get your sleep. You get your, you got your people giving you your food. You're doing well in the market. You got like your, your concierge service. You got your, everything delivered on time. You got your chauffeur. You got all that stuff together. VIP, man. I know this. Don't even question it. I know this. So congrats to all you guys that are figuring that stuff out. Yeah. It's VIP, man. You guys got your driver, your concierge. You got everything together. I know that, huh? You're busy with the markets. Yeah. You got to hit the gym. You got to exercise. You got to do something, right? You got to stay fit. Yeah. And let's see what we got. There we go. Yeah, you take care of all that good stuff. You got to be the that example that everybody else looks at like, whoa, man, crypto, man. That's just what we like. We like the volatility. We like the challenge. We like to win. Big time. We got some war stories for 2021 that I haven't heard anybody else have. Really, huh? So those war stories, we will say like, is it like part of like I use this from a buddy of mine. He's got picked up by Google. He's incubated, chosen startup from Google. Shout out to Bobby and DOS. They got a good platform. Been able to sit into some of their meetings. Been interesting. Some of the capital and development meetings has been interesting. Voice activated. It's just interesting. Voice activated real estate search and find engine. So it's cool. But they were chosen by Google. Officially, they're now Google's one of their partners. So shout out to Bobby. And let's see. I don't know. Just overall, we got a good group. We got good dynamics. People can't believe when I tell them the levels of success that we have had. It's just everyone's, seriously, like, Not just your past, but like on in through the current situation. So it's a pleasure to have that dynamic really show through in terms of who we are as a group. It's very nice. Have to say that. Very, very nice. And we're expecting incredible things for 2022. It's going to be the year. It's going to be nice. So bullish pattern, expecting an ultimate break out of this overall bullish pattern here. It has a bullish expression. Can it fail? Sure. Did you pick up here? If you did, 3-4% up. That's nice. These haven't been performing that well. Bullish patterns have been difficult. We're on a key major level of the fib, 50. What's the fallback? Just the 65th percentile, and some levels in between. But that, I mean, let's see this. The golden pocket would be, I just can tell you, the golden pocket would be 26.3 to 24, 150. So, I mean, fallback is fallback. If you could get down in that low into the cycle, you are going to thank your lucky stars. I'm going to tell you, because these moves start being worth a ton. The moves to the upside start being worth so much because you're dealing with lower figures. It's like putting $1 on $10 versus putting $1 on $100. What's 10% versus 1%? You see, it's just, I mean, it still likes to move so many dollars. Boom, 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 boom. It's moving the same amount of dollars. Each one of these moves the same amount of dollars, but the percentage at the lower levels is bigger than the percentages at the higher levels. $1 on $10 versus $1 on $100. 10% versus 1%. So it's like 150% versus like 60% or 50%. We want the 150% or the 200%. We don't want the 50, 60%. We'll still take it, but if we can recapture the ability to go up 100%, do the math. I brought that up last stream. Do the math. At some point, you'll want this down here quickly. Quickly is maybe better, but the market has to adjust, reframe itself, etc. There's things that have to happen around the market. Potential regulation, different things that get structured in the meantime while it allows the traders to unwind and to reformulate. It's an interesting overall interconnectedness and kind of functioning of the market with the developments around the markets, etc. It's nice. They write about such things. Let's float down a little. Phantom and Rose not wanting to quit. Dust still with price action. Adam, Sheeb, LRC, Luna, Strong, 1, CRO, AVAX, BNB, Bitcoin. What is this? Bitcoin dominance going down just a bit. Dominance is in a bit of a descending triangle. It will either act as a reversal, be watching the upside, reminds a little bit of what DOT just went through. Interesting pattern formation. Interesting correlations between Polkadot and BTC. We just see, I mean, we've studied it quite a bit. We've focused on it quite a bit. Let's see what we got here. So we do have the rocket. That's Angel's Rocket. That's really exciting that we have that going on. We will pull that out next stream again. Be part of Angel Air. Huh? Absolutely. Get on up there. Huh? That led into the discussion with JJ and everything else, I think. That was nice, huh? And we just have fun talking about military equipment and everything else. And hoping that everything comes to a peaceful resolution. New Year's resolution, huh? That's right. Everybody from the workouts to everything else is going on. safety and health and all that good stuff. So what we're going to do, since it's about 6:30 and you guys need to go eat your Wheaties, we got to all go, prep up and this and that. We are very well geared for not just waking up and seeing this pattern. We've been on top of it, right? We got to break this level here to get up and above. We'd prefer to kind of touch down in here to play out the macro pattern a little bit more. Because if we don't step down into this a little bit, just a touch, we're just playing the breakout of this micro pattern here. We're throwing away this top line resistance in the overall macro feature of Bitcoin. This applies to all your coins. Pretty important, huh? You see, we're either going to potentially move up a nice percentage. Let's say we either have 5.6% to go, or if we just play this micro ascending triangle here, it's and that's really out of that would be outside of the falling wedge recapture. That's noted, huh? 4 versus 6%. And really from the bottom, it's going to be 4 versus 7%. So it's a significant difference. And as you look at the overall effect on your alts, it could be a really significant difference. So I think we've definitely treated this issue well. You know where you stand now? I would watch this specific line here and just be prepared for kind of a 0-1-2 contingent, right? My first gut reaction was a 0 and a 1 and a 2 contingent. To have backup levels that coincide with the 0, the 1, and the 2. 0 return to this level, okay, with a potential baseline beyond that. But a 0 for right now on where we're headed. A 0, macro, 1. Maybe we just stay kind of in place, remain in place in this pattern for a while, because it could be a while. It could be more aggressive. Let's say that. It could be more aggressive to 0 more quickly than we think. Okay? It just could be. We could pass a couple hours and it could just turn kind of mean and a little bit red. It could, if it wanted to. So that would be 0. 1 is we just kind of hang out here for the next 6 hours throughout the residual of the day. 2 is we're working on up to this line of resistance. Yeah. So I think immediately in the immediate short term, we're looking at maybe 0, 1, or 2. We're on this here right now for about 6 hours through the end of this patterning. Get a more aggressive downside. Be prepared for that. If you're in the money, I know Angels closed a few trades. Congrats on those. Way to go. Setting the mark. Good job. Booking those trades. Book those positive trades. Book them. It's just good. You book a trade, You free that cash up. You free that energy up. A lot of good stuff can happen. You don't have to liquidate like solid entries and low, you don't have to liquidate your, your war chest or anything. But, you book some trades. You feel good. You keep things rolling. It's a good thing. So it's been a pleasure to stream. Shout out to Angel. 55 now, huh? Hey, $55,000 contributor. What's up? Nice move. Nice moves. I always say that about you because I know you. Because I'm like, it's good. It is good. 55,000 is good. But I am glad that you sent me these because this is how I know you. And is it nice that we know you like this now? Beautiful. Hey, sisters, huh? Beautiful family. Love it. JJ in the house. U.S. Navy. What's going on? And this is how I know you, Angel. Just like, multi-millions, this and that. So it's nice to have that next to you also. So it just is. When I look at you up there, I'm like, well, it's 50 grand, but, thank you for letting me show that to people because I mentioned that last time, and I think you're kind of like, okay, yeah, that's cool. I appreciate that very much. So, guys, book your trades. What is it? Buy on support, sell at resistance, or long on support, short on resistance, right? What do? Buy and support, sell at resistance. That's buy low, sell high. And compound down trade patterns. And guys, just don't be overexposed in the market always with that heavy reserve cash available at the lower levels. Meaning your reserve cash available for the lower levels. If you don't want to play that way, it's just a very difficult game to have any real expectation that you're going to do extremely well. Guys, it's just not. As we kind of look at that candle setting up and out of that line of resistance that we have, again, it's a price action 1.97% to the upside. Get past that line right there. Watching this line here. It's a nice set of the candle up and out of this line of resistance. That's indicated. We want to see that on the 5-minute. That's nice. Micro time frames here. A little bit of price action. Let's see how that's affecting the market. Of course, right as I'm ready to close shop, let you guys go. And I will do that because we did that and it worked out well the other night, huh? On that ascending triangle. Let you guys roll with it and it worked out well. Be prepared for that 1, 0, 1, 2. I guess the 3 would be kind of up and above. That'd be nice to see if we can get it. And just remember always, guys, eat well, sleep well. And we stream at night, but we stay up. But get those power naps in. Absolutely. Get that health crunch in. Take care of that gym. And make sure you invest in those relationships that you knew were worth investing in before you started investing. It's easy stuff. Shout out to Angel. Shout out to Josh. Shout out to everybody. And Freddie, etc. And all the VIP. It's a pleasure to be around. We had fun. Absolutely. We had some good discussions yet again, learning about this market, tearing it up. And Trillion Sheep in the house. Trillion Sheep in the house. And shout out to all the U.S. armed forces and those joint forces abroad. Hope you guys are doing well. We'll come to you with more soon. Probably stream again tomorrow. Staying on top of this market like nobody's business. #1 trade group, guys. It's London.